Conquest manual in another world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Tangji Chamber of Commerce. About half an hour later, the lizard carriage arrived outside the city. At the city gate, Lin Ziming had no intention of admiring the majestic 40-meter-high exterior of Zhejiang City. After hastily paying the entrance fee of more than 10 copper coins, he turned around and motioned Wu Fan to the driver. "Master, go to the south of the city." The driver was a little old man wearing a bamboo hat, with a face full of wrinkles from the weather. Hearing this, he couldn't help but glance at Wu Fan and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Sir, the market established by the Yang family is in the north of the city." Wu Fan waved his hand and replied according to what Lin Ziming had told him, "We have other things to do. You just go to the south of the city, as fast as possible." Since the employer asked so, the driver naturally said no more words and drove the car towards the south of the city. According to the current situation, the Yang family must have blocked the news and prepared a big meal. In the carriage, Mu Jie said to Lin Ziming, Moning and others, "According to the intelligence we have, a considerable number of caravans do not have space bags in their hands. It takes a long time to load and unload goods, and the market opens at the same time. When these caravans arrive at a market, plus a series of processes such as leasing and building venues, it will take at least half a day, and it is very likely to take a day. Once the market starts collective business, the secret of material shortage will be exposed. Even if the other consignees are slow-witted, half an hour is enough to react. In other words, we currently have a maximum of 24 hours and a minimum of 10 hours to operate." Lin Ziming nodded and continued, "Let's consider the situation of 10 hours according to our habits. Comrades, this time is very tight. The Yang family is already watching the cabin, and it is unlikely that we will steal and pick up leaks. But no matter how small the opportunity is, it is still an opportunity. So I left 5,000 spirit stones for Wei Qiangshen, asking him to find an opportunity to see if he can secretly eat a few bites." According to what Wei Qiangshen said before, there are many unfamiliar faces among the leaders of the caravan this time. So the rabbits judged that the original caravan leaders were probably seriously injured or even killed in the beast tide. There are definitely not many such business talents in ordinary cities, and there are even fewer who have the prestige to lead the team. So in this case, the people who replace them must give priority to cultivation, and then arrange a few assistants such as the head of the team. For example, in Chixin City, once Wei Qiangshen got into trouble, the caravan had to go out again. The leader was either Wei Fan or several other 7th and 8th level key training masters. Not to mention all of these temporary leaders, at least a considerable part of them are relatively dull in business decision making and business sense, and they can't detect that the price of monster materials will rise. Although most of these dull people may be eaten by the Yang family, no matter how fast they are eaten, they still have to be eaten in time. So before the Yang family sweeps the whole situation, there is still a chance to find a few fish that slip through the net. As for the excuse of catching fish, the rabbits have also thought of it. A certain customer wants a large quantity this time. And the quantity brought by our city this time is insufficient. "Big brother, please share some with me, and I will ask you to guarantee it." "No, I will give you 5 points. In short, no matter whether there are dates or not, you will try your best. If you can't buy it, you won't lose money, and if you buy it, you will make a lot of money. After all, large-scale beast tides only come once every few years. The number of caravans coming this time is almost halved, and the amount of goods is much less. The price of monster materials will increase by 50% at the bottom." So Lin Ziming, according to the instructions of the headquarters, left 5,000 spirit stones for Wei Qiangshen to pick up the leak and try his luck, and he led the team to the south of the city. Tangji Chamber of Commerce. This is the industry of the Tang family, a medium-sized family in Zhejiang City, located outside Hudong Lane in the south of Zhejiang City. In addition to the Tangji Chamber of Commerce, the Tang family also has several industries such as Tangji Pawnshop and Tangji Freight. It is a standard one-stop business. However, in Zhejiang City, the Tang family's reputation is actually very bad. Not only do they like to squeeze their payers, but they also almost exploit their slave workers. Most of these slave workers were hired by the Tang family during the famine, and they have no human rights or freedom. But it is precisely by oppressing their slave workers that the Tang family has very low labor costs. Therefore, both the Chamber of Commerce and the pawnshop can provide customers with more generous quotes, lower selling prices and higher collection prices. Therefore, although some people are disgusted with Tangjia, they cannot change the fact that the Tang family is constantly making money. The current shopkeeper of Tangji Chamber of Commerce is Tang Si, a direct descendant of the main line of the Tang family. He is in his early 40s this year and has reached the 3rd level of key training. As for this person's character, according to Wei Qian Shen, who has dealt with him, he looks elegant and easygoing, but in fact he is also a man who eats bones and does not spit out dregs. The high quote and the bad reputation of the master are the reasons why the rabbits are eyeing the Tang family. Inside the Tangji Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Tang Si was holding a teacup, sipping a sip of tea leisurely, shaking his head and humming a ditty unique to the Great Mo realm. The gloomy sky is sinking and the clouds are sinking, the dance is beautiful and sad, and I am back to the mortal world. As he sang, Tang Si didn't know what he was thinking about, and suddenly he sighed, return to the mortal world, return to the mortal world, how good it is to return to the mortal world, but it's a pity for that little rabbit. Perhaps he thought of some touching plot. Tang Si's eyes gradually became moist. It seems that he has deep feelings for a certain character in the story. However, just when he was thinking about whether to close the shop for a day to listen to this song again, several figures suddenly walked into the store. Is the old shopkeeper here? Yes, yes. Hearing that there was a business coming, the original sadness in Tang Si's eyes disappeared instantly, and a fascination with the business or money replaced it. What ditty is not a ditty, sentiment is not sentiment, go to hell, these things are not as important as spirit stones. Then Tang Si stood up, straightened his sleeves, and greeted the visitor with a gentle and easygoing smile. At the same time, looking at the appearance of the visitor, his mind began to calculate. The visitors were 7 or 8 strong men. Except for the young man leading the group, most of them had dark skin and were dressed very simply. One of them was holding a black box tightly in his hand. Although it was impossible to tell the cultivation level of several people, Tang Si judged from their appearance that these people should belong to an ordinary or even below par cultivation team. Most of these teams were mainly for exploration, and sometimes they would hunt some low-level monsters. However, Tang Si did not show any intention of despising the other party because of this. His eyes were fixed on the small black box. According to his business experience, this kind of mud-legged team is actually very easy to sell some good things. The few big deals that Tang Si had done in his life all happened to this kind of team. After several people entered the store, the leading young man looked around and then said, "Boss, do you accept things here?" Tang Si was waiting for the sentence, and he clapped his hands immediately after hearing it. "Oh, you have found the right person. You are new to our Zhejiang City, right? Let me tell you this, among all the shops in Zhejiang City, our Tang family shop offers the highest price." The young man heard this and showed a flattering smile appropriately. "We have heard of the name of the Tang family shop a long time ago, otherwise we would not have come to our door, right?" Hearing the young man's words, Tang Si felt more confident. He first asked several people to sit down and asked the waiter to serve tea, then rubbed his hands and said, "I wonder if the items in your hands can let me take a look." After sitting down, the young man looked at another middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes beside him, and then waved to the man holding the iron box. The man holding the iron box immediately stepped forward and placed it on the table, looking around with an extremely vigilant look. After confirming that everything was normal, the man pressed the iron box a few times. With a click, the iron box popped open. Tang Si gathered his money and took a look, and immediately gasped, "Hiss!" In the center of the iron box, there were 5 clusters of flames neatly arranged, glowing with a faint blue light. Earth vein fire. Note, the wound was open yesterday and bleeding, so tomorrow I will resume updating once in the morning and afternoon. The number of words will still not decrease, but the time will be changed back to the original. Otherwise, updating at the same time in the morning will put too much pressure on my fingers. 10 updates on the 26th. I'm a little worried, but I will definitely do it. Text, I recommend a book by a great guy, The Alien Reclamation of Vegetable Growing Skeletons. I'm also following it. Voice Fid, CWVID, 0, Book Recoms, Kbids, 192234806081766104, Reason, recommend this book, recommend this book, recommend this book. Chapter 102 Tangji Chamber of Commerce. In the Tangji Chamber of Commerce, the air was a little quiet at this time. Tang Xi's eyes were fixed on the 5 clusters of flames in front of him. That's right. What appeared in front of him were 5 clusters of earth vein fire. The people who were sitting not far from him and sipping tea quietly were naturally Wu Fan, Lin Ziming and other members of the trade group. In this batch of supplies brought by the trade group, in addition to the large number of boomsticks and assembly line clothes prepared by Rabbit, there were also some other scattered gadgets. For example, electric shavers, hand-cranked flashlights, magnifying glasses, suppositories, Menglong hemorrhoid cream, etc. Perhaps in the field of cultivation in the Great Mo realm, there are many instruments or talismans that can replace these small things. But in the lower-end civilian field, these things still have a relatively large market. In short, the main target group of these things is civilians and practitioners below the 2nd level of key training, and they are only traded with copper coins. Copper coins are money anyway. It is not a loss to collect them and transport them back to the mainland to melt them. The price of copper is also very expensive these days. In addition to the above-mentioned materials, the rabbits also prepared several special goods. After all, due to the face of a director who did not want to reveal his name, the trade group brought more than 3,000 less spiritual stones than expected. Deducting the round-trip tickets and other expenses, the total amount is only about 20,000 spiritual stones, which is equivalent to more than 100 million Chinese currency. Friends who have participated in large-scale trade fairs should know that more than 100 million seems to be a lot of money, but in fact it is really not easy to spend. Tens of millions are gone if you sign some attention contracts casually. If it is an industrial trade fair, it will be gone even faster. It may not be possible to buy 3 or 2 production lines. At the same time, according to Wei Qianshen, the turnover of an ordinary family during the market is about 6,000 spiritual stones. The main cost of monster materials lies in the losses of the monks during the siege, so if this family only sells and does not buy, the net profit can be about 4,000 according to the frequency of the market opening every 3 or 4 years. This net profit is not excessive. After all, a family of more than 100 people needs more than 1,000 spirit stones to pay for the quota of the children in the family every year. Therefore, the rabbits want to buy some good things, and 20,000 spirit stones are really not enough, to be honest. Even if all the booming happy sticks are sold, it is not enough. After all, happy sticks or other small items are fine. They are mainly to test a market and prepare for future inventory clearance and long-term cooperation. Therefore, in order to avoid the dilemma of the trade group being unable to buy after simply shopping, the rabbits have specially prepared a few backup items that can be used as a backup. These 5 clusters of ground vein fire are one of them. Ground vein fire, also known as ground evil fire, is an important fire source necessary for alchemy in the Great Mo realm. Ground vein fire exists in the center of the earth for a long time, and it requires a lot of energy from the foundation building cultivators to have a chance to receive it. The lowest realm of the cultivator who can receive the earth vein fire cannot be lower than the 6th level of foundation building, and at the same time, he must have the qualification of fire spirit root. It takes at least 1 to 2 years to receive a cluster of earth vein fire from the core of the rock. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for a city that has been passed down for 100 years and has been ruled by foundation building cultivators from generation to generation to have 1 or 2 clusters of earth vein flames. Even some black-faced giant family, who have been passed down for 100 years but have not seen a foundation building cultivator with fire spirit root, can only grit their teeth and pay a high price to ask someone to receive or buy it. In these families, the earth vein flame is worshipped as a family inheritance. Therefore, in the Great Mo realm, the value of earth vein fire is extremely precious. This is also the reason why the main vein of the Wei mansion with the 1st level alchemist has a higher status than the branch vein with a 1st level talisman master. Even in normal times, the price of a cluster of ground fire is at least 4,000 spirit stones. In other words, a cluster of ground fire requires all the members of a family with foundation building combat power to spend 3 to 4 years without consuming cultivation resources. Not to mention that the spiritual energy of the Great Mo realm is increasingly dissipating, and the value of ground fire is rising by several percentage points almost every year. It is precisely because of the precious value of ground fire. The rabbit specially prepared a small amount of ground fire for Lin Ziming and his friends this time, ready to see if there is a suitable opportunity to cash it out to the right merchants. The reason why the two suitable are emphasized is mainly because these ground fires have a little, extremely subtle, small flaw. They can only burn for about 200 hours. It was mentioned before. Under the research of academician Liu Xiangqian's team, the rabbits cracked the secret of the evil spirit in the ground fire. It is a kind of microorganism that can survive under ultra-high temperature conditions and release a large number of condensed particles. The rabbits named it Y organism, and the evil spirit particles it releases are Y particles. But cracking it is cracking it, and mass production is not easy. Liu Xiangqian's team found in subsequent research that although the Y organisms were artificially proliferated in a specific environment, the life cycle of the offspring born from them was extremely short, and they could not continue to proliferate in any environment. In the original ground vein flame, the survival period of the second generation of Y organisms was only a little over 400 hours. When it was changed to an artificial flame environment, the lifespan of the second generation of Y organisms plummeted to less than 200 hours. You know, these first-generation Y organisms could have continued to reproduce for hundreds of years under suitable conditions. The rabbits are trying their best to crack the cause of this situation, and there may be some new breakthroughs soon. But no matter how fast this soon is, at least in this trade group, the rabbits will never be able to take out the ground vein fire that has been fully restored. But considering that the number of spirit stones carried by Lin Ziming and his team is really not enough, many things that the rabbits are jealous of may not be bought. So a few black-hearted, a few innocent little rabbit seers stood up and they thought of a way. Why don't we take some semi-finished earth vein fire to Zhejiang City? If we really don't have enough money, we can ask around in the city to find out which black-hearted shops there are, and teach them a lesson. When the big guys heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. This is a good idea, no problem. So, in this way, several clusters of semi-finished earth vein fire were brought to Zhejiang City by Lin Ziming and his team. Of course, as mentioned above, the original idea of the rabbits was to wait until they really couldn't take out the money before taking this step. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Now there is an opportunity to buy monster materials at a low price and eat some meat. After some discussion, the command center immediately decided, don't wait until the money is not enough to take out the semi-finished earth vein fire, and find a black-hearted chamber of commerce to sell it on the spot. The trade group spent 2 days on the road, and the Y particles can still survive for more than 150 hours, which is enough to support the time for the trade group to leave. Then, after comparing the information provided by Wei Kai and Shen, Lin Ziming finally locked his target on the Tangji Chamber of Commerce. This is why the previous scene happened. At this time, Tangxi naturally didn't know the pit that the rabbits had dug for him. He was quickly calculating how much money he could make for the Tang family this time. Although Tangxi was not a good person and his cultivation level was only the 3rd level of key training. But when talking about Tangxi's business ability, even Wei Kai and Shen, who was extremely contemptuous of him, shook his head and had to say, this person is really something. In addition, the characteristics of the flame of the ground vein fire are so obvious that Wu Fan and others did not hinder Tangxi's inspection at all. So Tangxi quickly came to a conclusion, these clusters of flames are ground vein flames. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that this thing might be a semi-finished product. There is no way. The concept of technology has exceeded all the known dimensions of the natives of the Great Mo realm. Even if you let the Yuanying Great Renovation look at these clusters of flames, you can't find any problems. Tangxi was at most curious about how these poor men who were obviously not at the foundation building stage got these treasures by chance, and then cursed the European emperor in his heart. As for robbing, you know, Zhejiang City is a super city with many giant and realm masters. There may be many unknown dark sides in some of the mansions, but in the public areas of the city, no family dares to do things like robbing on the street. After all, as a trade center with a radius of thousands of miles, Zhejiang City must ensure the safety of merchants in the city, otherwise no one will be willing to come to a market without security guarantees no matter how high the price is. As for what will happen when you take the flying boat back to the transfer station after your business is done, and then use the transfer station to return to the city, this is not Zhejiang City's business. In a word, Zhejiang City guarantees the safety of all merchants in the city. So at this time, Tangxi had no idea of robbing at all. Anyway, as long as the business is done well this time, he still has plenty of ways to make more money. For example, as far as he knew, in another city thousands of miles away, Liu Ayan, There was a giant family that was buying up the ground vein flames at a high price. The asking price was even as high as 7,000 spirit stones per cluster. Although all the spirit stones earned had to be handed over to the master family, as the person in charge, his profit at the end of the year would be at least dozens of spirit stones. In this way, the fourth son would have money to awaken his spirit. He could also take in a new concubine, and he would have more songs to listen to. And there was also the grave of his first wife who had died a few years ago, but forget about that. Anyway, every year I just pretended to wipe my tears and say I miss you so much. Thinking of the sparkling spirit stones, Tang Xi's heart couldn't help but get even hotter. He first adjusted his breathing, suppressed all the excitement in his heart, and pretended to be calm and said to Wu Fan, "This young man, I have checked the things. It is genuine ground vein fire. The appearance of the flame and the quality of the evil spirit are extremely high. I wonder how many spirit stones you plan to sell it for." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan immediately showed a simple and honest smile. After all, he had opened a shop in Puxi for a while and had rich experience in business dealings. Naturally, he knew that he could not quote a price at this time. "We are not very familiar with this business. How about you tell us a number?" Tang Xi's expression remained unchanged. He pondered for a while and said, "Everyone, the current market price of ground vein fire is 4,500 to 5,000 spirit stones per cluster. But I'm sure you all know that our Chamber of Commerce must make some profit in doing business, so there must be some discrepancy between the purchase price and the selling price, and the difference may even be quite large." Tang Xi deliberately lengthened his voice, raised his eyelids and glanced at Wu Fan, making him expressionless, then quietly approached him, stretched out 3 fingers of his left hand and shook them. "Hey, young man, what do you think of this number? 3 fingers represent 3,000 spirit stones for a cluster of ground vein fire." Wu Fan had known about the low price of the rabbits before entering the store, so he shook his head very neatly. "Shopkeeper, your price is not honest. Let me give you a flat price. 5 clusters are 20,000 spirit stones, and we have to take the iron box away. 5 clusters of earth vein fire are 20,000 spirit stones, which means 1 cluster of earth vein fire is priced at 4,000. It is a full 1,000 higher than Tang Xi's offer. For Tang Xi, this price is not unacceptable, and as for the iron box, it doesn't matter. The iron box is nothing more than a carrier inside and outside. It's impossible that the earth vein flame will go out after it is taken out of it, right? Just kidding. As everyone knows, the earth vein flame is one of the best preserved flames in the Great Mo realm, okay? Besides, Tang Xi looked at it carefully many times, and the appearance of these clusters of earth vein fire was very good, and it was definitely not the kind of waste fire that was about to go out and couldn't be raised. Only these ignorant countrymen would treat the iron box as a treasure. They were not tired of carrying the iron box that was more than half a meter high, and they were reluctant to spend money to buy a lighter wooden box for spiritual plants. However, no matter how contemptuous they were in their hearts, they still had to do business as usual. The price of 20,000 spiritual stones was not high, but according to Tang Xi's profit-seeking character, he must lower it a little bit at this time. After all, the price could be reduced a little bit, and he might get a few more spiritual stones. Then, before he could bargain, the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sitting next to the young man, that is, Lin Ziming, suddenly coughed lightly. When Tang Xi heard the sound and looked over, Lin Ziming dipped his index finger in the teacup with some water, gently drew a 1 on the table, circled it, and then pointed at Tang Xi. As a businessman, how could Tang Xi not understand the meaning of Lin Ziming's gesture? This was clearly telling him, don't bargain. At this price, each cluster of earth vein fire can give him a kickback of 100 spirit stones. 5 clusters means 500 spirit stones, which is much higher than the profit of the Tang family. Tang Xi no longer hesitated and nodded fiercely. Okay, then 20,000 spirit stones. Cash payment. In about 2/4 of an hour, both parties completed the handover. Tang Xi took away the 5 clusters of earth vein fire and the earth's oil they carried with a refreshed spirit, and his right hand tightly covered a small bag on his waist. Lin Ziming and others left the Tangji Chamber of Commerce with a bag of spirit stones and an iron box in their hands. Then, under the guidance of Gu Junming, everyone walked around and stopped in a remote alley. Lin Ziming first glanced back and asked Gu Junming, "Chief of Staff Gu, there is no one following us, right?" Gu Junming shook his head decisively. "I left 3 people to cover our retreat, and I guarantee that no one will follow us. Lin Ziming's shoulders relaxed immediately, and he let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he tossed the spirit stone in his hand with emotion. Then he thought of something, turned to the Special Forces soldier Chen Fei who was holding the iron box and said, "Comrade Chen, please check it again." Chen Fei nodded, opened the iron box, pressed the four corners a few times, and lifted the bottom layer of the box. In the lower part of the space, there were another 5 clusters of earth vein fire swaying in an orderly manner. Lin Ziming showed a look of satisfaction on his face, and waved his hand. "Let's go to the next one. Today is still 2 and 1, just this update." Chapter 103, Start buying at the bottom. 2 hours later, Lin Ziming and others, greeted by a shopkeeper, slowly walked out of a chamber of commerce that was smaller than Tangji. After walking to an alley a few hundred meters away from the chamber of commerce, Lin Ziming wiped the sweat from his forehead. I finally sold all the ground vein fire. In the past 2 hours, the members of the trade group went to 2 chambers of commerce in different directions and sold the remaining 5 clusters of ground vein fire in a 3+2 manner. Although this sounds simple, the 2 chambers of commerce are far apart, and the transaction involves tens of thousands of spirit stones. Both the buyer and the seller are actually engaged in an invisible game. If the ground vein fire was not a very strong hard currency, it would not be unreasonable to spend 10 times more time bargaining. But then again, in these 2 hours, everyone has more or less become familiar with the situation in Zhejiang City. For example, during this period, everyone saw a kind of transportation similar to a bus in the city, which answered Man Ying's previous doubts about the scale of the city. This kind of transportation is called guanba car, which looks a bit like a cable car. It is said that it was invented by a craftsman named Guanba and can carry 30 to 40 people at a time. Guanba car is driven by a certain formation and has a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. This vehicle has a separate road in Zhejiang City. According to the driver, this separate lane is set up in all the main roads above a certain scale in the city. Therefore, Guanba car can basically reach the main roads of most major areas in the city. If you want to go to the second level or smaller areas, you can get there by walking a distance after getting off the car. As for the price of Guanba car, it is not expensive. 1 copper coin can buy 10 tickets for Guanba car, and you can take 5 round trips. This price is relatively low for the people of Zhejiang City and is not too high to be unaffordable. After all, compared to the poverty of small cities, the per capita income level of Zhejiang City is much higher. After all, it is the largest city within 1,000 miles. The status of Zhejiang City in this area is almost comparable to that of Modu. So it is normal to have a high income. Although there are cases of wage deduction in the city, as long as you are not a slave who has signed a contract to sell yourself, the proportion of wage deduction is only 10% to 20%, which is far less than the 50% to 60% in other small cities. As the saying goes, there is no absolute fairness in the world. In this era where human life is worthless, it is already a very lucky thing to be a citizen of Zhejiang City. For this reason, it is not easy to obtain a household registration in Zhejiang City. In addition to selling oneself to become a lifelong bonded laborer, ordinary civilians who want to become naturalized can either marry into the family or wait for the new round of household registration to be opened after the beast tide. The site returns to Lin Ziming and his group. In the past 2 hours, they used the Guanba cart to reach 2 chambers of commerce that were more than 8 kilometers apart in a straight line. After selling all 5 clusters of earth vein fire, they finally obtained 19,000 spirit stones. In addition to the 19,500 spirit stones they obtained before, 500 of which were kickbacks from Tangxi, and the more than 23,000 spirit stones brought by the trade group itself, Lin Ziming and his team now have a total of more than 61,000 spirit stones. The number is more than before coming to Zhejiang City, but it is still a long way from being able to sign checks at will. At least tens of thousands of spirit stones are missing. After all, there are too many good things that the rabbits want to buy. For example, the space bag. According to Wei Kai and Shen, even the cheapest space bag now costs more than 12,000 spirit stones, and the volume that can be stored is only more than 20 cubic meters. If Wei Siming had not gone to Yaok to fight for his life, it would be amazing for the Wei mansion to have a space bag of 20 cubic meters now. Under normal circumstances, if you want to study space technology, the most reasonable way to buy it should be to buy one of the cheapest, medium and first-class space bags. The price of these 3 items is estimated to be around 70,000 or 80,000. In addition, there are a series of supplies such as spiritual medicine and talismans that cannot be bought in Qi County. A sword key talisman that can be used by ordinary key training stage and can threaten the foundation building stage cultivators needs 100 spirit stones to buy. And the price of the talisman that can threaten the foundation building stage cultivators is as high as 4 figures. In addition, threatening and killing are 2 different concepts. The price of talismans that can kill the foundation building and the elixir stage is more expensive. For example, during the siege, the old man in green killed the second level 2-headed bull with a set of talismans. That set of talismans is called the 1-key Burning Heaven talisman. A set of 3 can kill the second level perfect monster beast. The price is more than 1,000 spirit stones, and the remaining 2 will not be less than 500 spirit stones. After all, if the price was cheaper, the 3 old men would not have to fight to the death. In the original plan of the rabbits, the spiritual stones in Lin Ziming and others' hands are already the limit of what the rabbits may have on this trip. Don't think that the rabbits can easily take out 10 clusters of ground vein fire. In fact, the number is set after strict calculation. It can make some money without causing any big trouble. After all, the rabbits' visit to Zhejiang City this time is not a one-time deal, and there will be no less transactions in the future. It's okay to cheat a few black-hearted chambers of commerce this time, but if they can move dozens or hundreds of clusters of ground vein fire, the rabbits will be surrounded next time. So under normal circumstances, the more than 60,000 spiritual stones in Lin Ziming's hands are already a peak. But now there is an opportunity to eat meat, so these more than 60,000 spiritual stones may increase a little bit. It was mentioned before. An ordinary family can reach a turnover of about 6,000 in a market fair, and according to the classic 631 theory, the average turnover of each family during the market fair can reach about 12,000 spiritual stones. There are about 180 caravans this year, and many families came in groups. The total number of caravans this year has decreased, but the total amount of goods in each caravan has basically not changed, so the total trade value of their materials is 2 million. This is just the flow of materials for the supply of monsters. In addition to monsters, there will be various other trades during the market, for example, the 7 colored vines of the Wei Mansion, and some alchemy families selling elixirs. And the more than 60 chambers of commerce in Zhejiang City itself buy and sell. In addition to various buyers flocking from surrounding cities, the basic market of the entire market can reach at least 4 million spirit stones. 1 spirit stone is converted into 6,000 Chinese yuan, and 4 million spirit stones are about 24 billion Chinese yuan. Zhejiang City's benchmark in the Great Mo realm is the Chinese Magic City. The total trade value of the Magic City in the 5 days of the 2020 CIIE is $72.62 billion US, which is about 400 billion Chinese yuan according to the exchange rate. According to the productivity comparison between the Great Mo realm and the mainland of China, this turnover is a normal value. After all, it is held only once every 3 or 4 years on average. Many readers have been interested in the issue of the turnover of the market, so I will take this opportunity to explain it in full. I have made a model of the economic system and spatial structure of the Great Mo realm before I started writing the book, and it is very stable, so the rabbits can participate in it with more than 60,000 spirit stones, and as long as they operate properly, they can retreat calmly. Perhaps some people will be curious, the rabbits shouted at the beginning to buy at the bottom, so how much money can they buy? The basic market of more than 4 million spirit stones, plus the number of caravans this year is nearly halved. Even if the monster materials carried by each caravan remain unchanged, the total number of monster materials will be almost halved. The average value of the caravan is 16,000 spirit stones, the basic total market is 4 million, the purchase price is assumed to be X, the selling price is 1.3X, and the original calculation is based on 140% buyer saturation. According to the ROS RMS matrix and the PQ supply and demand curve, it can be calculated. When the price of monster materials increases by 25%, the compound interest of the base can reach 17.2%, which is more than 500,000 spirit stones. When the price of monster materials increases by 35%, the compound interest of the base can reach 45.8%. When the price of monsters increases by 50%, the compound interest of the base will soar to 77.9%. According to the estimates of a bunch of top experts at the base camp, The increase in monster materials this time will be at least 60%. Once the operation is successful, the more than 60,000 spirit stones in Lin Ziming's hands are likely to reach 100,000 or even more. At this time, the flying boat, which is the material supplier, has been targeted by the Yang family, so the rabbit's target is locked in the inventory of other chambers of commerce in the city. Many readers have asked me before why I would buy at the bottom when the earth vein is popular. This is a detailed explanation. It seems that not enough friends have been beaten by the stock market. I had posted 4,000 words this morning, but it seems that the single update has lost the followers. I don't understand the difference between one update of 4,000 words and two updates of 2,000 words, so I will post one more update. The corresponding update on the 26th will be reduced by 1. Chapter 104, Start Buying at the Bottom. According to Wei Kai Shin, there are many chambers of commerce in Zhejiang City. There are 50 or 60 chambers of commerce with a certain scale. Including some small or individual shops, the number of stores with trading nature in the whole city will not be less than 200. Just like the big cities in the mainland, there are often many standard-sized commercial supermarkets, but there are also many convenience stores. It's just that in the Damo world, the threshold for opening a store to buy and sell monster materials is higher. For example, it requires cultivation, funds, channels, and even backers, so the number of convenience stores is not that large. Some of the chambers of commerce with channels to the sky may even sell materials to other cities thousands of miles away. These chambers of commerce have both acquisition and sales businesses. When the market is not open, they will purchase materials from individual cultivators or some groups that hunt monsters. When the market is open, they will also purchase some goods to fill their inventory. So in theory, there are a large number of monster materials that have not been cleared out in these chambers of commerce. Of course, because they are not first-hand wholesale sources. The prices of monster materials sold by these chambers of commerce are definitely higher than those of the suppliers on the flying boat. However, the flying boat had already been targeted by the Yang family. Now the firepower of the rabbits is not enough to cover Zhejiang City. So it is impossible to talk about monopoly with the Yang family for a while. So we can only settle for the second best and see if we can copy some inventory from these chambers of commerce. According to the normal market economic rules of the Great Mo realm, most of the industries owned by the chambers of commerce are family-run, with low rent and labor costs, so these expenses are rarely transferred to customers. Therefore, the selling prices of various goods in these chambers of commerce will basically not double the purchase and sale prices in the local area. In Zhejiang City, the selling price of the Chamber of Commerce is generally 20%-30% higher than the first-hand supply price. In order to attract customers, some small chambers of commerce adopt the method of small profits but quick turnover, and the price may be even cheaper. Not to mention the discounts that can be enjoyed by purchasing in large quantities. Considering that the premium of the monster's growth this time is definitely higher than the Chamber of Commerce's selling price, the only thing the rabbits have to consider is to compete with the Yang family for speed. After all, the Yang family is not stupid, and will never leave the inventory of so many chambers of commerce in the city without thinking about anything. Countless precedents tell us that capital is not so kind. At most, some chambers of commerce with close relations have less or no leaks. The Yang family's residence is located in the north of Zhejiang City, which is consistent with the information we got from the Wei Mansion. The idea of facing south and back to the north seems to be quite popular in the Great Mo realm. In a hidden corner on the street, Lin Ziming held a map of Zhejiang City that he had obtained as a gift from a certain chamber of commerce and said to everyone, according to the information obtained by Comrade Wu Fan, the earliest flying boat took off from Zhejiang City 3 days ago. And it should be noted that the number of caravans in the market has decreased this time. It takes at least 2 transfer stations to detect this abnormality. The time consumed by the flying boat plus the time for the message to be transmitted back, reconfirmed and to come up with a response, the time when the Yang family officially started to sweep the city should not be earlier than 2 days ago. Affected by the time characteristics of the Great Mo realm, the Great Mo realm has been dark for the past 2 days, and the efficiency of material transportation must be low. After all, even our camp has suffered work losses, and the Yang family cannot maintain too high efficiency. According to the report of another group of scouts who sneak into the vicinity of the Yang family's mansion. In the past period of time, some goods have been delivered to the west side door of the Yang family from time to time. According to the map, There are only two avenues on the west side of the Yang family, which just form a fan shape of more than 80 degrees. If you cross its border, you should not take the avenue of the west gate to return to the Yang mansion. Therefore, through the analysis of the top experts at the base camp finally believes that there should be more chambers of commerce in the east of the city whose inventory has not been cleared. After explaining this, Lin Ziming circled the east side of the map with his index finger. So this time we have to focus on the east area of the city. According to the map, there are about 60 chambers of commerce of various sizes in the east of the city, among which 3 chambers of commerce are the largest: Chuji Chamber of Commerce, Shiji Chamber of Commerce and Yuji Chamber of Commerce. However, Shiji Chamber of Commerce mainly sells beast milk and has almost no monster materials, so it can be excluded first. Director Mu, now it all depends on the performance of the 4 of you trade representatives. You should remember the prices of various major monster materials, right? This bottom fishing operation was a variable that the command had not expected. The rabbits did not make any relevant preparations before leaving, so the bottom fishing task could only be forcibly handed over to Mu Jie and his team. After all, among all the members of the trade group, only the 4 of them have above par business awareness and experience. But it is fortunate that Mu Jie and his team are elites sent by the base camp, with strong adaptability, far beyond the reach of those gold-plated parallel imports. Among them, Mu Jie, as the leader of the trade business, even had a generous debate with a business representative of the Eagle in the Rabbit-Eagle trade talks and was not at all inferior, and finally made the other party speechless. His business ability is still very trustworthy. Facing Lin Ziming's inquiry, the 4 people standing aside looked at each other, and Mu Jie nodded to express his opinion. Perhaps knowing the importance of the burden on his shoulders, Mu Jie's tone was unprecedentedly firm. Colonel Lin, Ziozu and I have memorized the prices of all 96 common monster materials. Please rest assured. Lin Ziming was silent for a while after hearing this, and exhaled a long breath from his nose, and patted Mu Jie's shoulder with a serious expression. Everything is self-evident. Then Lin Ziming confirmed again with the headquarters through electronic equipment, and set the price of monster materials acceptable to the trade group at 35%. Then he said to Mu Jie, Director Mu, Chief of Staff Gu will send several comrades to assist you in bargain hunting and material transportation. Time is running out. Which team will set off first now? In the plan formulated by the base camp, the 4 trade representatives will be divided into 2+2 teams to go bargain hunting, and the translators of the 2 teams will be Wei Niandong and Wu Fan respectively. Previously, because it was not suitable for outsiders to be present when selling ground vein fire, Wei Niandong did not follow the team. He was arranged by Lin Ziming to arrive in Zhejiang City in the same batch as Wang Qiang and others. Not long ago, he sent a message through the device given to him by Lin Ziming, informing him that he was currently on standby at the city gate. Therefore, one of the 2 teams must first return to the city gate to hand over to Wei Niandong, and then go to the east of the city to buy at the bottom. Mu Jie thought for a while and said, Comrade Wu Fan should be in the same team with Officer Zhu first. Officer Zhe is the only female comrade among us, so she won't be bothered to run around again. The 3 officers who came to Zhejiang City with Mu Jie this time were all his old partners, named Zhu Xiaodong, Wang Zhe, and Sun Jiang. Among them, Wang Zhe is the only female, 26 years old this year. Seeing this, Lin Ziming did not object. He looked down at the timer. It has been more than 6 hours since we arrived in Zhejiang City. Let's arrange it this way. Let's act as soon as possible. With Lin Ziming's order, everyone present quickly divided into 3 parts, 2 teams of trade delegation members and accompanying soldiers, plus Lin Ziming and Manning, who had no bottom hunting missions. Afterwards, Zhu Xiaodong, the secretary, took Wu Fan and others to part with the others and boarded a Guanba car heading to the east of the city. Mu Jie took Sun Jiang to the city gate to meet Wei Niandong, while Lin Ziming and his group went straight to the Fangxi trading area in the north of the city. After all, what is needed to buy at the bottom is business literacy. Professionals like Mu Jie are the main force, and laymen like Lin Ziming are just adding to the chaos. Rather than just joining in the fun, it is better to deal with the venue of the Fangxi first. After all, the rabbits have a lot of things to sell. 40 minutes later, Lin Ziming and his group arrived at their destination, outside a closed area covering a large area. The outer edge of this area is surrounded by a fence with a height of more than 4 meters, and the interior is a wide area with many idle low buildings. You can see a large number of people walking around in it at this time. These people are either carrying goods, or carrying boards to decorate the door, and some seem to be counting supplies. If you pay close attention, you can still see people you have met on individual flying boats. At the entrance, Lin Ziming pointed his chin in a certain direction. There was a tall man talking to someone over there. It should be here. The man in front of the right is the leader of a caravan we met outside Linhuan City. He drank with Wei Qiangshen. I remember the scar on his face very clearly. Then he took out a communicator and pressed a few times on it. 5 minutes later, Wei Qiangshen appeared in his field of vision. Colonel Lin, you are finally here. 4,600 averaged. Fuck. These days are all medium and large chapters. There will be another update in the afternoon, so please give me some monthly tickets. I haven't asked for it for several days. If there is an additional update on the new book list, don't forget. Chapter 105 Pre-Opening and Achievements. The name of this area is Ziqiang Market, and it covers an area of about 500,000 square meters in the words of my hometown. In the market, Wei Qiangshen was leading the way and introducing the market to Lin Ziming. There are 2 avenues in both the horizontal and vertical directions of the market. Except for some open-air venues, most of the shops are located on the avenues. The overall structure is somewhat similar to the local word-mouth with a well added to it, so it is quite convenient for traffic. Lin Ziming listened quietly, and did not tell Wei Qiangshen that China actually has a Chinese character called. Doing so would have no meaning other than embarrassing the other party. Then he asked, Brother Qiangshen, have we unloaded all our goods? Wei Qiangshen took out a list from his waist. The list was written in a mixture of Damo language and Chinese. At this time, you can clearly see that there is a check mark behind each item on the list. Chief of Staff who left 15 soldiers from his hometown to assist in unloading. At present, all the goods have been unloaded and transported to the market. However, the local goods and the goods of the Wei Mansion are separated. After all, your happy bars are a bit special. Lin Ziming smiled. I understand. After all, it is a detonating talisman in the physical sense. Then Wei Qiangshen motioned him to turn a corner and continued, the rent of shops in Ziqiangfang City varies according to their locations. The best shops at the entrance have been signed by several families in the Jiandin realm. Because Uncle Chang died in the beast tide not long ago, the location of the shop we were assigned this time is not as good as in previous years, and it will be relatively remote. The Uncle Chang mentioned by Wei Qiangshen is the old man in green who died in the beast tide. After he killed a 2nd-level perfect giant snake with all his strength, he was besieged by monsters and eventually died. After the death of Wei Chang, an 8th-level foundation building cultivator, there are only 2 foundation building combat forces left in the Wei Mansion. Among them, the most powerful Wei Lao Patriarch is only at the 4th level of foundation building, and he also broke a part of his arm. With his vitality seriously injured, he may only be able to exert the combat power of the 2nd level of foundation building. Therefore, the treatment of the Wei Mansion caravan is much worse now. Although the Yang family did not explicitly stipulate what position a family should occupy, the Damo realm is a place where only the big fist can speak with confidence. As a family of the 4th level of the foundation building period, who would be willing to compete with a family of the 8th or 9th level of the foundation building period, unless it is necessary? However, Wei Qiangshen's words were mainly to describe the situation, and he did not mean to blame the rabbits. After all, the rabbits did not know the origin of Chixin City at all before. From the perspective of the possible existence of Chinese people, it was very moral to be willing to take action when the city was broken. The living environment in the Damo realm is much worse than that in the mainland, so almost all the cultivators in the Wei Mansion understand the above reason. After all, bloodline is actually just like that in the Damo realm. For the sake of interests, such as spiritual stone veins or treasures, sons take the lead in attacking their mother city, or branches are in trouble while the main branch eats melon seeds and watches the show. These things will happen almost every once in a while. Therefore, the cultivators in the Wei Mansion occasionally sighed that if Wei Chang could hold on for a while longer and escape into the city, he might still be able to survive. Apart from this, they did not have any resentment towards the rabbits. After all, the beast tide was not caused by the rabbits. Then the two walked and walked until they came to a street far back. The street was about 300 or 400 meters long, and a group of people were busy in front of the last few houses. Lin Ziming saw Wen Qiang and Man Ying chewing apples on the side. Just as he was about to go over to say hello, A figure quickly rushed in front of him. "Hello, Principal Lin." Lin Ziming looked at Wei Zixi in front of him helplessly, and his head hurt a little. Although Wei Zixi's Chinese level has improved a lot compared to when they first met, this is not about Chinese level at all, okay? I don't know if it's the atmosphere of the Great Mo world or what. This girl who was extremely gentle when they first met has suddenly become more and more enthusiastic recently. She would come to him almost whenever she was free, but Lin Ziming had to go to Qi County City to deal with Shi Zhehong or Wei Fan due to his job, and he couldn't avoid it. I can't tell the organization that a girl likes me and ask for someone else to take over my job, right? Originally, Lin Ziming thought that he could spend a few days of peace and quiet during this caravan trip, but who would have thought that this girl would actually join the caravan? And the reason for joining in was particularly fair and square. This girl has a very high talent for alchemy, and is trained as the next generation of alchemy pillars in the Wei Mansion. This time she came to Ziqiang City to see all kinds of elixirs and see if she can communicate with some masters. After all, the Ziqiang market is only opened every 3 or 4 years, which is very helpful for broadening horizons. The Wei Mansion took this opportunity to open the eyes of the younger generation. Wei Zixi successfully joined the caravan, and Wei Niandong did not need to consider being threatened by Wei Zixi. So, a world that only Lin Ziming had a headache appeared. Although this girl has a standard long black straight hair, a height of more than 172, long straight and white legs, a good figure and a beautiful appearance, she looks like a fairy in an ancient gauze skirt. But for some reason, Lin Ziming was a little scared when he saw her. Damn it, I am not a fencing party. Fortunately, Wei Qiangsheng helped him out in the end. Zixi, Colonel Lin has something important to do, don't get in his way here, Tisk, I just love him, so what? Wei Zixi muttered something that no one could hear clearly, and finally ran to play with Wen Qiang obediently. After all, Wei Qiangsheng is not Wei Fan. The 5th house where Wei Zixi is located has always been the closest to the main vein. Perhaps it is because of certain concepts that have been instilled in him since childhood. Wei Zixi has always felt that Wei Qiangsheng, the boss of the 3rd house who is in charge of the money bag, is like a sinister profiteer, so she is not so close to him. After Wei Zixi left, Lin Ziming wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and said to Wei Qiangsheng, "Brother Qiangsheng, let's go and see the store." Wei Qiangsheng rolled up his sleeves and stretched out his left hand. "Please." Then the two of them walked forward a few steps, stepped over the threshold, and entered the store that belonged to them in this market. After entering the shop, Wei Qiangsheng stretched out his hand and swept the air, and said, "Colonel Lin, the commercial area of this room is more than 200 square meters, which should be enough for displaying and selling local supplies. There is a warehouse in the back that can fully accommodate your supplies. The daily rent of the whole shop is 5 spirit stones." Lin Ziming took a quick look. The shop was made entirely of wood and looked antique. It looked a bit like the medicine shop of Zila'il in the miraculous Dr. Zila'il. After scanning the area, he showed a satisfied look on his face. "Brother Qiangsheng, what about your store?" Wei Qiangsheng pointed to the next door and said, "It's the one next door, but since we brought a lot of monster materials this time, the area of the store will be slightly larger, about 500 square meters." Then Wei Qiangsheng suddenly thought of something and continued, "By the way, Colonel Lin, turn right and go straight for more than 300 meters after leaving the store. There is an open space there. It is a special training ground for detonating talismans or sword key talismans. There are reinforced formations engraved around it. If anyone wants to know about your happy sticks, you can take people there to demonstrate it." After listening, Lin Ziming bowed to him. "Thank you, Brother Qiangsheng, for telling me." The Wei Mansion caravan had many matters that Wei Qiangsheng needed to be responsible for, so Lin Li did not deliberately keep him. After briefly understanding the information about the store, Wei Qiangsheng said goodbye and left. After seeing Wei Qiangsheng off, Lin Ziming met up with Manning and others. Since the relevant shops were organized by the accompanying soldiers and the servants of the Wei Mansion, everyone chatted on the spot, occasionally contacting the headquarters to confirm that the equipment communication was normal. After about 4 or 5 hours, the shops were gradually organized, and some goods were gradually put on the shelves. At the same time, the dedicated communicator of the trade group in Lin Ziming's pocket also vibrated. Previously, considering that Mu Jie and others might be negotiating with others in the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Ziming had not taken the initiative to contact the other party. Calling during a meeting is a big taboo everywhere. What a great harvest, Colonel Lin. As soon as the voice was connected, Mu Ge's voice rang out. This rabbit with extensive experience in international trade seemed very excited at this time. More than 61,000 spirit stones, except for the 1,000 spirit stones reserved for backup. We bought all of them as monster materials, and the average premium rate is only 17%. In the field of cultivation in the Great Mo realm, the term monster materials covers a lot of things: bones such as the head and feet of monsters, hair outside the body that can be used to refine talisman pens, some monsters' unique horns, and various scales, etc. Except for hair, the average price of most ordinary monster materials is about 1 caddy per spirit stone. After all, most monsters are below the middle stage of the first order or even have not entered the order. As for monster materials above the middle stage of the first order, they have already deviated from the nature of ordinary monster materials, and the price fluctuates greatly. The Wei Mansion brought 20 tons of supplies this time. Excluding the special products of Qi County cities such as the 7-colored vine, the weight of monster materials is about 10 tons, which is about 20,000 caddies. Of course, in previous years, the amount of goods in the Wei Mansion was definitely not as much as this time. It was good to have a quarter of this time. After all, the beast tide was completely wiped out by the rabbits without any injuries. This was clearly stated in the conversation between Lin Ziming and Wei Qianxin about the Chamber of Commerce when they got off the flying boat. Our two teams have traded with a total of 14 chambers of commerce. To be on the safe side, the quantity of materials we bought from each chamber of commerce was not large, but the total was enough to spend the spirit stones. Because of the medium transaction volume, all the Chamber of Commerce shopkeepers did not notice anything unusual and gave us different discounts. After listening to Mu Ge's report, Lin Ziming continued to ask, "Director Mu, did you leave the little things specially prepared by the base camp for those shops?" "Don't worry, I handed those little gadgets to the shopkeepers personally." Colonel Lin, now the members of our trade group have completed their tasks and request to return to the team with the goods. Lin Ziming exhaled heavily and said solemnly, "Welcome back, Comrade Mu Jack. Note, if you have time, you can check in the chapter statement in the title. There is a task for activity. I just saw an incomprehensible comment. There are 40 or 50 chambers of commerce that can consume the goods of the Wei Mansion in previous years without any pressure. There are a total of 300 or 400 chambers of commerce in the city, and the biggest boss Zibeoxun did not show up. The rabbits sold a total of 3 small and medium-sized chambers of commerce earth vein fire. As a result, there was a comment saying that the rabbits offended the whole city by selling fire, and then they would be surrounded by the whole city and then a massacre would break out. From this, it can be concluded that this book is broken? I have a black question mark on my face. Chapter 106, The Opening of the Market and the Skyrocketing Price of Materials. When Mu Jie and others arrived at Ziqiang Market with a batch of goods, Lin Ziming and others had been waiting there for a long time. "Colonel Lin, I am glad to have fulfilled my mission." Mu Jie walked up to Lin Ziming. As a person in the functional department, he did not care whether it was appropriate or not. He saluted Lin Ziming, which showed his excitement at this time. Being in another world, there were not so many restrictions, so Lin Ziming also smiled and returned the salute, and then patted Mu Ge's shoulder hard. "Director Mu, you have made a great contribution this time." Mu Jie raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth, and his words were still humble. "It's good to be able to help the organization." "Colonel Lin, I won't hide it from you. I was so nervous all the way. There is no way. The nature of these tens of thousands of spirit stones is really too extraordinary." As the director of the 2nd Division of the International Economic and Trade Department of the Ministry of Commerce, Mu Ge's business in the local area is basically major projects starting at 11 digits. For example, the quotation of some large-scale foreign projects, or the buying and selling of some 10,000-ton resources, etc. For the rest, let alone 9-digit projects, even 10-digit projects were not very attractive to him. And more than 60,000 spirit stones were converted into Chinese currency, which was only about 300 million yuan. Logically, it should not cause much fluctuation in Mu Ge's mentality. However, as he said, the nature of this batch of spirit stones was too critical. Every percentage point of the bottom hunting task could become a huge number after the premium, and it could be magnified thousands of times or even more in the future. You never know when you will miss 1,000 spirit stones when buying something just because you didn't press 1 or 2 points. In the end, it is entirely possible that a battle with amazing investment or a research will end in failure. So it is not surprising that Mu Je behaved like this at this time. Then Lin Ziming nodded to several other members of the trade group one by one, and after saying hello, everyone returned to the store with a pile of goods. After entering the store, Mu Je was truly relieved. He took out a stack of receipts from his clothes and handed them to Lin Ziming, explaining, "Colonel Lin, this is a settlement certificate issued by several chambers of commerce. The premium rate of the monster materials we bought this time is 17%, which is 2.34 spirit stones per kilogram. About 60,000 spirit stones bought almost 25 tons of materials. According to the instructions from the base camp, the materials we bought are mainly monster bones and scales. A reinforced lizard truck used to transport goods in Zhejiang City has a load capacity of about 3 to 5 tons, and 25 tons of materials only need about 6 trucks. In addition, we bought them in multiple trips, so we would not be very conspicuous in terms of the target. We met a team of rice merchants on the road, and their team had nearly 20 vehicles." Lin Ziming nodded and took the receipt from the pastor. 30 tons of supplies are common in Zhejiang City. After all, Zhejiang City itself is a huge trade center. To be honest, it is not difficult to pretend to be an ordinary team before being targeted. After learning about the goods, Lin Ziming waved his hand to call a servant assigned to the trade group by the Wei mansion, and asked him to take Mu Je and others to the sleeping quarters arranged by the market to rest. After everyone left, Lin Ziming contacted the headquarters again about the current situation, and then he was busy with the placement of the goods. About 3 or 4 hours later, Wei Qiangsheng appeared at the door of the store. "Colonel Lin, I just received a notice that the chief shopkeeper of Zhejiang is here to check the situation of the store. It is estimated that the market will open in half an hour." Lin Ziming's face was shocked. "It's finally here. How much premium can the monster materials be sold at this time?" "There will be a result in 1 to 2 hours after the market opens." Then Lin Ziming thought of something and asked Wei Qiangsheng, "Master Wei, I forgot to ask you just now. Did you notice that the supplies of several caravans were taken away this time?" Hearing this, Wei Qiangsheng looked around vigilantly, leaned close to Lin Ziming, and said in a low voice, "Colonel Lin, I carefully identified once. The people you met pretending to be talisman suppliers before were actually Zhejiang, that is, the small managers of the Yang family. They started to purchase monster materials from the time of unloading, and they received them until the caravan arrived at Zhejiang market. I estimate that at least 1/3 of the caravans had their monster materials taken away by them. After all, their reasons seemed normal. For the remaining caravans that did not sell materials, some thought the price was too low and wanted to sell at a higher price, some were because the Yang family did not have a suitable contact opportunity, and some were because the caravan leaders had realized something. So the 5,000 spirit stones you left earlier were not all spent. I only received more than 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones of monster materials in total. It has bones, skin, scales and hair. It has just been handed over to Chief of Staff Gu Junming." Lin Ziming listened to this calmly and thanked Wei Qiangsheng. He did not feel disappointed or regretful. With such a large caravan base, there will always be some people who can think of something through the details. Perhaps those indigenous leaders who have not systematically learned the complete economic concept are far less sensitive than the rabbits in business sense. But as the saying goes, the natives are not all natives. It is normal for a few smart people to appear in nearly 200 caravans. Just like in the ancient period of China, when a systematic economic discipline had not yet been formed, there were many famous businessmen, right? Family, Lu Buwei, Bai Ji Yui, Widow Qing, etc., but their number and density were not as high as those in modern times. So it is actually quite normal for a few people to realize the price increase. What really reflects the difference between the rabbits and the natives is a series of operations such as establishing accurate models and formulating detailed and effective bottom-picking plans after judging that the materials will increase in price. These operations are not something that can be done by waving tortoise shells. This is the gap between the times. In short, it was already very good that Wei Qiangsheng could collect more than 2,000 spiritual stones of goods. You know, this is a first-hand resource without a premium. I also wonder what the expressions of those caravans who thought they had taken a convenient car would be in a few hours. After all, these caravans have other specialties and other items to sell. They will not leave Zhejiang City at the first time. They will definitely witness what a stupid thing they have done. Some of them who are not strong enough psychologically will probably collapse on the ground and shout, "Let's have 3 or 5 bottles." On the contrary, Those caravans who hope to sell at a higher price may be able to gain a lot of extra money this time because of their greed. This is the cruelty of them all. A quarter of an hour later, an old man in a purple robe came to the door of the shop slowly with a group of followers. This is the head shopkeeper of Zabaoxuan, named Yang Bali, from the direct line of the Yang family, the uncle of the current head of the Yang family, and the cultivation level. The 8th level of foundation building. Hearing Wei Qiangsheng's introduction, Lin Ziming's breathing stagnated slightly. A big shopkeeper of a chamber of commerce, whose cultivation is comparable to Wei Cheng, the strongest fighter in Chixin City, shows how deep the foundation of the Yang family is. Not to mention that compared with Wei Cheng, Yang Bali, as the shopkeeper of Zabaoxuan, must have too many cards in his hand to count. Maybe even his underwear is a magic weapon? He is a real Krypton gold level cultivator. If the two sides fight for their lives, 5 Wei Chengs may not be able to defeat each other. Seeing Yang Bali stop at the door of the shop, Wei Qiangsheng hurriedly stepped forward and saluted him. Although Wei Qiangsheng's cultivation is only the 7th level of key training. But it was mentioned before that because Wei Qiangsheng has a strong business talent, he signed a long-term supply agreement with Zabaoxuan with the help of the 7-color vine, unique to Chixin City. At the same time, he also got a preferential purchase price that only the family in the Jinden realm can enjoy. So in Yang Boli's heart, Wei Qiangsheng still has some sense of existence, unlike a passerby without a name such as several patrol members whose names are still unknown. After a brief conversation with Wei Qiangsheng, Yang Bali looked at Lin Ziming with great curiosity. With his cultivation level, he could tell that Lin Ziming was a rookie who had not even reached the 1st level of key training. But it was such a low-level cultivator who was faintly respected as the master by Wei Qiangsheng, which was somewhat interesting. However, this curiosity only flashed in his mind. After all, the Wei family was just a supplier with some potential, and it was not worth his serious attention. He casually looked up and glanced at the sign of Taozu Chamber of Commerce outside the shop, and stared at the weird family emblem with a round face and 2 long ears on the head next to the sign. Yang Bali waved his sleeves and walked towards the next shop. After 2/4 of an hour, a loud gong and drum sounded. The market officially opened for business. The little finger was accidentally paralyzed by the electric mosquito swatter, and it was so sour. Send the group number again. There are more than 500 people. 1,014,590,779. Chapter 107, The Opening of the Market and the Skyrocketing Price of Materials. How much is this dress? 35 copper coins each. Very cheap. Buy one. Beautiful lady. On the display stand outside the store, Wang Qiang held a translator in her hand and said to the thin woman in front of her with great interest, 87 style all-cotton military coat, durable and washable. You can rest assured. The thin woman looked to be in her 30s, and a talisman hanging around her waist indicated that she was a cultivator. However, from this person's ordinary clothes, slightly rough palms and the broken corners on the talisman, it can be seen that the living conditions of this cultivator are probably not very good. If nothing unexpected happens, she is likely to be a member of a branch of a small family with 4 or even 5 spiritual roots, and her cultivation will never exceed the 3rd level of key training. And this happens to be one of the target customers of the rabbits. Although the thin woman was a little curious about the box in Wang Qiang's hand that could speak the Great Mo language, she was at least a native cultivator of Ziqiang City. In the market in previous years, there have been many beast speakers, not to mention a small magic weapon that can relay the Great Mo language. Therefore, compared with the exploration of the translator, the thin girl was obviously more concerned about the price of the cotton-padded jacket. She deliberately frowned and said pickily, "Little girl, can it be cheaper? It's just one piece of clothing, and it's so expensive. Look how tacky this green is, it works." As an older single woman who has to do everything by herself for a long time, how can Wang Qiang not see that the other party is already moved at this time? She raised a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth and said, "Beauty, our cotton-padded jacket uses the top-notch JoJo cotton. It's okay for people who don't know the goods. Wear it for 1 or 2 years without any pressure. If you want the same clothes, don't go to other places to ask. Just go to the 2 clothing stores across the street and take a look. The cheapest one starts at 60 copper coins." The woman heard this and showed a hint of entanglement in her eyes. Although she didn't know what JoJo cotton meant, her years of life experience of being thrifty told her that the quality of this dress was indeed very good. And what the girl said was right. Such clothes in other stores also cost 60 copper coins at the bottom. But the price can be lower after all. Just as the two were bargaining, a rough-faced man hurried over. It seemed that he had more acne scars on his face than King Ning. He muttered from a distance, "Little girl, do you still have those 33-4 clothes? Give me 2 more sets." "Yes, yes." Wang Qian quickly took out 2 sets of clothes wrapped in plastic film from behind her and handed them to the rough-faced man. "Thank you for 70 copper coins." After taking the money from the rough-faced man, Wang Qian turned to the thin woman and asked, "Beauty, do you want more?" "This is the only 2x1 left." Seeing this, the thin woman no longer hesitated and took out a string of copper coins from her pocket. "Give me 1. Remember to make it solid." Wang Qian tossed the copper coins in his hand twice and smiled. "Don't worry, it's made in China and the quality is guaranteed to be reliable." In the store, Ma Ning looked at the scene in front of the stall and said to Lin Ziming happily, "Colonel Lin, Comrade Xiao Wang seems to be in a very good mood." Lin Ziming took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Maybe I've been in the laboratory for too long. It's rare to see such a gathering, and it's in an ancient style. It's understandable that I'm a little excited. Anyway, she is willing to help us look after the stall outside, so we are happy to have some free time." More than an hour ago, Zhejiang Market officially opened for business. Although the sellers in Zhejiang Market are all composed of cultivator families, the buyers cover all groups from high-level cultivators to ordinary people. After all, not everything in the market is high-end. Stores opened by top chambers of commerce like Zabeoksuan must have a certain entry threshold, either requiring cultivation or spiritual stones. But in other stores opened by ordinary foundation building families, there are often many items that ordinary people can buy. In the final analysis, it is because the income of ordinary people in Zhejiang City is not low. Those civilians with official household registration in Zhejiang City can be said to have almost the same economic ability as cultivators below the 3rd level of key training in small cities, and sometimes even stronger. Therefore, the total purchasing power of this group is actually quite considerable. In addition, some key training families near Zhejiang City will also participate in this market. They do not need to spend spiritual stones to take the flying boat, but only need to bear the daily rent of the market. The rent of some remote areas or open-air areas at the end is only 1 or 2 spiritual stones per day. The target group of this family business is ordinary people who use copper coins, because a large number of copper coins can also be exchanged for spiritual stones. Perhaps some people do not understand this exchange rule. In fact, copper coins are also a kind of metal. They are quite common in the refining of magic tools. If there is demand on the smelting end, they naturally have monetary value. The spiritual energy contained in a low-grade spiritual stone is just like that. The maximum number of spiritual particles that can be absorbed is no more than 6.4%, so it is not difficult to understand that copper coins can be exchanged for spiritual stones. So for the copper coins in the hands of these civilians or low-end practitioners, those key training families often sell cheap talismans that can really cure some minor illnesses, pills that are not of good quality, various clothes and foods, etc. Lin Ziming and others even saw a family famous for its puppet technology, which launched a highly realistic puppet doll for single people among the civilians, and the price was only more than 300 copper coins. At that time, Lin Ziming asked about it by saying that he had a friend, and the other party actually told him that he could make a 2-dimensional type, such as Yukanashida Yukino or Shinomaya Kaguya. If you have a unique taste, the landlord and the part-time job Demon King is not impossible. Good guy, if this technology is put in the local area, it will be a big deal? Ahem, let's return to the market. The location where the rabbits are located is relatively remote, and it is a well-known low-end family resident area. In previous years, some cheap items were often sold. Some more experienced civilians went straight to these areas after entering the market, so the first thing the rabbits opened up was a small number of cotton coats. However, the market was open for half an hour, that is, 1 hour later. Don't blame me for overstating the word count. There are many readers who don't know the difference between the two. I'm surprised. Lin Ziming and others noticed that the atmosphere around them had changed slightly. Some people who looked like clerks gradually appeared on this relatively remote street, and they went into the shops one by one to ask if they sold monster materials. Teozu Chamber of Commerce was no exception, and several clerks broke in one after another. One of them even offered a price that was 30% higher. You know, this is a wholesale market. After a 30% premium on the wholesale price, it is even 5 to 7 points higher than the retail price of the Chamber of Commerce. However, under the command of the base camp, Lin Ziming and others were not moved at all. They politely declined the other party's offer, and also stopped Wei Qiangsheng from planning to sell monster materials, and then served tea to see him off. Then, after another quarter of an hour, many hurried servants began to appear on the street. Most of these servants were spies arranged by other shops to collect intelligence, and they would generally come back to report the news once in a while. With the return of these spies, the atmosphere on the entire street became tense in a very short time. From time to time, some people can be seen hurriedly walking out, moving the monster materials on the display stand at the door of the shop into the shop one after another. Except for mortals and low-level monks who have no demand for monster materials, only girls like Wen Qiang who are obsessed with selling goods have not noticed this atmosphere. Just about 10 minutes ago, a small family station 20 to 30 meters away from the Taozu Chamber of Commerce suddenly erupted with a loud noise. The leader of the caravan went crazy on the spot after hearing some news. If it weren't for the monks on duty in the market, the man would probably have died on the spot. Lin Ziming and his friends asked around and found out. It turned out that this person sold all the monster materials after the flying boat landed, and even generously gave the other party a discount, saying that this time I won't bring back the unsold goods to the owner's house. How happy he was at the beginning, how miserable he is crying now. It was like a dark cloud visible to the naked eye, slowly covering the sky above the market. Only Lin Ziming and his men were still in the mood to crack Zhanglin brand melon seeds and watch the show. For a period of time afterwards, soldiers sent by Gu Zhongming kept coming in and out of the shop. Report: the price of monster materials has risen to 2.7 spirit stones per kilogram, an increase of 35%. The price of monster materials has increased to 43%. The price of monster materials has exceeded 50%. The last person who rushed into the store was Mu Jack, who couldn't help but run to the dormitory to get information, with her hair soaked with sweat and drooping tightly on her forehead. Colonel Lin, the latest quotation: the price of monster materials has increased by 75%. It was agreed that there would be 9 updates on the 26th, and now I only have 600 words in my manuscript. Well, 600, not 6,000. I'm ready to work hard. A keyboard, a handsome guy, 7 nights, a miracle. I am so excited. In 18 days, the average first order has doubled. Oh my god. How many more chapters will I have to add? Please give me some monthly tickets, everyone. Please encourage me with monthly tickets and give me the motivation to write. Chapter 108, got rich, but not completely rich. Gurgle gurgle. In Taozu Chamber of Commerce, Muj drank a large glass of water in one breath. Then he put down the water cup and adjusted his breathing, and said to Lin Ziming and others, Colonel Lin, according to the latest news we have received, the price increase of monster materials this time is likely to reach more than 90%. Lin Ziming handed him a towel and asked, no way, doubled? Didn't we estimate that the price increase of monster materials would be more than 70%? Mu Jie wiped her messy hair and explained, Colonel Lin, according to our previous estimate, the 70% premium should be in line with market rules. But according to our latest news, the battle situation in Yaok this year is very tragic, and a large amount of finished material support is urgently needed. So when the market opened this time, many medium and large chambers of commerce from other places also came to Zhejiang market to purchase materials, and there were even chambers of commerce that were larger than Zabaoxuan. It is said that this batch of chambers of commerce arrived more than an hour ago through a cross-city teleportation array. Judging from the order of arrival, I think the Yang family should have deliberately set a time limit for the arrival of these chambers of commerce. In short, as the number of buyers increases, the price will naturally rise. Moning on the side noticed a word. Director Mu, you seem to have mentioned the teleportation array. Mu nodded and affirmed, yes, it is the teleportation array, but we currently have too little information, and Wei Qiangsheng doesn't know much about this. Now we can only confirm that the location of the teleportation array is in the city center, and the price is extremely expensive. Those large chambers of commerce may be able to get a relatively cheaper negotiated price. Hearing this, Moning shook his head in disappointment and returned to his seat. Although Lin Ziming was also very curious about the teleportation array, Mu Jie meant that there was no information about the teleportation array at all, so he said, we'll talk about the teleportation array when we have a chance. After all, we can't come up with anything now. As for Yaok, it is the important pass where there are 100% Yuanying cultivators stationed, right? It is also the junction of Damo realm and Demon realm. After he said this, he tried to recall the information about Yaok, and suddenly frowned. No, the more tragic the battle at Yaok, the more monster materials will be obtained after the war. Wouldn't it be better to directly transport the monster corpses back for processing? Yaok, the rabbits first came into contact with this word in Wei Siming's handwritten letter. At that time, Wei Siming briefly introduced that Yaok was the strongest defense line set up by the monks of Damo realm after the collision between Damo realm and Demon realm. In nature, Yaok is the most forward defense center of Damo realm and the most important fortress. Once Yaok is breached, the consequences can be referred to the Tartars who entered the pass that year. It is also because of this. There are many nascent soul cultivators stationed in Yaok all year round, and the number of giant and cultivators stationed in the city exceeds 4 digits, and the number of foundation building cultivators is even more than 10,000. These cultivators stationed in Yaok come from various cities in the Great Mo realm. Generally speaking, for every 3 foundation building cultivators born in a city, 1 person needs to be assigned to Yaok to guard the city, and they can only return after several years or even decades. The gathering of such cultivators is generally responsible for the strongest city within 1,000 miles. For example, the foundation building cultivators in Chixin City are recruited and dispatched by Zhejiang City. Some cultivators are practitioners from all over the Great Mo realm, and they go to Yaok in the form of a mercenary team. These practitioners are relatively free in their actions, and they obtain military merits by killing monsters to exchange for resources, such as Wei Siming at the time. Wei Siming had made many military achievements when he was in Yaok, and he used some of his military merits to exchange for an imperial decree, which allowed Chixin City to not draw foundation building combat forces to guard Yaok for more than 100 years. It is precisely because of this decree that Chixin City has been able to invest all its foundation building combat power into the development of the city over the past 100 years and resists wave after wave of beast tides. In short, Yaok is the frontier of the Great Mo realm, and most of the cultivators above the foundation building stage will have to go to Yaok once in their lifetime. Now that the spiritual energy of the 2 realms is becoming increasingly thin, if there is a place that is most likely to have the Great Mo realm's god-transforming old monster, it must be Yaok. Logically speaking, such a defense line where large-scale battles break out almost all year round should not lack monster corpses. Even if the front line needs a lot of material support, it only needs to transport the monster corpses after the war back to the rear for processing. You shouldn't go to a place like Zhejiang Market to purchase materials. Although Zhejiang City is the absolute center within a radius of 1,000 miles, Yaok is located on the frontier, and the distance between the two is still very, very far. If it is said that Yaok lacks cultivator combat power, it is understandable, but the lack of monster material seems a bit weird. Facing Lin Ziming's question, Mu Jie shook his head helplessly. Because we haven't developed the intelligence network in the Great Mo realm, it's difficult for us to get any more in-depth details at present. We just vaguely heard that it is related to some changes in the demon world, intelligence network. This matter should indeed be mentioned to the base camp. Lin Ziming touched his chin, pretended to think for a while and found that he couldn't figure out anything, so he simply waved his hand. Then don't explore the reason first. In short, price increase is a good thing. Make money first and then talk about other things. Then he contacted the headquarters and passed the news that the price of monster materials had increased by 75%. 5 minutes later, the headquarters sent instructions, hold monster materials and continue to wait. Another quarter of an hour passed. Lin Ziming and others noticed that some of the caravans around that had stored monster materials were impatient and gradually began to ship out. At the same time, Lin Ziming received a string of mysterious codes. 5 minutes later, in the cracks of doors, corners or walls of shops in Fangxi, hundreds of ultra-micro cameras or eavesdropping devices were activated by codes and began to work. These devices were quietly placed by special forces soldiers when they entered the store's customers. They were no bigger than a coin, and there were 3 in each store on average. The smallest camera on the market was 1.5 centimeters, and the military ones that were not for sale could reach 2 millimeters. I wanted to send them to you in my Easter egg chapter, but they didn't pass the review. These cameras do not emit spiritual energy, and there is no obstacle to information transmission in the absence of radio silence. The only problem is that the battery life may be a bit short, and it must be used at the critical moment. Hundreds of images were recorded and transmitted to the Teosu Chamber of Commerce in real time, and then sent back to the base camp thousands of miles away via long waves. With the help of language analysis templates and Wei Yaoqiu, the content of these images was quickly translated into the Chinese language with distinct meanings. Then, with the assistance of dozens of top business scientists and high-precision business models, the trade dynamics of the entire Fangxi were accurately grasped by the rabbits. For example, the shipment volume, currency transaction volume, and the movements of the caravan after leaving the store at each time. Some eavesdroppers in better locations even recorded the voice of the caravan leader asking about the inventory. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the price of monster materials increased by 85%. The headquarters remained indifferent. 20 minutes later, the price of monster materials increased by more than 90%, reaching 93%. The headquarters issued instructions: when the price of monster materials increases to 95%, that is, around 3.9 spirit stones per kilogram, take out 2 tons, that is, 1/10 of the inventory, to test the water first. After all, the current increase has exceeded 90%, and it is still somewhat risky to keep the full warehouse. It is the safest way to release some volume appropriately. It can even slightly adjust the market sentiment. In many cases, market sentiment will directly affect the value of items. The rabbits who have been abused thousands of times by shares are familiar with trading. Then Mu Jie and others moved a box of goods from the warehouse. Inside was the relatively cheap monster spine. The most numerous monsters are the scaled giant snakes, so the spine is a material with a large quantity and a relatively low price. This box of spine weighs about 2.4 tons, or 2,400 kilograms. After the goods were moved outside the stall, Wu Fan, the tool man, was sent out to shout, "Clearing out the stock, clearing out the stock." The last box of monster materials, 3.9 spirit stones per kilogram, leave when they are sold out, leave when they are sold out. When the chief clerks on the road heard this, they instantly became like LSPs who saw the blue and white bowl. They rushed to the entrance of Teosu Chamber of Commerce frantically. In the Wei Mansion caravan next door, Wei Qiangsheng also decisively instructed his followers, "We also take out some monster materials to sell. Remember to take the cheapest spine," and unanimously say that this is the last box. A moment later, the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce was crowded with chief clerks waving spirit stone bags. So, under the 95% premium condition, the rabbits made a fortune. However, due to the limited number of items sold, the rabbits have not yet made a complete fortune. Considering that I worked until 5 in the morning, please give me some monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. I'm really rich now. Little girl, do you have any more monster materials? Any part will do. Sorry, uncle, you're late. That was really our last box of materials. There were only about 2,000 kilograms in total, and it was sold out in a short while. Well, okay. After sending away an elderly clerk with a disappointed look on his face, Wang Qiang patted her chest with some fear. My God, these clerks are too crazy. Wu Fan, who was standing by, took out a cotton coat from behind and put it on the stall. It was clearly written with XXL, and said, "I guess these people have acquisition tasks. If they don't get much goods, they will be fined or have their bonuses deducted. When I was in school, the dog next door had diarrhea, and the battle for salt in the supermarket was even bigger than this." Wang Qiang didn't respond, but hummed a little song. It can be seen that this girl is in a good mood because of the large amount of spiritual stones she has received. Not long ago, the first batch of more than 2 tons of monster materials that the rabbits put out was swept away by many clerks in just 10 minutes. The final average price even reached 4 spirit stones per kilogram, which was a little higher than the original 3.9 spirit stones per kilogram. Although 0.1 seems to be a lot, it is close to 5% premium. More than 2,000 kilograms of materials are equivalent to more than 200 spirit stones. A little more can buy a puppet doll of a paper wife. When Mu Jie and his team purchased monster materials, the average price they spent was 2.34 spirit stones per kilogram. Compared with the wholesale price of 2 spirit stones per kilogram, The total premium of these 25 tons of goods is exactly 8,500 spirit stones. Now these 2 tons of materials have brought the rabbits a net profit of more than 3,600 spirit stones. Selling more than 2 tons can offset the premium of more than 8,000. Then Wang Qiang thought of something and nudged Wu Fan with her elbow. Hey, Wu Fan, when are you free to go to other chambers of commerce with me? Wu Fan couldn't help but have a question mark on his face. What to see? Pick up a bargain. I tell you, I have always believed that you have the aura of a protagonist. A ray of white light special effects unique to famous detectives flashed across Wang Qiang's lens quickly, and she said blabbera, under normal circumstances, you are definitely the protagonist of a novel. If you hadn't been discovered by Comrade Xiao Yi and the others, you might have tried to pass through the light gate with your mobile phone first. After finding that you couldn't take pictures, you hesitated for 2 days and finally chose to buy some exploration equipment online and came to the Damo realm. Later, you encountered the beast tide and fled with a large army. The letter from Wei Siming might have been for you, and finally the space bag of the Wei mansion fell into your hands. Then on the way to escape, you met Huizai Amo, who gathered a group of people with carrots and potatoes, and occupied the spiritual stone veins as a foundation, became a trader in the 2 realms, and then came to Zhejiang City. By the way, didn't the patriarch of the Yang family just have a little daughter? Maybe. Ouch! Wang Qiang covered her head and looked back, only to see Lin Ziming shaking an uncovered ballpoint pen in his hand and showing her an expression of not caring about anything. I was talking to the headquarters. Your voice was too loud and Captain Lin heard it. He asked me to take action, so don't look for me if you want revenge. Wang Qiang, after joking, Lin Ziming's expression became serious and he said to everyone, by the way, everyone get ready, we will be ready to clear the warehouse in a while. Speaking of clearing the warehouse, Wang Qiang didn't care about covering her head at the moment. She stared and asked, Colonel Lin, are we going to clear the warehouse so soon? Lin Ziming nodded and motioned for everyone to move closer to him. According to the monitoring situation of our many equipment, the number of transactions in front of the market in recent times, that is, the street where the giant in Realm family is located, has been obviously decreasing. At the same time, our scouts who stayed outside Yang's house also received news that a large amount of materials were gradually being transported out of the side door of Yang's house. So the headquarters came to a conclusion, the monster materials have reached a peak period, and Yang's house is taking this opportunity to ship them out. Once Yang's house has finished shipping, it is likely to work with Tingayan Pavilion to customize the transaction price and directly intervene in the market. At that time, the monster materials may fall back to a large extent, and even the possibility of forced buying and selling cannot be ruled out. Because the buyer is Tingayan Pavilion, not Zabeoksun, Zabeoksun can completely stay out of it. Tingayan Pavilion mentioned by Lin Ziming is one of the many foreign chambers of commerce this time, and it is also the most powerful one among them. It is said that the network behind it even radiates to a certain Yuanying ancestor in Yaok. The scope of trade is very wide, and it can be called a giant. In this market trade, Tingayan Pavilion and Zabeoksun can be said to be the largest buyers and sellers. Faced with the overall skyrocketing material market, foreign chambers of commerce such as Tingayan Pavilion were also stuck at a certain time point in Zhejiang City. It is certain that they will not be able to buy affordable resources this time. But Tingayan Pavilion is not a downstream merchant at the terminal. They have many ways to make money by transferring costs. The simplest way is to raise prices as well. Of course, the above premise is that the materials can be priced at a premium, but the premium cannot be too outrageous. Therefore, Tingayan Pavilion approached Zabeoksun for negotiation. This is inevitable. It is nothing more than when Tingayan Pavilion bends down. If the person in charge of Tingayan Pavilion is an iron-headed kid, then the price of materials can still fly for a while, but if it is a powerful character with quick reaction, it is likely to admit defeat and stop losses at the first time. At the same time, facing the demands of Guo Jianglong, Zabeoksun's eating appearance naturally cannot be too ugly. It is necessary to stop when you see the good. In addition, a market should bloom in many places, and the goods that should be sold are far more than just monster materials. Now that monster materials have skyrocketed, except for those caravans that have already taken action, the rest of the people on the street are either hoarding goods or collecting materials, which has a great impact on the normal operation of the market trade. In this case, Tingayan Pavilion proposed to intervene in the price, and Zabeoksun naturally had to agree to it. Now that the Yang family has started to ship goods, it means that the two sides may have reached an agreement in some aspects. You, Zabeoxun, ship goods to fill other chambers of commerce, and after you finish shipping, we will work together to lower the price, so that I, Tingayan Pavilion, can absorb as much goods as possible to stop losses. The above speculations are the results of the think tank's careful deduction based on the dynamics of the market, and they are very accurate. But other caravans and chambers of commerce do not have the means of the rabbits. Even the caravans of several families in the Jindan realm are still kept in the dark. So for the rabbits, this is the best time to ship goods. The materials of Teoshu Chamber of Commerce and Wei Mansion add up to just over 30 tons. In the total basic market of more than 4 million spirit stones, it is too easy to get rid of them in a short time. So, Wu Fan once again acted as a tool man, clearing the warehouse. We found another box of monster materials. This time it's really the last box. 4.3 spirit stones per kilogram. You'll make a profit if you buy it. 4.3 spirit stones per kilogram. This is already 215% of the wholesale price and 198% of the purchase price of the rabbits. It's much more expensive than before. But now it's a seller market. The chief clerks can only stand in line and take the knife. On the other side, seeing the rabbits clearing the warehouse at this time, the performance of the other caravans was different. Wei Qiangsheng naturally followed the rabbits in everything, and put out all the materials without hesitation, and all in on the spot. The other caravans that held the monster material inventory were sneering secretly, folding their arms and watching the show. After all, in their opinion, the monster materials will soar in a while, and it would be stupid to ship at this time. As for the remaining caravans, they cried even more sadly when they saw the rabbit stalls with booming business. In less than 2/4 of an hour after the goods were put out, the rabbits sold all 23 tons of supplies, and one chamber of commerce even took 9 tons of supplies in one go. The cost of 61,000 spirit stones has now reached more than 117,000 after a round of bargain hunting and delivery, nearly doubling the amount. Compared with the initial 20,000 spirit stones, it has increased nearly 5-fold. The number of 110,000 spirit stones is close to 1/10 of the reserves of small low-grade spirit stone veins. Considering the reasons of a certain director, this ratio may even be reduced a little. This is really a fortune. And half an hour after the rabbits made their move, Yang Bali, the head of Zabeoxun, and Fang Hongdao, the head of Tingayan Pavilion, appeared in the market at the same time, and both parties issued a joint statement. In order to maintain the order of trade and to ensure the health of the market, the two chambers of commerce have now officially decided that the price of monster materials in the market must be higher than 3.3 spirit stones kg. At the same time, out of support for the defense of the Demon Palace and to contribute to the human beings of the Great Mo Realm, Tingayan Pavilion requires all parties to force the transaction of monster materials. Fangs exposed. Looking at the regretful caravan leader not far away, Lin Ziming shook his head with emotion. Do you really think that capital will be so kind as to let you make money? I recommend a book. I'm really only in the key refining realm. If you are interested, you can go and read it. The link is below. Chapter 110 Yang Boli's Curiosity and the Booming Happy Stick. After the two chambers of commerce issued statements at the same time, the price of monster materials fell all the way. In the end, as agreed by both parties, the price stabilized at 3.3 spirit stones per kilogram. At the same time, in order to prevent some families from secretly taking monster materials out of the market and selling them to other chambers of commerce, Tingayan Pavilion also deliberately moved out a legendary infant order. The so-called infant order refers to the identity nameplate refined by a Yuanying master with a strand of blood. The nameplate contains the unique divine pressure of the Yuanying master, and many times it can represent the thoughts and will of the Yuanying master himself. The executor of the infant order of Tingayan Pavilion clearly informed each family, this time, Tingayan Pavilion's material purchase represents the will of the Demon Palace, in order to support the front line, and is a transaction of the nature of collection. In order to protect the privacy of all parties, Tingayan Pavilion will not check the space bags of each family. However, once it is found that a family has traded materials that cannot be explained after leaving the market, then please bear the consequences at your own risk. The infant order, which represents the will of the nascent soul, is full of oppression. In addition, after leaving Zikyong City, you may not meet merchants who can consume a large number of materials, and the transactions in Zhejiang City will almost 100% be monitored by Zhejiang. Moreover, compared with the initial wholesale price of 2 lingxi per kilogram, the purchase price given by Tingayan Pavilion is also somewhat profitable, but it is not willing to get the peak bonus. It is also profitable to comfort yourself. So after some consideration, a considerable number of families still chose to hand over the materials for trading. After all, if it is an individual cultivator without the burden of the family, maybe this time he will really hide the things and not sell them, regardless of the consequences. But behind each caravan in the market at this time, there are one or more families. There are dozens or hundreds of clansmen, and some of them even have a population of more than 1,000, including servants. In this case, how many people dare to cross the red line in front of them? If Tingayan Pavilion puts any hat on the trade involving the Yaok issue, even an ordinary giant in realm family cannot afford it. Not to mention that more than half of the families in the city are at the foundation building stage. If it really comes to that, a single worshipper from Tingayan Pavilion can easily wipe out the family. This is also the first time that the rabbits have witnessed a law of the jungle among the practitioners of the Great Mo Realm since they arrived at the Great Mo Realm. In this case, many families can only choose to obediently exchange materials with Tingayan Pavilion. Even those chambers of commerce that have purchased everyone's monster materials at high prices dare not object. Of course, there must be families who are stubborn and hide space bags. The mentality of such people has been predicted countless times in capital. But compared with the overall market, the number of these families is so small that it can be almost ignored. And the local snake Zhejiang has no objection to this. Anyway, all the monster materials of their own family have been cleared out and sold. And they have made a lot of money. The villain is played by Tingayan Pavilion, a dragon crossing the river, and it almost does not have to bear any nominal losses. After all, the Jiandan Chamber of Commerce succumbs to the Yuanying Chamber of Commerce, and this situation is justified everywhere. In addition, there is no other giant city within 1,000 miles of Zhejiang City that can replace Zhejiang Market, which can be said to have achieved a trade monopoly. Therefore, Zhejiang and the Yang family behind it are not panicked at all. Just like the local yellow and blue riders, they know that they are squeezing hard, but what can they do without substitutes? At this moment, Yang Bali, the head shopkeeper of Zhejiang and the younger brother of Yang Wanyan, the head of the Yang family, is leaning on a rocking chair in the temporary shop set up by Zhejiang in the market, leisurely sipping tea. His left hand is gently flipping through an account book, which records all the names of Zhejiang's bargain hunting this time. Zhao Family Chamber of Commerce 30,000 Lingxi. Kaianji number 8,000 Fangji 23,000. Chuji 21,000. Flipping through it, Yang Bali seemed to find something wrong. He let out a light exclamation, put down the teacup, and looked at the account book again seriously. That's right, the people sent out only bought 21,000 lingxi of monster materials from the Chuji Chamber of Commerce. After thinking for a few seconds, Yang Bali continued to scan down, frowning more and more. Then he took out a map of the distribution of chambers of commerce in the city from the space bag on his waist, and compared them carefully. Kaianji brand, Ma's shop, Kiji business, Wen's chamber of commerce are all in one direction. If the monster materials purchased by 1 or 2 or 3 companies are not as expected, then no one will find it strange. After all, it is impossible for every family in the city to buy at the bottom. But a large area of reduction in one direction is a bit abnormal. Exhaling a breath of stuffiness from the nose, Yang Bali said to the outside, "Zhike, come in." After a while, a middle-aged chief clerk walked in from the outside, came to the front and bowed slightly. "Boss, what do you want?" This person is called Zhao Zhike. His ancestors have been long-term workers of the Yang family, and he is a subordinate that Yang Bali trusts very much. In the previous secret plan to buy at the bottom of the Chamber of Commerce in the city, Zhao Zhike was responsible for the purchase tasks in the 2 major directions of the east and south. Yang Bali spread out the account, pushed it in front of Zhao Zhike, and said to him with a questioning look, "Zhike, why are there so many fewer supplies in the east area of the city? The largest Chuji Chamber of Commerce should have no less than 50,000 spirit stones of monster materials in stock. How come they only collected less than half of them in the end? The other chambers of commerce are also far below our expected estimates." Zhao Zhike seemed to think of something when he heard it. He hesitated for a few seconds and replied hesitantly, "Boss, it's mainly because there's something abnormal in the east part of the city." Yang Bali frowned and asked, Abnormal? What abnormality could happen with the ancestor of the Yang family in Zhejiang City? It can't be that the east part of the city has grown red hair, right, boss? It's mainly the east part of the city. Someone went to collect the goods before us, Zhao Zhike hurriedly explained. Among them, the Chuji Chamber of Commerce took away the most monster materials, and other small and medium-sized chambers of commerce also took 1/3 to 1/2 of them. But the total amount is only 60,000 to 70,000 spiritual stones, which is too different from our total amount. So I didn't tell you about it. After listening to Zhao Zhike's explanation, Yang Bali was silent for a while, then waved his hand and sat down leisurely. Zhike, this is really not a big deal. It's not your fault that you didn't report it, but did you check who bought the monster materials later? Considering the size of Zhejiang, the amount of goods of 50,000 to 60,000 spiritual stones is really not worth looking at. This time, there is Tingayan Pavilion, the big sucker, and the minimum amount of spiritual stones that Zhejiang can profit from is more than 3 million. What really aroused Yang Boli's curiosity was who those buyers were. It's easy to judge that the price of monster materials will increase, but how did the other party judge the specific location of the East City? According to the time when Zhao Zhike set out, at that time, only the East City had not been completely scanned in the whole city. If it was a coincidence, then it can only be said that the other party was lucky. But if it was not an accident, then this group of people is a bit interesting. Seeing that Yang Bali did not blame him, Zhao Zhike breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Yang Boli's character, and if he said it had nothing to do with him, then it must be fine. He continued, it's like this. I later asked several Chamber of Commerce shopkeepers, and I really got some information. According to those shopkeepers, those people of unknown origin left a badge at each house when they left. At that time, I took a few glances at the badges. A bunch of inexplicable thoughts flashed through Yang Boli's mind, and he couldn't help asking, what do those badges look like? Zhao Zhike recalled for a while, and gestured with his fingers. It's a pattern I haven't seen before, like some kind of monster, with a round face, 2 long ears on the top of the head, and lips in a wavy shape like W. Yang Bali suddenly thought of something, picked up a pen and drew a picture. Is it like this? Zhao Zhike leaned forward to take a look, and shouted, yes, that's it. I heard it's called a rabbit, and the badge is plated with copper on the outside. A shopkeeper took the badge apart out of curiosity and found that it was made of iron inside, so it's called a black-hearted rabbit. Yang Bali was silent for a while. The powerful memory brought by the 8th level of the foundation building stage made him instantly recall the scene he had seen earlier. The man with no cultivation standing next to a Qian Shen, and the emblem of the mysterious creature next to the plaque. He slowly said, Wei Mansion. Tao Zhu, Zhao Zhike, who was standing aside, didn't understand, and asked sideways, boss, what did you say? Yang Bali shook his head and ordered, Zhike, go to the chambers of commerce in the east of the city first, show your identity as Zhejiang directly, and find a badge for me. Zhao Zhike took the order and left. About 2/4 of an hour later, Zhao Zhike hurried back and handed a badge to Yang Bali. Yang Bali took the badge, looked at it for a few seconds, and waved his sleeves. Let's go to Taosu Chamber of Commerce. Today's Easter egg is very interesting. You may not know how lucky it is to capture this number. The subscriptions in the author's backend are not increased one by one, but increase by dozens or even hundreds every once in a while. In a sense, I am lucky to be able to capture 222,222. Chapter 111 Yang Boli's Curiosity and the Booming Happy Stick. Perhaps for some unknown purpose, Yang Boli's trip was extremely secretive. There was no fanfare, and he only brought Zhao Zhike with him. After all, this was in his own market, and Yang Bali was a cultivator at the 8th level of foundation building, with many treasures on him, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked. However, Yang Bali thought that his trip was secretive. As soon as he stepped out of the side door of Zhejiang, he was firmly identified and locked by the facial camera on the tree not far away. Although Yang Bali had only stayed outside the Taosu Chamber of Commerce for a short while before. But for the rabbits, 1 or 2 minutes is enough to sample facial information. Then, with the assistance of many micro-monitoring devices along the way, the command center determined Yang Boli's travel route in less than half a minute. He was heading to the Taosu Chamber of Commerce. After confirming this information, except for Wu Fan and Wang Qiang, who were selling things outside as tools, the rest of the trade group were in already. About 10 minutes later, Yang Bali and Zhao Zhike walked to the door of the Chamber of Commerce leisurely. Outside the Teozu Chamber of Commerce, he first looked up and took a deep look at the plaque of the shop. On the plaque were the words Teozu Chamber of Commerce written in Damo language, and there was a wooden animal pattern next to it. A few hours ago, he stood outside the Chamber of Commerce like this, and had a brief conversation with Wei Qiangshen, sweeping his eyes as if he was looking at a passerby. A flash of curiosity about the round-faced long-eared badge flashed through his mind, and then he left indifferently. At that time, he probably never thought that he would come here again for this badge a few hours later. There is no way. For a top businessman. When he was laying out, he found that another hand had snatched a few small fish from his hand with some tricks, and the other party was in his own market. This curiosity was absolutely uncontrollable. Looking at the white and tender little rabbit painted on the plaque, even Yang Bali couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness in his heart, and shook his head. Such a cute little animal, how can it be called a black-hearted rabbit? Then he walked to the stall outside the store, picked up a cotton coat and looked at it casually. There were not many customers in the stall at this time, and Wang Qiang naturally noticed this extraordinary old man. Because she was wandering around with the Wei Zixi when Yang Bali first appeared, and Lin Ziming didn't tell her that Yang Bali would appear this time. So at this time, the girl had no idea of the identity of the old man opposite. In her eyes, Yang Bali was just a customer with a special temperament. Although this person was dressed gorgeously, and the series of talismans on his waist were so exquisite that they blinded people's eyes, he was a big man with status and even cultivation, maybe even a foundation-building realm. But that's all. The rabbits are not natives of the Great Mo realm. There are so many big guys on TV and in reality, and there is no idea of respect and inferiority in their minds. Before coming to the Great Mo realm, Qin Zhendong had even personally met Wang Qiang and the others. If a high-level Yuanying cultivator appeared before them, the rabbits might be surprised, and they would think, oh my god, take a quick photo on WhatsApp moments. But the foundation building stage? In the near term, the rabbits are preparing to launch a campaign of annihilation against a large number of second and third level monsters. In the long run, the rabbits are also planning to kill a fourth level monster comparable to the Yuanying without injury in a few years. Compared with these two goals, the foundation building stage is just so-so, certainly not weak, but not so strong that it is scary. So at this time, Wang Qiang's face did not show much off for the superiors, but just showed a sincere smile out of respect for the elders and customers. This has nothing to do with ignorance, but has to do with the confidence and vision behind it. Looking at the rather interested old man in front of her, Wang Qiang immediately felt that a big business had come, and could not help but ask attentively, "Old man, do you see anything that interests you?" Yang Bali pointed at the coat in his hand and asked with a smile, "Little girl, how much is this coat?" Wang Qiang smiled sweetly, revealing two small tiger teeth. 35 copper coins, no cheating. If you want it, you'd better hurry up. There's only this one left of the 2x. Yang Bali was shocked and asked in surprise, 35 copper coins for one? So cheap. As the head shopkeeper of Zabeoksun, Yang Bali has a wide range of experience and knowledge, and is familiar with the concept of price cost. How could he not know how low this price is? As soon as you get this kind of cotton coat, you know that it is definitely made of top-notch base material. If it is sold in a normal store, it will cost at least double. This low price is even lower than the cost price of many chambers of commerce. Because Zabeoksun mainly deals in spiritual practice items, it does not require too much ordinary manpower assistance in the production process. But some other chambers of commerce are different. For example, the Tang family's industry is extremely oppressive to the indentured workers. But Yang Bali can guarantee that even if the Tang family is allowed to produce, it will never be possible to suppress the price to such a low level. Then he looked through the hand-cranked flashlight, magnifying glass and other items, and the more he looked, the more curious he became. There was even a hint of fear in his heart. Fortunately, the Teosu Chamber of Commerce sells civilian products. If they sell cultivation items with the same cost performance. Thinking of this, Yang Bali couldn't wait to meet the person in charge of the Teosu Chamber of Commerce. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to step over the threshold to enter the store. However, Wang Qiang didn't want to give up this local tyrant. She thought about it, and suddenly picked up a hemorrhoid cream and waved it enthusiastically at the other party. "Old man, you are not interested in other things, why don't you take a look at this? It's Maenglong brand." Yang Bali smiled and arched his hands at her, and was about to refuse to enter the store. But he suddenly thought of something, stopped, and asked Wang Qiang, "Little girl, how much is this thing?" Wang Qiang raised 3 fingers to him. 30 copper coins. There are instructions for using Damo Yu inside. Yang Bali nodded. Okay, then give me one. He didn't ask what this thing was used for, mainly because he thought that it was his first visit, and buying something to show his respect would save face. After paying the money, Yang Bali said to Wang Qiang, "Little girl, can you introduce me to the owner of your store?" Wang Qiang blinked, and when she was thinking about whether to report the situation to the store, Lin Ziming's voice suddenly came from the micro-ear monitor she was carrying. "Little Wang, please come in." Wang Qiang no longer hesitated and made a gesture of invitation. "No problem, I'll take you in." Yang Bali looked at the ear monitor on Wang Qiang's ear thoughtfully. He noticed that the little girl pressed the thing on her ear with her index finger for a while, and her expression instantly changed from hesitation to decisiveness. Then he brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves and took Zhao Zhike into the store. After entering the store, Maning, who had been prepared for a long time, took Wei Niandong and stepped forward, and bowed to Yang Bali. "Hello, shopkeeper Yang, I am Maning, the shopkeeper of Taosu Chamber of Commerce." Yang Bali glanced at Lin Ziming standing on the other side with his peripheral vision, and bowed in return. "Hello, shopkeeper Ma." In the arrangement of the headquarters, Lin Ziming's external identity will be the owner of Taosu Chamber of Commerce, and the shopkeeper will be Maning, an expert in humanities and linguistics. After all, Lin Ziming and Yan Xiaoxin are both rough guys who can only say "oh" and "oh my god" when they see the Spring Festival couplets. It's better to be a mascot in business trade. Although there are a lot of local top business experts behind the Chamber of Commerce, it takes time to transmit information. Lin Ziming's IQ is too easy to fall into a pit, and sometimes it can't be rescued. Rabbits don't have the time-stopping ability in some action movies. After Manying led Yang Bali to his seat, he signaled a servant of the Wei mansion to serve tea. Longjing before the Qingming reign, shopkeeper Yang can taste it. Then his eyes caught sight of the Manglong hemorrhoid cream in Yang Bali's hand, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Yang Bali did not notice the change in Manying's expression, politely took the teacup, took a sip and nodded. "It is indeed a good tea." Putting down the teacup, he looked at Manying deeply. "Shopkeeper Ma, you are here prepared this time, right? It is not good to sneak attack an old man like me." Chapter 112 Yang Boli's Curiosity and the Booming Happy Stick. In response to Yang Boli's question, Manying's expression remained unchanged, and he pretended to be stupid and said, "A sneak attack? I wonder what shopkeeper Yang means by this." Yang Bali looked at him deeply, and took out a badge from his sleeve. The badge looked a little strange, and it looked like a rabbit, but the color and corners seemed to have some signs of damage. According to what Zhao Zhike and Yang Bali said, when he went to find Chu Fengman, the shopkeeper of the East City Chuji Chamber of Commerce, Chu Feng, who found that he had been copied by someone, was angrily throwing the badge into the brazier, ready to burn it to vent his anger. Fortunately, Zhao Zhike revealed his identity in time and turned the badge out of the fire. Although the badge was still recognizable after being taken out, the color of the surface was a little burnt. Yang Bali played with the badge in his hand and said slowly, "Shopkeeper Ma, you should recognize this little thing, right?" The other party was very targeted, so Manying didn't keep him in suspense and nodded very straightforwardly. "Yes, this is one of the credentials of our Chamber of Commerce. The animal engraved on it is called a little white rabbit, which is a harmless creature to humans and animals." Then Yang Bali put a badge on the table, took out a ledger from the space bag, and turned to a page. "Your Chamber of Commerce boarded the flying boat with the Wei Mansion caravan in Linhuan City, and entered the city immediately after arriving in Zhejiang City. But after entering the city, your party disappeared for 3 hours before arriving outside the market gate, and the number of accompanying personnel was greatly reduced. According to the information we have, the group of people from your Chamber of Commerce who disappeared completed the bottom hunting of materials in the eastern part of the city. If the estimate is correct, your party probably bottom hunted 23,000 to 28,000 kilograms of various monster materials this time, and left such a small thing for each family before leaving. At the same time, in order not to attract the attention of outsiders, you also deliberately transported these materials to the market in batches, but you chose the Yiki team under the name of Zibeoksun as the delivery person. Don't you think it's strange? Even if this approach can successfully sell the monster materials, it cannot be hidden from Zibeoksun's reconciliation afterwards. A chamber of commerce that can realize that the price of monster materials is about to rise and can analyze the possible operations in the east of the city is impossible to make such a mistake. So what are these means for? The answer is self-evident, of course. It is to attract the attention of Zebaoksun afterwards. After saying this, Yang Bali spread his hands and looked at Maning with a solemn face. Shopkeeper Ma, as you wish, I am here, please be frank next. Maning looked at Yang Bali and suddenly laughed. Just as Yang Bali said. The rabbit's bottom hunting plan this time is actually a game within a game from beginning to end. Needless to say, the initial game. That is, the rabbits wanted to buy the monster materials at the bottom, and took advantage of the sudden rise in prices to catch a few fish and fill their empty stomachs. The next advanced game was to attract the attention of Zebaoksun. After all, in the rabbit's initial plan, Zikyong City was a garbage disposal, trade cooperation partner in the future. This trade dumping plan was formulated as early as when Wei Qiangsheng proposed to send his juniors to join the army. And to achieve this plan, it is necessary to connect with Zebaoksun. Although the rabbits can complete this step through Wei Qiangsheng's relationship. But first of all, Wei Qiangsheng's line is not the rabbits' own development channel. This kind of thing is really unbearable for the rabbits, who have to make even a screw by themselves. Let's not talk about the distant past, just take this Huron car that landed on Mars a few days in advance. About 50% of the external parts of other aircraft that are not related to the core technology will be purchased and assembled by outsourcing, and at the very least, they will spend money to buy patents and produce them through OEM factories. But the rabbits don't do that. From the most core chips of the D and that C to the connecting rings of the antenna, everything is produced by themselves. For this purpose, they applied for more than 300 patents of various sizes. Can you believe it? There is no way. The rabbits are all patients with advanced control desire. There is no hope. So the rabbits really don't want to borrow Wei Qiangsheng's relationship. After all, this borrowing means owing favors to others. This kind of thing will make the rabbit sleepless. The second point is that Wei Mansion is just an ordinary partner for the giant Zebaoksun, a standard younger brother. So even if the rabbits get on the Zebaoksun line, their status in the other party's mind is definitely not high. They may not even see Yang Bali, and send a steward to deal with it hastily. How uncomfortable is the cooperation of unequal status? There are so many related examples in the local area. Only by showing a certain strength, financial strength, combat power, or trade ability, can the other party pay attention. The above 3 points only need to be shown a little. After all, it is just a door key for an equal meeting. Considering that consuming Wei Qiangsheng's connections may owe favors, and the benefits are not high, the cost performance is extremely low. So after repeated discussions in the headquarters, it was finally decided to attract Zebaoksun's attention by buying the monster materials at a low price. However, it is still very difficult to attract. It is definitely not okay to run to the other party and tell everything before buying at a low price, but if you wait until the bottom is bought, the other party may not want to pay attention to you. Zebaoksun, as the biggest layout party of this bottom fishing, will definitely conduct a review and reconciliation afterwards, and then it will definitely be discovered that the rabbits took the opportunity to make a profit. It's just that the fish the rabbits caught this time is too small, almost small enough to be ignored considering Zebaoksun's full-hearted attitude. There must be some interest, after all, there is a piece missing from their layout, but if there are no other means of stimulation, the subsequent development will at most be to invite the manager in charge of that area to ask about the situation and then declare it over. After all, no one can tell whether the other party really has a plan or is just lucky. So in order to catch the big fish of Zebaoksun, the rabbits deliberately left their badges and the team's backup during the transaction. That's right. The real target of the badges left by the rabbits for more than a dozen chambers of commerce in the east of the city was not the dozen shopkeepers, but the person in charge of Zebaoksun. These backhands will not affect the rabbits' bargain hunting, but can further stimulate the controller of Zebaoksun afterwards. According to the analysis of many behavioral psychology masters in the command center, the controller of Zebaoksun will definitely fall into the trap after discovering these clues. Because these backhands are clearly telling him, all our actions are planned and intentional. Our store is quite big. Do you want to come and have a look? The bigger the chamber of commerce, the more confident the shopkeeper is in his layout, and the stronger his desire for control will be. Now that he suddenly saw an anomaly beyond his control, it would be fine if he ran away immediately after eating. At most, he would smile and say that he was lucky. But the other party left a lot of hints, and Teo's Chamber of Commerce was not a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. How could Yang Bali not come to take a look? And the moment he stepped into Teo's Chamber of Commerce, it meant that a big fish was hooked. Seeing that the other party had realized that he wanted to discuss something in detail, Moning naturally stopped keeping him in suspense. He first bowed to Yang Bali to apologize, and said, "This time, I have the audacity to invite shopkeeper Yang to come to my house, but in fact, I want to discuss a big business with you. However, the status of the Wei mansion seems to be not high enough, and we may not be able to meet shopkeeper Yang, so our boss has come up with this last resort. Please forgive me, shopkeeper Yang. I have to mention here that Wei Niandong's translation level is really good." He translated Manning's semantics and voice accurately. Manning's reply was within Yang Boli's expectations. After all, the other party made such a big fuss, mostly for an equal trading position. Manning was right. Wei Qiangsheng's status in his heart was indeed not high enough. If he was introduced by Wei Qiangsheng, he might have asked Zhao Zike to deal with it directly. So he was not annoyed at all. After all, the other party's display was not like that of an ordinary person. The more fanfare, the more it indicated a big business. He waved his hand very briskly, without any displeasure on his face. "Hey, shopkeeper Ma, you are too polite. I am grateful for your willingness to take care of Zibeoxun's business. How can I blame you, after the standard business flattery routine?" Yang Bali pondered for a while and asked slowly, "Shopkeeper Ma, I wonder what business you want to discuss this time." Manning smiled mysteriously and took out a strange-looking stick from the pocket on the side of his trousers. "This is it. The standard name is the non-spiritual detonation talisman, also known as the 67-style booming happy stick. Note, throwing the happy stick in the next chapter. The wound bled again after the operation, so readers who pirated the book, please come to Kidian to support the genuine book if you have the conditions. The rest is in the author's words. My fingers bled again and I cried. I won't ask for leave. I won't ask for leave. I will still update twice a day with 5,500 words as a minimum. But I can't say about the burst of updates on the 26th. I may have to go into debt. Anyway, I will guarantee 5 updates at least. In fact, it's okay to go into debt. Most readers are still patient, but the more updates I want to put on the 26th, the better the effect. A few less chapters may be the difference between 8,000 averages and 10,000 subscriptions in the future. Now this book has 280,000 words and 4,800 averages. Normally, there is a chance to get 10,000 subscriptions, but if there are a few less chapters on the 26th, it's hard to say. It's speechless. In the past few years, something has happened at every critical moment. There was a problem at home 2 days before the release. Now the average subscription increases the highest in the same period, so there is a big push, but it's lagging before the release. Chapter 113, Yang Boli's Curiosity and the Booming Happy Stick. Hearing Manning's words, Yang Bali couldn't help but have a question mark on his head. He knew about the detonating talisman, but what the hell were the non-spiritual detonating talismans and the boomsticks? So the detonating talisman didn't need spiritual energy to activate? Moreover, even if there really was a non-spiritual detonating talisman that could be activated without inputting spiritual energy, what Manning was holding in his hand was a short stick. What did the stick have to do with the talisman? Seeing Yang Boli's expression, Manning suddenly realized something and coughed twice. Ahem, shopkeeper Yang, it's like this. Our Teozu Chamber of Commerce comes from the east of the Shanghai Mountains. There may be some differences in language and culture. In our place, this kind of stick can also be called a talisman. In addition to the 67-type booming happy stick, we also have 155mm blasting heaven and earth talismans, 93mm thermobaric cloud explosion talismans and 2.78 meters of green log talismans. Also called devil happy sticks, etc. Cultural differences. Hearing Manning's explanation, Yang Bali stroked his beard. He accepted this statement with a vague understanding. After all, the Damo realm is vast, and some areas do not communicate frequently with the outside world. It is reasonable to have some cultural differences. For example, the Shanghai Mountains that Manning mentioned is a giant mountain range in the east of Qi County with the nature of isolating regions. There are huge cultural differences on both sides of the mountain range. In previous years, some caravans from the back of the mountain range came to Zhejiang Market for trade. Those caravans did have significant differences in concepts and even language from Zhejiang City. After thinking about this, Yang Bali no longer paid attention to the name issue and asked, "Shopkeeper Ma, I wonder how powerful the 67 type booming happy stick is? Can it be compared to ordinary detonating talismans?" Talking about the actual combat of the happy stick, Ma Ning looked at Gu Zhenming not far away. After all, he was just a civilian staff member, and it was more appropriate for professionals to demonstrate something as dangerous as a happy stick. Facing Ma Ning's gaze, Gu Zhenming nodded in understanding. He turned around and called a special forces member, who happened to be Chen Fei, who was previously responsible for carrying the box of ground vein fire alloy, and motioned him to follow Ma Ning's command. Ma Ning then made a gesture of invitation to Yang Bali, "Shopkeeper Yang, let's go to the parade ground and try it out." Yang Bali also returned a gesture of invitation, "Shopkeeper Ma, please." Wei Qiangsheng introduced the location of the parade ground at the beginning. The venue is located at the southern end of the street where the Taosu Chamber of Commerce is located. The parade ground is about 100 x 100 in size, which means it covers an area of about 10,000 square meters, not too big or small. The venue is divided into several areas, some for experimental protective gear, some for experimental weapons, and some for demonstration of talismans. When Ma Ning and others came to the parade ground, several groups of people were gathering on the ground. It seemed that other chambers of commerce were demonstrating their products. However, as the shopkeeper of Zibaoksun, it was very easy for Yang Bali to vacate a space. In less than a moment, he led Ma Ning to a wider area. This area was full of obstacles of different sizes, including stones, wood, and some iron and copper objects. The power of conventional talismans can be detected more effectively. After arriving at the site, Ma Ning first introduced the wooden handle of the stick to Yang Bali, "Shopkeeper Yang, this is the fuse of the stick. After pulling it, just throw it forward and it will explode in a few seconds." Compared with a detonating talisman, which needs to be controlled by spiritual energy, the stick only needs to be thrown according to the distance. The maximum distance can reach about 80 meters. After saying this, Ma Ning handed the stick to Chen Fei. "Comrade Chen, thank you for your help." Chen Fei took the stick and walked to the edge of the site solemnly. The 67 type boomstick is a stick weapon developed by the rabbits in the mid-1960s. Since it was designed and finalized in 1967, it has the name of the 67 type stick in front. Strictly speaking, it is an enhanced version of the 63 type stick. The weight of a single 67 type stick is 600 grams, the length is 204 millimeters, the cast iron body is charged with 38 GTNT, and the lethal radius is about 7 meters. This kind of happy stick is very different from the rabbit's existing 86 type egg-shaped happy stick. Whether it is the human body mechanics curve when throwing or the power after the explosion, it can only be regarded as ordinary. But it has a characteristic. The inventory is amazing. During that special period, the production of 67 type happy sticks was as high as 2 billion, claiming to be able to fight until World War III. The rationing plan at that time was 1 group per person in the army, 10 pieces for the militia, and 4 to 6 pieces per person. Decades later, the war did not break out, and the 67 type happy sticks gradually survived. Even in the news of some provincial stations, you can occasionally see news about happy sticks found in homes in XX areas. Some people actually asked you if happy sticks are lollipops. Do they really not understand, or are they fishing? Nowadays, the inventory of these happy sticks has really become a difficult problem. After all, the rabbits are used to being frugal and afraid of poverty, so it is really painful to destroy them. But if you keep them, you can count on the consumption of the second-line troops and militia training to use them until 2022, and then add 2 more. At that time, let alone whether they will expire, it is hard to say whether humans will still be there. Now that they know that there is a beast tied in the Great Mo realm, the rabbits naturally think about the problem of clearing out these remaining supplies. And today's throwing exercise will most likely determine Yang Boli's final characterization of the happy stick. Thinking of this, Chen Fei, who knows the heavy task on his shoulders, took a deep breath and calmly chose the most suitable position. Pull the fuse, and throw it forward with force after the smoke comes out. The happy stick draws a beautiful parabola in the air, and then accurately falls into a bunker. A moment later, boom, there was a loud explosion. The explosives in the happy stick exploded with powerful thermal energy and mechanical energy in a short period of time, blowing the bunker made of stones apart. Half a minute later, the smoke dissipated, and a large pit was blown out directly on the ground. The stone weighing about 50 kilograms was pushed away 3 or 4 meters, and the front part was covered with cracks. Seeing this, Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he did not make a mistake. On the other side, Ma Ning asked Yang Bali, "Shopkeeper Yang, how powerful is this?" Yang Bali thought for a while and said carefully, "From the perspective of power, this happy stick is basically the same as an ordinary first-level detonating talisman, but it does not need to be guided by spiritual energy, which is quite convenient." Yang Bali's words were quite polite, but a hint of disappointment flashed in his heart. In his original imagination, the happy stick that the rabbits finally launched with many means should have a detonating power close to that of a second-level detonating talisman. Because only when the rank is higher, its floating profit will be greater. As for the first-level detonating talisman, the profit is basically fixed, and it can't be compressed much more. In the Dhamma world, the annual output of the first-level detonating talisman is very high, and it is considered a very common talisman. The first-level detonating talisman only needs the 5th level of key training to have a chance to be successfully refined, and the difficulty is much easier than the body protection talisman and the speeding talisman. The requirements for use are even lower, and it only needs to be above the 2nd level of key training. Due to the different cultivation levels of the refiners, the price of a first-level detonating talisman generally fluctuates between 2 and 4 spirit stones. The power of the happy stick displayed by Ma Ning and his team is roughly equivalent to that of a first-level detonating talisman that costs 3 spirit stones. In addition, since mortals can use it, the cost of the happy stick will never be too low. If it is wholesaled by quantity, a happy stick may be between 2.2 and 2.4 spirit stones. After all, he is a professional shopkeeper and has this kind of judgment. So overall, this kind of happy stick has a profit, and it can be foreseen that the sales after the launch should be good. After all, mortals can also use it. But this cost effectiveness is far from achieving market monopoly, and it is difficult for the annual sales volume to reach a volume that is enough to alarm Yang Bali. After all, the purchase price of an ordinary first-level detonating talisman that costs 3 spirit stones is about 2.6 spirit stones per piece. Counting the shipping and labor costs, the difference between the two sides will not be too far. So compared to this kind of happy stick, Yang Bali is even more interested in the cotton coat. However, just as he was thinking about how to reply to Ma Ning, he saw Ma Ning asked him cheerfully, "Shopkeeper Yang, the price of this kind of happy stick is set at 1 spiritual stone per stick. I wonder if you are interested in buying some." Hearing Ma Ning's words, Yang Bali was suddenly stunned. After a few seconds, this dignified shopkeeper of Zabaoksun, a cultivator at the 8th level of the foundation building period, scratched his ears in a very funny way, blinked, and looked at Ma Ning. "Shopkeeper Ma, how much did you say just now?" Ma Ning smiled, picked up a happy stick, and shook it in front of Yang Bali like teasing a puppy. "1 happy stick." Then he raised a finger. 1 spiritual stone. Looking at Yang Bali, whose face suddenly changed in front of him, Ma Ning seemed to have 2 ears shaking on his head. "Dear, there are discounts for large quantities." Note: Xinhua News Agency issued an article that Mr. Yuan passed away at 13:07 this afternoon. At the same time as Mr. Yuan passed away, the Liver and Gallbladder Authority, Mr. Wu Mengchao, also passed away. In order to let more readers see this paragraph, I will not post it in the author's words. Did I write about Earth Vein Fire and GTP technology before writing chapter 65? It involves biology and medicine. At that time, I consulted many friends about this. For biology, I consulted a friend from Zhejiang University, and for GTP, I consulted a Western doctor in Zhangzhou Hospital. During the chat, I heard about Mr. Yuan's health problems. At that time, Mr. Yuan was already tired, so there was chapter 65. This is also why I suddenly wrote about the bug item 10-year life extension pill and gave it to Mr. Yuan, because when this kind of thing appeared, Mr. Yuan's priority should not be that high. Many people didn't understand it at that time, but now they understand it. But I really hope that everyone will never understand it. The older you get, the fewer great men there are in elementary school textbooks. Finally, I will give you a sentence. Maybe we can't resist the waves, but we should always remember the lighthouse. There is no one in the country. Mr. Yuan will live forever. Thank you for your concern, but I can't do it by voice coding. Chapter 114 Agreement reached and rabbits purchased. Yang Bali is now 74 years old, and has been the chief shopkeeper of Zibaoksuan for decades. In addition, he was born in the top family of the Yang family in Zhejiang City. In the past, he has experienced countless storms and waves, and his experience is extremely profound. He is the kind of super big heart who does not change his face even if he sees the collapse of Mount Tai. But this time, he really did not hold back his expression, and was full of astonishment. The reason is simple. With his status, he really knows what Moning's offer means. 100 years ago, the beast tide in the Damo world occurred on average once every 10 years, and the cycle was relatively long. But now, with the increasing thinness of spiritual energy, the contact surface between the two worlds seems to have changed a little. As a result, the frequency of the appearance of the space channel has been greatly shortened to once every 3 to 5 years. Once the frequency of the space channel is shortened, the number of beast tides will also increase. The number of sieges will naturally be the same as the trend chart of A shares in reverse, rising up, and occasionally giving you a wave of daily limit. During the siege, the defenders will inevitably consume a lot of resources. For example, formations, and talismans. Among the numerous talismans, one of the most useful talismans is the detonating talisman. Compared with other talismans, the detonating talisman has extremely low requirements for use, and only needs to be trained at the second level to be activated. In sharp contrast to the usage conditions, the detonating talisman has an explosion radius of up to 5 meters, which is powerful enough to hurt ordinary first-level monsters. In the absolute killing area of 2 to 3 meters, a monster in the late first level may be seriously injured or even killed. In short, this is a very convenient and powerful talisman. Because of this, the annual output of the detonating talisman in the Great Mo realm is very high. But no matter how high the output of the detonating talisman is, it is still an extraordinary item after all, and the production period requires the consumption of refining materials and some of the refiner's spiritual power. So in terms of price, the price of a first-level detonating talisman has been fluctuating between 2 and 4 spiritual stones, and the specific price varies depending on the effect. To be honest, the price of a single detonating talisman is not very expensive, but you can't use only one talisman in a siege, right? Not to mention the talismans for cleaning the ground. Each person should be equipped with 5 or 6, right? Once the purchase volume reaches a certain base number, the related expenses will not be a small amount. For example, the Wei Mansion in previous years. In previous years, the Wei Mansion could earn about 4 or 5,000 spirit stones from monster materials in a round of market, and specialties such as 7-color vines could also sell for 1 or 2,000 spirit stones if they were lucky. The Zhejiang market opens every 3 or 4 years, so these 6 or 7,000 spirit stones are the core income of the Wei Mansion in 3 to 4 years. Simply average, the spirit stones earned in a year range from 1,015 to 2,003. Deducting the annual expenses and daily consumption of the clan members, the Wei Mansion can only take out 1,000 spirit stones to buy detonating talismans during the interval of a round of beast tide. The total number is about 7 or 800. These 7 or 800 detonating talismans can theoretically kill about 4,000 monsters, but in actual combat, they can only kill 1 or 2,000 at most. It is definitely useful, but it is not affordable for large-scale use. This is the case with Chixin City, and Zhejiang City is actually similar. It is true that Zhejiang City is a huge city with rich heritage, but the beast tide it needs to defend is also many times stronger than Chixin City. In the beast tide that Zhejiang City encountered recently, including ordinary monsters that were not ranked, the total number of monsters even reached 7 figures. Because of this, the city defense materials needed by Zhejiang City are also numerous. Before the beast tide began, the permanent population of Chixin City was about 10,000. Refugees were outsiders and were not counted, and the number of family practitioners in the city was about 300 to 400. The population of Zhejiang City is more than 200 times that of Chixin City. Using the simplest geometric progression conversion, the number of practitioners in Zhejiang City will not be less than 70,000 or 80,000. In fact, because the comprehensive productivity is far higher than that of Chixin City, the number of practitioners that Zhejiang City is able to support is close to 200,000. Of course, a considerable number of them are low-level practitioners. Even if each of these 200,000 practitioners holds 10 first-level detonating talismans, the total number required during the siege is as high as 2 million. The purchase price of an ordinary first-level detonating talisman priced at 3 spirit stones is about 2.5 spirit stones, which is a 15% profit. The purchase price of 2 million spirit stones is more than 5 million spirit stones. According to Yang Boli's earlier idea, the word cheap in Ma Ning's mouth means at most to reduce the cost by 0.1 to 0.2 spirit stones. To be honest, this discount is quite considerable, but that's all. It is far from alarming Yang Boli. Any chief clerk with a relatively high authority, like Zhao's Hike and Zabeoxun, has the authority to deal with it. But if it is according to what Ma Ning said, the purchase price of this kind of happy stick is only 1 spirit stone, and it can even be activated without spiritual energy. Then even if it is just to fill the inventory of Zhejiang City, it can reduce the expenditure of 3 million spirit stones. 3 million spirit stones, this is already the price of 3 small spirit stone veins. Even Zhejiang City cannot ignore it. Not to mention that Ma Ning's meaning is actually very clear. Taozu Chamber of Commerce only wants to be an upstream merchant, so they are willing to entrust Zabeoxun to sell these happy bars. The population of the cities within the radiation range of Zhejiang City is as high as more than 10 million. Thinking of this, Yang Boli's nose shrank heavily, adjusted his breathing, and looked at Ma Ning solemnly. Shopkeeper Ma, how many of these 67-style happy bars can you provide? Can you give a discount? And can you guarantee the quality? Facing Yang Boli's 3 consecutive questions, Ma Ning thought for a while and said with a smile, Shopkeeper Yang, to be honest, our inventory of happy bars is not too much, only a little bit. For the first batch, in addition to the 10,000 happy bars we carry, I can decide to provide you with an additional 50,000 pieces. At the same time, in order to show our sincerity, 50,000 pieces will only cost you 40,000 spirit stones. Of course, this price is the free on board price. Yang Boli blinked and asked, free on board price. In short, this price does not include labor expenses such as freight. Ma Ning did not explain to him the specific concept of free on board and SIF. We are only responsible for delivering the goods to Chixin City, and the relevant expenses from Chixin City to Zhejiang City need to be borne by you. As for the quality issue, it is still to show our sincerity. We can send the goods to Zhejiang City first, and you can randomly select some for inspection until you are satisfied. After saying this, Ma Ning shook his head, with a hint of bitterness on his face. Shopkeeper Yang, I am not lying to you. We only buy 40,000 spirit stones for 50,000 happy bars. We are selling at a loss. We really can't afford more. So if we want to cooperate for a long time in the future, the discount price may only fluctuate around 10% off. Yang Boli heard this and pondered in silence. He was actually skeptical about Ma Ning's loss. After all, doing business depends on one's mouth. There are many people who say they are losing money but actually make a lot of money. But on the other hand, considering that this is the first time that Taozu Chamber of Commerce has come to Zhejiang City, it is possible to sell at a loss for the purpose of expanding the market after earning tens of thousands of spirit stones by buying at the bottom. Zabeoxun had also used a similar approach, exchanging market share for initial losses, and then slowly making profits after everything was established. This was also a very common routine in the mall. So after careful consideration, Yang Boli made a preliminary judgment. Even if the price quoted by Ma Ning was not a loss-making price, it should be close to the cost price. After deducting various miscellaneous expenses, the possibility of making money was not very high. After all, the power of the happy stick is comparable to that of the explosion symbol. No matter what secret method Taozu Commercial used, the cost of producing such power must not be infinitely low. The cost price of a happy stick of about 0.8 spirit stones should be about right. Thinking of this, Yang Boli's perception of Taozu Chamber of Commerce improved a lot. What a sincere and generous partner. After thinking about this, Yang Boli nodded to Ma Ning, Shopkeeper Ma, let's go with this price. When will we sign the contract? Shopkeeper Yang, don't worry about the contract. Ma Ning waved his hand cheerfully and said to Yang Boli, Shopkeeper Yang, I wonder if you are interested in seeing our other sticks. Black, long, thick, and fast ones. Gideon has a rule that if you post a single chapter, you will lose subscriptions, even if it is a sequel, because some readers only want to read the main text. So before writing the sequel, I was prepared for the subscription to drop today. The psychological expectation is to drop 300. It took a week to pull it back from 300 last time. I pray that it will not exceed this number. Please give me some monthly tickets. In the case of sluggish subscriptions, only monthly tickets can warm the heart of the loser. Chapter 115 Agreement reached and rabbits purchased. Long, thick, and black. Hearing Ma Ning's words, a mysterious object suddenly appeared in Yang Boli's mind. He immediately shook his head vigorously. Ma Ning, who looked honest and sincere, should not drive recklessly. Forcing himself to put aside those SP thoughts, he arched his hands towards Ma Ning and said, "Such an eye-opening opportunity is extremely rare, so please show it to me, Mr. Ma." Ma Ning nodded and motioned Chen Fei to come forward. Yang Bali noticed that Chen Fei was holding a magic weapon with a strange appearance in his hand. This magic weapon has a very long main body, which is dark with a part of brown-red, and looks a bit like a fire stick. It's strange to say. Although the appearance of this magic weapon is extremely strange, it gives people an indescribable sense of refinement and beauty. This is called the Type 56 Automatic Shooting Talisman, also known as the Arcane Happy Stick. Ma Ning took the gun from Chen Fei and shook it, and continued, "It is filled with something called 7.62 mm happy pills, which can easily kill monsters below the first order midterm with a range of about 400 meters. Well, it is also large in quantity and can be activated without spiritual energy." The name of the Type 56 gun shooting talisman in the local area is the Type 56 automatic rifle. The original model is the AK-47 of the Russian Bear, but it was made into a typical example of fan-made people forcing the official to death by the rabbits. The Type 56 belongs to the Type 56 gun family in the open, and the same family also includes the younger brother 56 and the older brother 56 machine. It's a pity that it doesn't have 5 pairs of wheels, otherwise it can also be classified as the Type 59 modified. The Type 56 gun family is the longest produced generation of guns by the rabbits, and the production of the Type 56 is an astronomical figure. When the rabbits decided to use the Type 56 gun family as the standard firearm, almost all arsenals across the country were producing these equipment. Especially because of the feud between the rabbits and the bears decades ago, the rabbits started the third line construction plan, in which the local military enterprises in the third line must be able to produce the Type 56, which also became an important indicator in the third line construction plan. At that time, there were more than 100 enterprises in the country that could produce the Type 56 gun family. The current saying of the production capacity is that even the eagle would have to take a breath of cold air when hearing it, and it is so terrifying. After 1985, due to the replacement of weapons, the Type 56 was officially withdrawn and replaced by the Type 81. The millions of Type 56s were put into storage. Like the Type 56's younger brother, the Type 59.5, you can only occasionally see it in the honor guard. For now, the total number of Type 56 guns in the rabbit's inventory is about 5 million, and the Type 56 is about 2 to 3 million, and the quality is almost the same as when it left the factory. Yes, that's right. Like the Type 67 Happy Stick, the Type 56 Automatic Collection Talisman is also one of the rabbit's large inventory. It's just that due to war preparedness, the priority of the Type 56 is not as high as the Type 67 Happy Stick. But if there is a chance, the rabbits are naturally willing to clear the warehouse, cough cough, and help the people in the other world. However, Yang Bali naturally didn't know what the rabbits were thinking. At this time, he was watching Chen Fei curiously as he began to load the bullets. This Type 56 automatic collective shooting talisman can be used repeatedly many times. You just need to fill it with happy pills. The cost performance is very high. Ma Ning bit the word cost performance tightly, which was to pave the way for the quotation later, and then pointed at Chen Fei. "Here, it's assembled. It's very convenient, right?" Yang Bali nodded, without saying a word, staring at Chen Fei closely. "Platoon leader Chen, the red one is the 5th level key training puppet, the ones next to it are the 6th and 7th levels of key training, and the 8th level is a little behind." Beside Chen Fei, Wei Niandong was explaining to him the classification of various protective gear in the venue. After all, the Type 56 is a single weapon. Unlike the detonating talisman that can be thrown in casually, you must choose a suitable target. The first level of key training is too low to show its power, and the foundation building stage is not easy to break the outer shield, which would be embarrassing. Chen Fei swept his eyes around the scene and finally selected a puppet that was at the 7th level of key training and the farthest away from him. The Two Worlds Weapon Power Comparison report submitted by Lin Li's team to the Magic City mentioned that the Rabbit's 95 type rifle currently needs 6 bullets to break the defense magic weapon of the 7th level of key training. However, the 95 type uses 5.8mm caliber bullets, which is still different from the 56 type 7.62mm bullets in power. However, since the most equipped by the rabbits at present is the 95 type, the universality of the 5.8mm is definitely the main one in the report. However, although the 7.62mm is powerful, the effect of breaking the defense of the 8th and 9th level of key training outer shield is only a little better at most, and there will be no qualitative difference. After selecting the target, Chen Fei no longer hesitated. He picked up the 56 type and fired a standard burst. Da, 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 da. 4 bullets went down, and the defense of the 7th level puppet was instantly broken. Then Chen Fei aimed at the puppet of the 8th level of key training and pulled the trigger. This time, more bullets were consumed, and it took a full 12 bullets to successfully break the puppet's defense. However, this was enough to surprise Yang Bali next to him. It was not that Yang Bali was impatient, but because the manifestations of these talismans of the rabbits had far exceeded his cognition. Just like on Earth, if you see a person with a light wave in his hand, even if the light wave is so weak that it can only knock a can away and can't completely break it, you will probably be stunned for a long time after confirming that it is not a prank. No matter how rich a person's experience is, he will inevitably be surprised when he sees something beyond his inherent concept, unless he is a face-numbing person like Simalaozi. Looking at Yang Bali with surprise in his eyes, Manning on the side once again exposed his shortcomings in an extremely honest manner. Shopkeeper Yang, I'm ashamed to say this. The Type 56 automatic mass shooting talisman is not a happy stick after all. It can only target a single monster and cannot cause group damage. You can also see that it takes 12 shots to break the body protecting escape light of the 8th level of key training. It may take about 15 shots to kill it, and the number required for moving targets will be even higher. Therefore, in large-scale battles, the consumption of 7.62mm happy pills is very large, and the talisman body may overheat or even be scrapped after long-term use. I have to tell you about this first. Hearing these words, Yang Bali came back to his senses and waved his hands quickly. No, shopkeeper Ma is too modest. It's the first time in my life that an ordinary person can kill a talisman of the 8th level of key training. Let alone 15 happy pills. I think even 50 shots are not a loss. Yang Bali thought that maybe it was because Manning came from the mountains. He was simple and honest, and he would tell everything. You know, exposing one's shortcomings is a taboo in the business world. But Yang Bali liked to do business with such honest people the most. They were honest and simple, and would not always think of cheating you. After all, he was not a fool, and he had a clue in his heart to judge the value of these things. For such an honest person, even if business factors were put aside, Yang Bali was willing to be friends with Manning. After thinking for a while, Yang Bali said, Shopkeeper Ma, I wonder how much this 56 type automatic mass fire talisman costs? How much does the 7.62mm happy pill cost? Manning's face showed an expression of I'll sell it to you at cost price again. After hesitating for a while, he said, Shopkeeper Yang, I'll give you 30 for a 56 type automatic mass fire talisman, 28 spirit stones for a handful. As for the 7.62mm happy pills, Manning's entanglement became more serious, and finally gritted his teeth. I'm also risking it, 1 spirit stone for 30 rounds, which is the amount of a magazine. This is almost a cost price. Let me tell you bluntly, we can make a little money at this price, but it's really not much. After listening to Manning's words, Yang Bali secretly calculated in his mind. 15 rounds of 7.62mm happy pills can kill a cultivator of the 8th level of key training. Of course, this is the effect of shooting at a fixed target. In a siege battle, it may take 70 rounds, which is a 20% hit rate to kill a monster of this level, which is about 3 spirit stones. This is a single attack, converted into a group effect of the happy stick. The real cost performance is estimated not to be much worse. It's just that the two talismans have different ways of use and strategic purposes. If there's any profit, it should be that the 28 spirit stones of the 56 type automatic mass shooting talisman can make a little. The 7.62mm happy pills must be supplied at cost price. After all, the power is there, and it is estimated that the profit of 5% may not be available. After thinking about this, Yang Bali asked Manning, Shopkeeper Ma, can the 56 type automatic mass shooting talisman and 7.62mm happy pills also be paid after inspection? Manning nodded very straightforwardly. Yes, Both can be paid on delivery. It doesn't matter how much you inspect. We will bear all the costs. Yang Bali carefully calculated everything in his mind and finally decided to do this business with the rabbits. So many years of business experience told him that the rabbits are indeed an honest trading partner. Perhaps they are very smart in IQ and can lay out the means of bottom fishing in advance. But in terms of business negotiations, they still have the simple atmosphere from the other side of the mountains. Besides, since the other party has the confidence to pay on delivery and can verify it at will, the quality must not be a big problem. Yang Bali is the shopkeeper of Zebaoksun and the younger brother of Yang Wanli, the head of the Yang family. He has the highest decision-making power in such trade matters. So after a moment, he looked at Manning, shopkeeper Ma, signed the contract. Note, the extra story was reported, crying to death. It is estimated that it can't be rescued. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Agreement reached and rabbits purchased. Not long after reaching the cooperation intention, Yang Bali and Manning signed a supply contract at the temporary station in Zebaoksun Market. The two parties agreed in the contract. Teozu Chamber of Commerce will sell a batch of war preparation materials to Zebaoksun in a short time, and guarantee that the inferior product rate will not exceed 3/10,000. The specific number is as follows. 60,00067 type happy sticks, with a unit price of 0.8 lingxi piece, and a total price of 48,000 lingxi. Among them, the 10,000 happy sticks carried by the rabbits this time will be delivered and settled on the spot, totaling 8,000 lingxi. In addition, Teozu Chamber of Commerce will also provide 556 type automatic collection talismans and 90,007.62 mm happy pills, that is, 3,000 magazines. The price is a total of 17,000 lingxi. In other words, the total price of this trade is 65,000 lingxi, of which 8,000 lingxi will be traded on the spot. Zebaoksun will send a special person to Chixin City to hand over the goods after receiving the notice from Teozu Chamber of Commerce, and the freight expenses will be borne by Zhejiang City. The payment for this trade will be paid in full after the materials arrive at Zhejiang City and the goods are inspected. The reason why Yang Bali only placed an order for 500 automatic shooting talismans was mainly because this was the first transaction between the two parties. After all, it was the first time, and it would not be good to stuff too many long, black and thick things at once. Secondly, in the short term, Zhejiang City did not need to consume these talismans. Even in Yang Bali's plan. Whether it was this batch of happy sticks or the 56 type shooting talismans, the first batch of the trade chain's terminal customers were not Zhejiang City at all. That's right. He planned to transfer this batch first and sell it to other cities. After all, don't forget that Yang Bali is still a businessman after all, and a particularly shrewd one. The reason why he believed Manning's so-called cost price was certainly because Manning's acting skills were okay, but more because he didn't understand the concept of technological weapons at all. In his cognition, no matter how the talisman changes in appearance, as long as it reaches a certain level of power, it must consume spiritual energy, so the cost cannot be too low. In the final analysis, it was because of the huge difference in worldviews, and it had nothing to do with whether Yang Bali was good at fooling people. Therefore, when this topic was put aside and returned to the business perspective, Yang Bali naturally became the top businessman in the Great Mo realm again. So after he calmed down, his first reaction was to collect a batch of supplies and become a dealer. With the connections left by the Yuanying ancestor of Zhejiang City, he could know very accurately which city needed these supplies, and the relevant market was definitely not lacking. According to the price provided by the Teozu Chamber of Commerce, there was actually a lot of profit after reselling. Especially the power of those 56-style automatic collective shooting talismans was visible to the naked eye. The purchase price of 28 spirit stones, with his means, it was not difficult to sell 50 spirit stones. Of course. It was a long time later that the shopkeeper Yang knew, it was not these sticks that burned the spirit stones, but those small happy pills. Yang Bali was very happy on the other end. And the rabbits were also very happy on this end. After signing the agreement, if it weren't for his good mental quality, Ma Ning would have almost been so happy that he would have performed a Duan Ji Huifa on the spot. In fact, after learning about the quantity of goods ordered by Yang Bali for the first batch, the experts of the headquarters determined his purpose in a very short time. He probably didn't buy this batch of goods for his own use. Those experts are the top professionals in the local area, and each of them is a supermaster. It is too difficult for Yang Bali to hide his little thoughts from them. However, knowing is knowing. After discussion, the headquarters finally decided to play dumb and let him transfer. After all, in the short term, Zbaoxun is a very good partner, and there is no need to ruin the relationship with others. Secondly, with the current connections of the rabbits, it is difficult to find a similar opportunity to contact a city that needs talisman. This opportunity to buy at the bottom is too rare. Of course. Considering the sinister hearts of the people in the Great Mo realm, the rabbits will not completely let down their guard against Zbaoxun. In fact, they have another plan, which is to prepare to show off their muscles in front of Zbaoxun, or Zikyong City, by taking advantage of the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain in the near future. After all, the Teoshu Chamber of Commerce currently has mortals without any cultivation. If they don't show some high-end things, the other side may have some ideas. In addition to the factors of partners, another important reason why the rabbits choose to ignore Yang Boli's transformation into a dealer is that this wave has already made a lot of money. The cost of the 67 type Happy Stick is about 15.8 Chinese yuan per piece when converted into the price level of 2022. When a batch was sold in a few years, the price of the Happy Stick was 2,300 yuan per ton, that is, more than 1,660 pieces. The price of 0.8 spiritual stones is 4,800 Chinese yuan per piece. In fact, in a sense, Ma Ning did not lie. The difference of more than 4,780 yuan is the cost price. After rounding and fast-forwarding, there is nothing wrong with losing money. As for the other 56 type automatic collection talismans, the rabbits did not make much money. The cost of the Type 56 automatic group shooting talisman actually has two stages, and the keynote is the battle in 1962. It was also thanks to this battle that the rabbits beat up the Indians, and the Type 56 was nicknamed the Indian Happy Stick. 5 years after that time, Mr. Jaruzi, a famous weapons expert, returned from Albania and was ordered to start research on changing the Type 56 receiver to stamping production. Because the stamping receiver is easy to produce and low cost, the production line of the Type 56 submachine gun was gradually changed to produce stamping receivers. Therefore, after 1970, the cost of the Type 56 of the rabbits was as low as 18 yuan per gun, at the current price. The average salary of formal urban workers in 1970 was 53.94 yuan per month, so the cost of a Type 56 is about 1,400 to 1,500 yuan now. Such a high cost to buy more than 20 spirit stones is really not much profit compared to the Happy Stick. As for the last 7.22 mm Happy Pill, cough cough. Let's not talk about this. In fact, it only made a little more money, not much money. It was probably the price that could add a tiny bit of black to the inner color of the rabbits. If the eagle came, the price might be even darker. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Because if the eagle came to Zikyong City, there might be a fight. It's not like they haven't done this before. Maybe they would even design a Thanksgiving Day or something. In short, from the perspective of trade in the Great Mo realm, the rabbits' things are indeed much cheaper than those common talismans. The cheaper the price, the more reserves each city will have, and the fewer casualties in the beast tide. It can be said that everything is used to its full potential, and the rabbits are harmless to humans and animals. After signing the letter of intent, Ma Ning took a sip of tea and said to Yang Bali, "Shopkeeper Yang, I've heard that Zbaoxun is the largest chamber of commerce in Zikyong City. Now we want to buy some supplies from you. I wonder if shopkeeper Yang is interested in doing this business with us." Hearing that Ma Ning wanted to buy supplies, Yang Bali immediately became excited. Although he didn't have a deep friendship with the rabbits, he could feel their honesty and generosity during the signing of the letter of intent. The Happy Stick, which was originally priced at 1 spirit stone, was discounted by 20%. They would rather sell at cost price or even make a small loss to show their sincerity. This is the kind of customer Yang Bali likes to deal with the most. They are so simple that you can't bear to rip them off. After all, compared to Tang Si, a profit-seeking villain, Yang Bali can still abide by some bottom lines, otherwise he can't be in charge of Zbaoxun. So after Manying expressed his intention to purchase supplies, Yang Bali didn't care that the other party was just an ordinary person who didn't even have any cultivation, and took out several lists from the space bag on the spot. He laid out several lists on the table and introduced them. Shopkeeper Ma, these are lists of magic tools, talismans, elixirs, and pills from left to right. The list on the far left is some scattered items, such as formations, puppets, monster pets, etc., with prices ranging from high to low. This list is specially provided for Zebaoksun's big customers to review. Just pick out what you need and give it to me. In order to express Zebaoksun's sincerity, no matter what the total price you finally choose is, I will give you a 10% discount. As the shopkeeper of Zebaoksun, the big customer Yang Bali mentioned was not an ordinary partner like Wei Kaingshen. If a chamber of commerce under the name of a family wants to become a big customer defined by Zebaoksun, there must be at least one combat power of the third level of the giant in realm in the family. And it cannot be the kind of person whose ki and blood are drying up and about to die. However, the concept of this kind of big customer is still artificially defined, so in some special cases, as long as the authority of the person in charge is sufficient, the combat power requirements can be appropriately relaxed. For example, the rabbits at this time are definitely a big customer. Therefore, Yang Bali showed his importance in a timely manner and directly agreed to a discount. Since the number of materials recorded on the list is large, and all of them are described in the Damo language, it takes a certain amount of time to translate and summarize. So after a brief discussion, Manying expressed the idea of leaving the list for a detailed review. Yang Bali had already understood the language barrier of the rabbits in previous exchanges, so he readily agreed to Manying's request. The two parties agreed to meet again the next day, that is, 12 hours later, when the rabbits will list a detailed list of needs. Note, friends who pirated the version strongly recommend supporting the genuine version. Now you can get kitty and coins to subscribe directly by watching the video. If you don't know how to watch the video, you can leave a message in the comment area. I will answer it when I see it. You can get 10 coins by watching a video for only 15 seconds. This chapter talks about many talented people and they speak well. In particular, many of the jokes may not be understood without explanation in this chapter. Reading this chapter is much more interesting than reading the book. The reason for posting this paragraph here is that the pirated content in writer's words cannot be seen by readers. I will only mention it this time and will not mention it in the future. Crowdfunding ideas. If you have any cool talismans, you can leave a message. Maybe they will appear in future plots, then I will recommend a book. Welcome to my weird website, written by a girl. The writing style is quite delicate. You can go and have a look. Chapter 117 List. After Yang Bali left, Manying immediately followed Lin Ziming, Dai Chao Hong and others to the backyard of the shop. Arriving at the courtyard, Manying first glanced around vigilantly, and used gestures to send a Morse code to Lin Ziming. We won't be monitored by the divine mind when we talk, right? Lin Ziming shook his head, and also moved his fingers, and replied, no, Chief of Staff whose people are watching at all four corners. Dai Chao Hong, who was standing aside, saw the two people operating like a spy movie, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said hesitantly, you two, we are speaking Chinese. Even if someone monitors it, others can't understand it, right? Manying and the others. Then Manying coughed lightly, pretending that nothing happened, handed the list to Wei Niandong, and said, Brother Wei, I'll trouble you with the translation. The purchase of supplies is not a secret matter. After all, many supplies may require the cooperation of the monks of the Wei Mansion in the Battle of Xiaolianzi Mountain. Even some talismans with strong lethality and high usage requirements are prepared for the old Master Wei and others. In addition, many of the items on the list could only be accurately described by practitioners in the Great Mo realm, so the translation task was assigned to Wei Niandong instead of Wu Fan. Wei Niandong nodded, took the list from Manying, glanced at it, and began to translate one by one. Long rope whip, flying dragon sword. Light purple feather clothes are all magical instruments for the key training period, and the herdsman shield. The sky-breaking XR. While translating, Wei Niandong simply described the effects and prices of various items to Manying and others. This information and the names of the items were sent back to the headquarters in the rear, and were quickly classified into a collection and sent to Lin Li and other camp leaders. In this way, they worked for more than 2 hours. When Wei Niandong was almost shouting dry, a complete list of supplies was finally listed. Arrange a servant to politely take Wei Niandong away. Lin Ziming, Ma Ning and other main leaders of the caravan started a video conference call with the headquarters. This time, Yang Bali gave us a list of materials, with a total of more than 4,000 items, which basically covers all our currently known areas. In the video call, Lin Li sat in the headquarters with Yan Shaoxin, Shi's Erhong, Liu Xiangqian, Hu Jun and other experts and scholars, and he served as the host of the meeting. Okay, now everyone can start to talk about their own opinions on what materials we need to purchase. Professor Ma, you have seen a lot in the market during this period, so let's start with you. After hearing Lin Li's words, Ma Ning thought for a while and said, I do have some ideas, so I will throw out some ideas. With the sale of the first batch of 10,000 boxes of happy bars, we currently have 121,000 spiritual stones, which is enough to buy some good things. Considering the needs of the Xiaolianzi Mountain campaign, I propose 3 alternative targets for your reference: 2nd and 3rd level sword energy talismans, 3rd level dragon chanting talismans, and 3rd level suppression talismans, plus a large number of talisman pens, talisman paper and other materials, in the headquarters. Through voice recognition indexing, information about several talismans quickly appeared on the tablet in front of Lin Li and others. The sword energy talisman, like the detonating talisman, is also a very common talisman in the Great Mo realm. Among the 6 talismans drawn by Wei Yuan, the 1st level talisman master of the Wei family, one is the sword energy talisman. The effect of this talisman is very simple and clear. The sword cultivator seals a sword energy containing a large amount of his own spiritual power in the talisman, and after activation, the talisman will activate this sword energy and cut it out, thereby severely injuring or even killing the target. Compared with a range attack talisman such as the detonating talisman, the sword energy talisman mainly targets a single object, which is somewhat similar to the super enhanced version of the 7.62mm happy pill. The price of a 1st level sword energy talisman is similar to that of a 1st level detonating talisman, both of which are 2 to 4 spirit stones. However, the talismans in the Great Mo realm have a characteristic. That is, when its rank is promoted to the 2nd or even 3rd level, the price will experience a large and violent stretch. How violent is this magnitude? It is about the same speed as the speed of a dying person sitting up in shock. The price of an ordinary 2nd level sword key talisman is basically around 100 spirit stones. The sword key talisman that can kill the 2nd level late stage monster with a higher probability has a price range of 200 to 500 spirit stones, and there are also those that exceed 1,000. As for the 3rd level sword key talisman, it is enough to throw the giant in realm. Therefore, the starting price of the 3rd level sword key talisman is more than 1,000 spirit stones, and the price will double with each small increase in power. The price of the top quality 3rd level sword key talisman that has a chance to kill the perfect giant in realm can even reach 6 figures. This is why Yang Bali was a little disappointed at first after seeing the effect of the happy stick. He originally thought that the rabbit's happy sticks could achieve the effect of the 2nd level detonating talisman, so the profit would be very considerable at the 3-digit price. Now for the rabbits. Although the troops are not short of single-point firepower, the talisman has the biggest natural advantage over weapons, that is, it is easy to carry and activate. Therefore, if some sword key talismans can be equipped, the winning rate of the soldiers when facing the single-point combat power of the beast tide will be much higher, and they will be less likely to suffer casualties. The 3rd level Dragon Roar Talisman and the 3rd level Suppression Talisman are 2 talismans with auxiliary functions. The Dragon Roar Talisman is very special. It has no 1st level or 2nd level talismans of the same type, and it is a 3rd level talisman from the beginning. According to Wei Niandong's introduction, this talisman contains a dragon spirit, and the effect is only for monsters. That's right, dragon spirit. According to the legend of the Great Mo realm, dragons are active in the extremely ancient times. They are a creature with extremely top status. The lowest cultivation level after adulthood is also the realm of transformation. Nowadays, the Great Mo realm lacks spiritual energy, and the real concept of dragons has not appeared for many years. But as the saying goes, dragons are lustful by nature. In the long history of ancient times, the dragon clan has left its bloodline in countless creatures. Although the true body of the dragon clan is now far away, there are still many descendants with a trace of weak dragon blood. Due to physical reasons, most of these dragon descendants initially look like snakes, pythons or boas. For example, The giant snake that shouted flying dragon riding on face during the siege of Chichen City had a trace of ancient pterosaur blood in its body. When these creatures reach a certain realm, they will begin to regress to their ancestors, activating the trace of memory inheritance in their blood, and thus transforming into a Jiao. Some families in the Damo realm relied on their strong strength to capture and tame some Jiao beasts, and preserve their pressure through some means, and then used secret techniques to activate the real dragon pressure in them and refine it into a talisman. This is the origin of the dragon roar talisman. After activation, it will emit a strong real dragon pressure, covering a diameter of more than 500 meters. This kind of dragon power is extremely effective against most monsters, especially the large number of snake monsters in the beast tide. Under the influence of dragon power, they often have a great reduction in combat power or even completely lose their combat ability. This is a talisman that is very restraining against a beast tide. The only drawback is that the price is too expensive, starting at 3,000 spirit stones. However, for the rabbits, this may be a big help in the battle. After all, the main purpose of the rabbits is to capture the living two-headed bull. There is no way to use firepower to clean the ground at the beginning. It is very useful to have some of these talismans to help. The third type of talisman is an advanced version of the first-level sealing talisman, which is mainly used to seal the area. However, compared with a first-level sealing talisman, the talisman not only has a larger range, but also has a more violent effect. As long as it is properly operated, it can suppress the monster like a paperweight. It's like an ear root is pressed heavily on you, making you completely unable to move. So in Ma Ning's opinion, the second and third level sword energy talismans, the third level dragon chanting talismans, and the third level talisman are all resources that should be purchased as much as possible. After receiving Ma Ning's opinions, the headquarters discussed repeatedly, and Huajun, Liu Xianqian and others also put forward their own opinions. For example, Huajun asked the headquarters to purchase some defensive group formations, and Liu Xianqian believed that some puppets could be purchased to replace the soldiers to perform some dangerous tasks. Anyway, there are many tool people in the Wei Mansion, and there are many cultivators with high realms who can completely control puppets. Just like that, after several hours of discussion, Lin Li and others finally made a list of a large number of supplies that needed to be purchased. After 12 hours, Yang Bali visited as promised. Written at the beginning, the words of the writer are free, free. The extra chapters are completely cold, for some reasons, don't mention it. Several posts have been deleted for protection, maybe in my lifetime. But the person in the main plot of this book will definitely appear again, don't worry about that. At present, the surgical incision is still the same, but there is no collapse. Now it is really all supported by perseverance. The current plan for 26 is to release 4-5 chapters, and the others will be owed first. I have a good idea about this matter, so you don't need to persuade me anymore. I said before that the amount of the 26th is directly related to whether the subscription of this book will be 4 or 5 in the future. 5 chapters are already very few. If it is less, this book may not have enough stamina. At present, this book is almost 5,000 average. In fact, just talking about the results, our book is already the first group portrait article on Kidian. The average subscription exceeds Lingbao and 1,629. But I still want to make another push, because Kidian does not have a group portrait with 10,000 subscriptions. Finally, I would like to ask for some monthly votes. I still hope that everyone will keep following. Thank you. Chapter 118 Yang Bali's Imagination. The next day, Yang Bali came as scheduled. As soon as the two sides met, before Yang Bali could speak, Ma Ning threw him a bombshell. Shopkeeper Yang, I have already contacted the Dong family's headquarters yesterday, and you can send someone to Chichen City to pick up the goods today. Yang Bali forgot to say hello when he heard this, and he was stunned. After a long while, he rolled his eyes a few times and asked in disbelief, Shopkeeper Ma, are you saying that you can contact your Chamber of Commerce's headquarters on the other side of the Shanghai Mountains in Zhejiang City? Ma Ning nodded slightly and smiled. Yes, our Chamber of Commerce has some special means to transmit some information thousands of miles away. At this time, Shopkeeper Yang only needs to send someone to Chichen City to check the authenticity. I guess the Dong family has already started shipping the goods. Yang Bali opened his mouth, stammered a few times, and finally did not speak. The distance between Zhejiang City and Qi County City is nearly 2,000 miles, and the distance to Shanghai mountain range is as much as 3,000 miles. Even if Manning concealed the situation of Teosu Chamber of Commerce, such as the fact that the Chamber of Commerce actually has a warehouse on this side of the mountain, at least the news of contact with Qi County City should be true. Otherwise, Yang Bali only needs to arrange a steward to go and see to expose this lie. Besides, the first round of trade between the two sides does not require a deposit, and telling such a lie will not benefit Teosu Chamber of Commerce. Since this is probably true, then the question is, how did Manning pass the message to Qi County City? The means of communication in the Great Mo realm are actually very simple. The message transmission in the low-level field is either human or animal power. For example, there is a demon beast called Black Eagle in the Great Mo realm, which can be responsible for long-distance transmission after being domesticated. But this so-called long distance is actually only 100 to 80 kilometers. Some black eagles with good physique can fly 150 to 200 kilometers at most. If you want to transmit messages over a distance of more than 2,000 miles, then you can only use some high-level means. The less popular ones include the flying swords of Yuanying masters, and the natal flying swords made by sword practitioners above the middle stage of Yuanying can indeed fly thousands of miles away. The more popular ones include small teleportation arrays that are carried with them, or the 1 Lichuan notes that they carry with them. Among them, the cost of the 1 Lichuan notes is lower than the former, and because it can be used repeatedly, it is more common. But no matter how low the cost is, the 1 Lichuan note is still a 4th-level talisman after all. That's right, it is a 4th-level talisman for the Yuanying realm. Even Zhejiang City only has 4 1 Lichuan notes, which are left by the ancestors of the previous generation of Yuanying. Although the 1 Lichuan notes can be reused. However, since this kind of talisman consumes a lot of energy each time it is activated, it is basically used in some emergency events. For example, a large beast tide appears in a certain place, or a strange treasure appears in a certain area, or even something happens in Yaok, etc. When the manager of the flying boat learned that the price of monster materials was going to increase, he contacted Zebaoksun through this talisman, which led to the subsequent layout of Zebaoksun. As for other ways of transmitting sound, suddenly, Yang Bali thought of a scene he had seen before. That was when he had not yet contacted the Teosu Chamber of Commerce. At that time, Wang Qiang pressed her finger on an object on her ear, and then, as if she had received some kind of instruction, her attitude immediately changed from hesitation to decisiveness. As a practitioner in the foundation building period, Yang Boli's own divine consciousness can sense some situations around him, such as other people's conversations or exploring some situations. It's just that divine consciousness is somewhat similar to the skills that consume mana continuously in the game, and it consumes a lot of spiritual energy when it is released. Therefore, when practitioners are safe, they generally rarely release their divine consciousness to test others. At most, they will arrange some anti-detection means around them. However, not releasing it is one thing, and sensing other people's divine consciousness is another. Yang Bali can use his 3rd-level underwear that he spent a huge amount of money to make to guarantee that there was absolutely no spiritual energy or fluctuation of divine thoughts around Wang Qiang at that time. At that time, Yang Bali was just a little curious about this and did not think too much about it. But combined with what Manning said at this time, some things should be taken seriously. Perhaps in the Teosu Chamber of Commerce, there are some unique means that can transmit information over long distances. If this is true, then the status of the Teosu Chamber of Commerce in Yang Boli's heart will be raised again. At the same time, Yang Bali saw not only the more mysterious side of the rabbits, but also saw that the rabbits were more sincere than before. Still, take the 1 Lichuan note as an example. Although the 1 Lichuan note has no limit on the number of uses, the cost of transmitting a message each time is at least 1,000 spirit stones. Taking the distance from Zhejiang City to Chixin City as an example, it costs at least 2,000 spirit stones to activate a 1 Lichuan note. If it is on the backside of the Shanghai Mountains, at least 3,500 spirit stones are needed to penetrate the barrier. Yang Bali may have never seen the communication method of the Teosu Chamber of Commerce before. But it is the same idea as the previous judgment of the happy stick. In the Great Mo realm, if you want to achieve a certain degree of effect, the specific means may be different, but the cost will never deviate much. If Yang Bali is not wrong, the cost of the rabbits in this communication will not be less than 2,000 spirit stones. He dares to use the 3rd-level pink underwear of his brother, Yang Wanli, the head of the Yang family, as a guarantee. According to Yang Boli's original estimate, among the orders placed by Zabeoksun, only the batch of 56 type automatic collection and shooting talismans should be able to make some profit. It is about more than 2,000 spirit stones, and the difference will not be too big. For the entire batch of more than 60,000 spirit stones, the profit of Teosu Chamber of Commerce is no more than 4,000 spirit stones, and it is possible to make less than 3,000 spirit stones. This is the cost limited by the rules of the Great Mo realm. At least it will not be too different in thousands. Therefore, Teosu Chamber of Commerce is likely to sacrifice part of its interests decisively out of its emphasis on the first batch of transactions between the two parties, and in order to further expand the market, and to make its sincerity more sufficient by accelerating the shipment of goods. Thinking of this, Yang Bali couldn't help but show a trace of emotion in his eyes. "Shopkeeper Ma, you are so thoughtful." Ma Ning looked at the shopkeeper of Zabeoksun, who had a look of "you are really nice," and blinked in confusion. In fact, he mentioned to Yang Bali that he could send people to transport goods, mainly to remind him to go to Chixin City to purchase goods as soon as possible. This will allow the rabbits to get the payment for the goods faster, and it may also speed up the signing of the second phase contract between the two parties. After all, the rabbits have always been under pressure that a fourth-level monster may attack in a few years, and if they can get the spirit stones as soon as possible, they can be one step faster. As a result, Yang Bali seems to be in a state of disillusionment. In fact, this matter can't be blamed on Ma Ning, or the think tank behind the trade group. After all, the rabbits know nothing about the communication situation in the Great Mo realm, and the information that the Wei Mansion can provide in this regard is also quite limited. So the rabbits have always thought that there are many more efficient means of communication between the big cities, but they just don't know it for the time being. So they really didn't realize how awesome their approach was. But these rabbits' seemingly ordinary operations now seem to have accidentally contributed to some good things. Ma Ning secretly noted this detail in his heart, then coughed lightly to make himself look as normal as possible, and then handed a list to Yang Bali. "Shopkeeper Yang, these are the materials we want to buy. Do you think your Chamber of Commerce has enough inventory?" Yang Bali took the list, glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and said in surprise, "It seems that you want to buy a lot of things." This time the list of materials in his hand was full of various materials, as many as 2 or 3 pages. Among them, there were more than 40 second and third level talismans, third level dragon chanting talismans, second and third level sword key talismans, third level earth trapping talismans, 6 Ding Xianjia formations, etc. The price of a single piece ranged from a dozen or so spirit stones for the cheaper ones to thousands of spirit stones. The most expensive third-level sword key talisman was sold for as much as 4,000 spirit stones. For the talismans alone, the Teosu Chamber of Commerce spent more than 30,000 spirit stones. In addition, there are a large number of elixirs, such as Vitality Pill, Bigu Pill, Kingayan Pill for key training, and Yingyang Pill for improving the effect of drawing ki into the body. Since most of the elixirs are basic consumables, they are not very expensive, but because there are 2 Vitality Pills, the price is more than 8,000 lingxi. In addition, there are also a large number of materials on the list, mainly low-level materials such as Kyling Pill and Body Amulet. There are also a large number of basic pill recipes, as well as a few mechanical puppets that are not particularly expensive. Finally, there are some magic weapons, the most conspicuous of which are 4 space bags of different specifications. The price of all the above materials added up is close to 120,000 lingxi. Thanks to the leader of Roy and Yiayu for the reward, I owe 3 more chapters. Yesterday, my wallet was lost and my bank card was stolen. I was dumbfounded, but fortunately the money was stopped. When you see this chapter, I should be on the flight to the bank where I opened my account to apply for a replacement card, and I am considering whether to sleep on the streets of Fuzhou. Laugh. Chapter 119 News about the teleportation array. Faced with a business worth 120,000 spirit stones, Yang Bali couldn't help but show a serious look on his face. Although Zabeoksun is involved in many business fields, except for the purchase and wholesale trade of monster materials, the purchase of materials worth more than 100,000 spirit stones is not very common on weekdays. Especially in recent years, the families in the Great Mo realm have not had an easy time. In years with poor harvests, they may not encounter such a business in a year. However, although there are many materials on the list, Yang Bali is not stupid enough to ask Manning what these things are for. Not only will the result of asking this question be a perfunctory reply, but it may also inexplicably offend such a big customer. It is a taboo in the business world to rashly inquire about the details of the customer. After all, no one likes a store owner who chases you and interrogates you. Anyway, there should be many opportunities for cooperation between the two sides in the future. In addition, Linnyuan City is only more than 200 miles away from Qi County City, so there are plenty of opportunities to inquire about the details of Teosu Chamber of Commerce. Then Yang Bali carefully read the list again, and after some consideration, he said, "Shopkeeper Ma, the materials on the list are all in stock in Zibeoksun's warehouse, and the reserves are more than enough to meet your needs. It's just that the transportation of some of the valuable materials may take some time, such as the 3-meter-long and wide space bag. After all, this part of the materials involves the inner warehouse of Yang Mansion, and some may need to be handed over to the elders of the clan. In the list submitted by the rabbits, the materials are generally divided into two types: large quantities of basic materials and small quantities of valuable items. The former includes Kingaindan needed for the key training period, as well as various spiritual medicines and talisman materials, etc. The quantity is not small, but it is completely a drop in the bucket for Zibeoksun's inventory. But the remaining valuable items are different. Some of them involve more complicated processes. For example, the 3 space bags. The volume of the common small space bags on the market in Damoji is about 20 cubic meters, and the larger ones are 30 cubic meters. The price is about 12,000 spirit stones, and the cheaper ones can be bought at 10,000 spirit stones. I changed the previous size of 5-6 cubic meters because it was too small for the family. However, the target customers of this space bag are mostly families, and it is mostly used to transport some elixirs, spiritual materials, and even spiritual stones. In the field of individual practitioners, there is actually a super small space bag of about 1 cubic meter, which has an informal name, storage bag. The price of a storage bag is about 2,000 spiritual stones, and it is a standing equipment for some casual foundation building cultivators or giant cultivators who have no family pressure on their shoulders. Among the 4 space bag orders placed by the rabbits this time, 3 of them were purchased for this small storage bag. After all, from a research perspective, this storage bag has the lowest cost to crack. Anyway, it uses space technology, and if the unknown space technology is divided into different levels, the difficulty of the storage bag may be even lower. But in addition to these 3 small storage bags, the other medium-sized storage bag purchased by the rabbits is a bit troublesome. The volume of that medium-sized storage bag is about 300 cubic meters, which is much smaller than the space bag left by Wei Siming. This kind of storage bag is considered a high-end item in Zibeoksun, and is usually stored in the inner storehouse of the main mansion. Even if it is a big shopkeeper like Yang Bali, it is actually a bit troublesome to mobilize it. Although he is the younger brother of the current head of the Yang family, there are many old people in a family, so some procedures should still be followed. The main reason why the rabbits chose this 300 cubic meter space bag is only one: they are running out of extra spirit stones. This 300 cubic meter space bag costs as much as 60,000 spirit stones. Even if Yang Bali gave them a 10% discount, the purchase price still needs 54,000 spirit stones. After the rabbits sold all the necessary materials and space bags needed for experiments, the remaining spirit stones were only enough to buy this space bag. Although Wei Qiangsheng can also allocate some spirit stones, the Wei Mansion also has a lot of materials to purchase this time. The several thousand spirit stones were not enough to buy a space bag with a qualitative change in volume. There was really no difference between the specifications of 300 cubic meters and 350 cubic meters for the rabbits, so there was naturally no need to spend this favor. According to the arrangement of the rabbits, the first priority of this space bag would be to transport materials between the two worlds. For example, 1 cubic meter of iron weighs about 7 tons, and high-nickel stainless steel can be even heavier. If a 300 cubic meter space bag is filled with iron, the theoretical storage capacity can reach more than 2,000 tons. Even if other lighter materials are used, taking into account the time for transporting materials, it is still no problem to free up an additional 3,000 to 4,000 tons of transportation capacity for the light gate every day. This will undoubtedly greatly improve the development of the camp. Of course, this is just the ideal plan of the rabbits, because it is not known whether the space bag can be used in the mainland. After all, there is no spiritual energy in the mainland at present. If everything goes well, This task of traveling back and forth between the two worlds every day will be handed over to Lin Ziming. By the way, this time the rabbits bought a lot of pills for replenishing ki and blood. If the space bag fails in the local area, it will be used to transport various resources. For example, the spirit stone mine or the coal mine discovered by Lei Wenjin's team, etc., and even water can be used in special circumstances. In short, this time, in addition to the 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones left in hand, the rabbits used all the remaining funds to buy a lot of supplies. After confirming with Yang Bali that it would take 4 days, or 48 hours, to dispatch supplies from the inner warehouse of Yang Mansion, Manning raised another very important question for the rabbits. Manager Yang, I heard that there is a teleportation array in Zhejiang City, right? Manning's question was a bit too far-reaching. Yang Bali was stunned for a while before he came back to his senses. He nodded and replied, yes, there is a teleportation array in the center of the city. As soon as the voice fell, Manning's earphones suddenly heard Zhang Guchen's exclamation, the decibel comparable to IOC's killing quartet. Judging from the accompanying slight movement, this academician of the Monster Institute should be excited again and unable to control his emotions. Manning calmly turned down the volume and asked Yang Bali, Shopkeeper Yang, where does the teleportation array lead to? How is the fee charged? Manning's question did not make Yang Bali feel wrong, because countless people had asked him similar questions before Manning. After all, only Zhejiang City had a teleportation array within 2,000 miles. Even the direct descendants of some cities with a population of 200,000 or 300,000 would be interested in this thing. Considering the status of the teleportation array in Zhejiang City, although it is important, its information is not confidential and many people know it. So Yang Bali quickly replied, Shopkeeper Ma, the teleportation array in Zhejiang City leads to 3 huge cities, namely Anhua City more than 2,300 miles away, Shuangsa City more than 2,700 miles away, and Qinghang City more than 3,000 miles away. Among them, Anhua City is the headquarters of Tingayan Pavilion. As for the price of using the teleportation array, it is uniformly 600 spirit stones per person for one-way teleportation. If your Chamber of Commerce wants to try to experience long-distance teleportation, I can give you a preferential price of 500 spirit stones per time. Under normal circumstances, the teleportation array in our city is open once every 10 Big Mo days. However, due to the large number of chambers of commerce in the city during this period, the frequency of opening the teleportation array will be more frequent, and it will be opened again after 36 hours. But this is also the last time it will be opened in the short term. After all, the caravan has already collected all the materials that should be collected. When the transmission stops after 36 hours, it will not be opened again until 10 Big Mo days pass. After listening to Yang Boli's introduction, Manning's mind quickly popped up several numbers. 600 spirit stones for one way, 1,200 for a round trip. Equivalent to more than 7 million Chinese currency. Then he looked at Lin Ziming in secret. The issue of the teleportation array has far exceeded the decision-making power of the trade group. Since it has been determined that the entry threshold of the teleportation gate is not too high, the rest should be decided by the headquarters. So Manning simply exchanged pleasantries with Yang Bali, and the two sides agreed on a delivery time of 4 days later. At the same time, Yang Bali also said that if Manning and others wanted to experience the effect of the teleportation array, they could go to Zebaoksun station in the market to find him in 2.5 days. After explaining these, the two sides parted ways. After Yang Bali left the shop, Manning and others still came to the backyard and contacted the headquarters. We must go. As soon as the video voice was connected, Zheng Gucheng stood up from his seat and said passionately, we must master the technology of long-distance space transmission. Maybe it can promote the research of light gates. So I think we must send one or several people to test the effect of the transmission array, no matter what. We must go. Give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 120 Emperor Chapter 117 News about the teleportation array. Inside the headquarters. Looking at Zheng Gucheng, who was so excited that his face turned red, and who thought that if he lost another 30 pounds and grew 20 centimeters taller, he could play Guangong. Lin Li quickly stretched out his hand, waved his palm up and down a few times, and signaled him to calm down. Old Zheng, although I and other comrades are not professional physicists like you. For the concept of space teleportation, we may not have a more systematic understanding, such as it can solve some theory or academic mystery. But this does not mean that we are not clear about its importance. I also support the physics team to carry out research on the portal. But the problem is that due to the complete unknown of the Zhejiang City teleportation array, we have not made relevant preparations this time. For example, many sophisticated instruments have not been brought, and various coefficients do not have sufficient testing conditions. In this case, is it necessary for us to try the portal now? Faced with the questions raised by Lin Li, silence fell inside and outside the video conference. Lin Li's question is very realistic. Because with the current technological means of the rabbits, even if everyone has all the equipment, it is actually difficult to crack the mystery of the teleportation array. Rather than research, it is better to experience what this thing is, and then see if there is a chance to collect a little data. Therefore, Lin Li's underlying attitude was to suggest that everyone be more rational. The rabbits had already gained a lot this time, so they could stop while they were ahead. After all, Lin Li was now the general manager of such a large base, and his attitude towards many things had gradually begun to be more stable. A radical leader was actually not suitable for an environment like the Great Mo realm. The meeting was silent for a while. Then Monying suddenly raised his hand to the camera, indicating that he had something to say. "Captain Lin, I have some ideas to talk about." Lin Li nodded at him and said, "Professor Ma, you can say whatever you think." Monying pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, "Everyone, I am a civilian staff member, and I don't know much about scientific research, but I think we can and should try this opportunity. At present, we still have 4,000 to 5,000 spiritual stones left. If necessary, it is not difficult for Wei Qiangsheng to temporarily transfer 3,000 to 5,000 spiritual stones. Director Fei Chu's daily output of spiritual stones is about 2,000. The part of the spiritual stones that are transferred can be fully repaid when they return to Qi County City, without delay. So from an economic point of view, I think there is no big problem with the transmission expenditure. And from the perspective of time, many things are definitely better done one day earlier than one day later. Isn't this the case in our country? We have developed by seizing every day. Although our understanding of the transmission array is almost zero at present, this does not prevent us from taking the first step. To put it bluntly, we won't have any real loss if we fail. It doesn't matter if we lose some spirit stones. At most, we can cheat Zibeoksun again next time and find Manager Yang to do more trade. Don't I think our 40 fire and 107 fire are quite suitable? After all, if we miss this opportunity, we will have to wait for 10 more days, that is, 70 Earth days. So from the perspective of economy and nature, I support trying the teleportation array. As for the equipment issue, Academician Zheng, can I ask what equipment is needed to study the teleportation array? How many equipment does the target of teleportation need to carry with him? After asking the question, Monying waited for Zheng Gucheng's reply. As one of the core equipment of Zhejiang City, the teleportation gate is a great privilege for the rabbits to teleport at a discount. As for letting you pull the wires and set up the platform to do research, this is absolutely impossible. Just like a new driver who just bought a car, it's okay for you to get a ride, but do you want to do it yourself or even dismantle his engine? Haha, so, if the rabbits want to collect information about the teleportation array, they must do it quietly. Therefore, the teleporters must not carry anything too big or too heavy. It's okay to carry a small box, and people are not stupid if you carry a few hundred meters of optical fiber. This is why Monying asked that question. If the testers must carry a lot of equipment, the idea of experiencing the teleportation array can be abandoned directly. Facing Monying's question, Zheng Gucheng thought for a while, as if he was thinking about what he needed, and then slowly said, "Positioning equipment and gravity and pressure detection equipment are definitely needed. Although the trade group has these equipment, they are used to detect flying boats, and the precision is far from enough. In addition, entanglement sources are needed, single photon detectors are also needed, and then there are Bell state measurement interference rings, etc. The whole set of equipment is about 20 to 30 cubic meters. The testers just need to wear some equipment inside, and at most they will look a little fat." Knowing that the most basic conditions for measuring the teleportation array have been met, Monying nodded and then made a suggestion. "In this case, can we try to send the equipment over by manual means?" When Monying said this, several hum rang out in the command center at the same time. The straight line distance between Zhejiang City and Shixin City is about 2,400 miles, that is, about 1,200 kilometers. The flying distance in the air is naturally the same as the straight line distance, and the driving distance of the vehicle is about 1,600 kilometers. According to Yang Bali, the teleportation array will be open once in 3 days. The longest flight range of the Z-10 helicopters in the camp is 700 kilometers, let alone the AC-311A. If they exceed this limit, they must refuel. In fact, let alone the helicopters in the camp. At present, except for some mysterious modified helicopters in the south and west of China, other helicopters cannot reach a round-trip range of 2,400 kilometers. At present, the longest flight distance of the rabbits is the Z-9, which can reach a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers after strengthening, which is far from a round-trip range. The Mi-6, equipped with a small number of auxiliary fuel tanks, can reach 1,450 kilometers, but the specifications of the Mi-6 are not good, with a length of more than 40 meters, a height of 9.86 meters, and a short wingspan of 15.30 meters, which can't pass the light gate at all. Refueling a helicopter is not something that can be done with a plastic bucket, not to mention that after each refueling, a team of 6 people needs to spend more than 30 minutes to check. So at least in the near future, the Rabbit's helicopters will not be able to cover the airspace to Zhejiang City. Because of this, only the ground convoy can accomplish the task that Manning mentioned. Driving 1,800 kilometers in 3 days, while also considering the road conditions and the possible threats of monsters during the period. This is actually a very difficult task. Thinking of this, even Zheng Guchen, who has always been resolute, fell silent. If this mission only requires him to go alone, then he can pick up his luggage on the spot and go. But if the soldiers need to take risks, he can no longer be so casual. But as Manning said, if the rabbits don't seize this opportunity, the next opportunity will be 70 days later. The rabbits have to fight for 2 days of delivery time, and pushing it back 70 days at once is absolutely unacceptable. Thinking of this, Lin Li couldn't help but turn his head and look at Yan Xiaoxin, who was sitting on his right. Yan Xiaoxin immediately understood what Lin Li meant. He and Sumo, the company commander of the car company behind him, looked at each other. The tacit understanding between the soldiers made them quickly understand each other's ideas. Yan Xiaoxin immediately stood up and said with full energy, "Captain Lin, leave this task to me. I will lead the team personally and ensure that the equipment is delivered to the trade delegation on time." Lin Li was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Captain Yan, it takes 3 days to cover a distance of more than 1,800 kilometers, and it is impossible for tanks to reach the destination. At most, we will equip you with armored vehicles. At the same time, for efficiency considerations, this transportation must be based on a small team. You must think clearly, the danger along the way is very high." Yan Xiaoxin gave a hearty smile without hesitation. "Captain Lin, if I were afraid of death, I would not come to the Great Mo realm this time." Lin Li stared at his military emblem for a few seconds, and finally took a deep breath. "In this case, let's vote by raising our hands. Please raise your hands if you agree to conduct this transmission test and send a convoy to transport the equipment." Swish, Yan Xiaoxin raised his hand first. Sumo had no right to express his opinion due to his low level, but he firmly took a step closer to Yan Xiaoxin and expressed his attitude with his actions. Zheng Guchen saw this and slowly raised his hand as well. Liu Xianqian shook his head and did not support this idea. A few seconds later, Hu Jun raised his hand, Manning raised his hand, Lin Ziming raised his hand. Bao Xin opposed, Dai Chaohong opposed. Shi Zhehong sighed, "I abstain." Lin Li looked around and slowly raised his hand. 6 votes in favor, 1 abstention, and 3 against. The plan passed. At present, with the expansion of the camp, the command center has enough authority to decide on things like testing the portal, and only needs to report. Therefore, after backing up the relevant matters and reporting them to the base camp, Yan Xiaoxin and others immediately began to prepare for transportation. 2 hours later, all debugging was completed. This time, the transport team had a total of 8 armored transport vehicles, with 77 approved personnel, led by Yan Xiaoxin himself, and assisted by Sumo, the company commander of the motor company. In addition, Zheng Guchen also took all the physics team members, including his disciple Zhou Yuangxin, to board this transport convoy. Today is the 4th update. I have been trying my best to write it, but my fingers and mind are under great pressure. After all, I almost lost my wife's money. The time I wrote this paragraph is 5:38 in the morning. I was in a shabby internet cafe, breathing in the second-hand smoke around me and finishing the last page. I went back to sleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I will update 3 chapters at the same time. Finally, please give me some monthly votes. It's the end of the month. Chapter 121, Wang Qiang's Treasure Hunt and the Halo of the Protagonist. At the same time as the transport convoy set off. In Zhejiang Market, more than 1,000 kilometers away. Since all the goods had been sold and there were no trade tasks, the members of the Taosu trade group were granted a half-day holiday. The members could choose to sleep or go out for a stroll in Zhejiang City. Anyway, everyone had a translator and a positioning device on them, so they couldn't get lost. However, for safety reasons, members had to go out with at least 2 people. Lin Ziming had just announced the holiday in the store. Wang Qiang hurriedly found Wu Fan, and shook a small bag in her hand at him in a sneaky way. "Wu Fan, let's go." Wu Fan looked at her with a headache, and asked helplessly, "Sister Wang, are you really going?" Wang Qiang immediately glared at him, as if she had thought of something, and held the bag a little harder, muttering, "Of course, you don't know how much I have invested this time. I even asked Wei Niandong for the location." After a long while, she seemed to have made up her mind, and said to Wu Fan with a resolute face, "Wu Fan, I tell you, if you see something you like later, just tell me directly. If you make a profit, we will split it 50-50, and I will bear the loss myself." Wu Fan, the bag in Wang Qiang's hand was not filled with other things, but really precious spiritual stones. As a member of the trade group, the Ministry of Commerce specially approved an exchange quota of 40 spiritual stones for each person. Allocating foreign exchange quotas to each member of the foreign trade group is an old tradition of the Ministry of Commerce. Of course, the Ministry of Commerce only provided a quota of spirit stones, and members still had to pay for the exchange. At present, spirit stones are still considered strategic materials, and each member can exchange for 40 spirit stones, which is indeed a very good benefit. As for whether you use this money to buy elixirs or buy a puppet doll together, these personal choices will not be controlled by the Ministry of Commerce. Because Wang Qiang has such a good mentor like Lin Li, she has no shortage of research funds and benefits every year, so she has saved some money in the past few years. The specific amount of this girl's small treasury is a little more than 233,000 yuan. With the 11,000 yuan temporarily borrowed from Lin Ziming, a total of 244,000 yuan was just enough to exchange for 40 spirit stones from Yu Jia. Although Wang Qiang is a girl, she has liked reading male-oriented novels since she was a child. She has read the likes of Dupo countless times, and all of them are genuine chapters from Kidian Chinese website. Recently, watching videos on Kidian Chinese website can earn Kidian coins, so Wang Qiang's expenses have been reduced. Otherwise, she might have to borrow more money from Lin Ziming. However, as a scientific researcher, Wang Qiang was relatively rational before coming to the Great Mo realm. Although she likes novels, she will not be affected by those novels in real life. For example, when she sees a coffin, she will not think about whether there is a bronze coffin of 3 generations inside. But after seeing the way of cultivation in the Great Mo realm, the fairy hero dream hidden in this girl's heart for more than 10 years finally broke out. In fact, it is not just Wang Qiang. Now, among the nearly 10,000 people in the Great Mo realm, half of them dream every night of yelling and then coming from the west with a sword. It's just that this girl is a little shrewd or a little stubborn. She always thinks that Wu Fan is definitely different from ordinary people. As we all know, stories with fairy hero backgrounds usually have a protagonist. That is, the legendary son of the plane or the son of destiny. So very early, Wang Qiang locked her target on Wu Fan. She firmly believed that this little brother was the protagonist, or at least he should have the aura of a protagonist. In the Kidian novel, the name Wu Fan should be written in gold, and then you can see 3 big words, male protagonist. Otherwise, why was he the one who discovered the light gate? In fact, many people, including the core members, felt that Wu Fan was a little special at the beginning. Although he was not as mysterious as the protagonist's aura, they also had some doubts about whether he had any connection with the light gate. Otherwise, there would not have been the detection of the first cause. However, Wu Fan acted like a supporting role from the beginning of the incident, and did not show any relationship with the light gate. After arriving in the Damo realm, the aptitude detected was only for spiritual roots, and he had to spend a lot of spiritual awakening pills when he was awakening his spirit. He only showed a little talent in language. But if you want to link language talent to the protagonist's aura, it seems a bit forced. Let alone those local language geeks. Isn't there a Wei Nyandong in Shi County? So gradually, everyone stopped paying too much attention to Wu Fan. They still made some observations, but their purpose was not as strong as at the beginning. Only Wang Qiang did not give up. This time, she spent her own money to verify Wu Fan's aura of the protagonist. God has mercy on me. It is not easy for a 28 or 29-year-old girl from another place to save 200,000 yuan in Shanghai. After all, she has only been working there for 2 or 3 years. Of course, this is because Lin Li, the mentor, is a good person and does not covet benefits, but it is also inseparable from Wang Qiang's frugality. And it is this girl who has to compare for a long time online to buy a 30 yuan piece of clothing, but now she resolutely spent her own money and let Wu Fan spend as much as he wants. Most people may not have this courage. I have to say that the second-year students are harmful. Half an hour later, the two appeared in an area in the city that looked like an antique street. I heard that this is the largest treasure hunting street in Zhejiang City. Some independent cultivators or small families often bring some unknown items here to sell. If you are lucky, you can pick up treasures from the ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant. Wang Qiang took Wu Fan and introduced the background of this street while walking, but Wei Nyandong told me that there are also many scammers on this street. If you are not careful, you may be cheated. I even think that the news of picking up ancient relics is simply released by the Yang family to cheat people. Wu Fan glanced at her. Then why did you drag me here? Wang Qiang pushed the frame of her glasses when she heard it, and a white light flashed on the lens again like a famous detective. It's because of you that I came here. Gambling on stones and picking up treasures, this is the standard configuration of the protagonist, okay? In fact, Wang Qiang didn't say one more thing. Her original idea was to go to the auction. After all, any protagonist in a novel can 100% pick up leaks at the auction, just like the male protagonist of an urban novel will definitely meet his ex-girlfriend when buying a car. However, she learned from Wei Nyandong that the lowest level auction in Zibaoxun also requires 200 spirit stones to enter, and the lowest cultivation level must reach the 3rd level of key training. So the girl could only give up this ideal with regret. After saying that, she poked Wu Fan's arm with her finger and asked, "Hey, do you feel anything now? For example, something is attracting you." Wu Fan looked at her again, turned his arm and exposed his arm. "It hurts a little. You should cut your nails." Wang Qiang, seeing that the girl was quite angry, Wu Fan was shocked. The strong desire to survive prompted him to look around and quickly pointed in a direction. "I think we can go over there to take a look." Wang Qiang immediately became energetic when she heard it, and didn't care about what Wu Fan said before, and pulled Wu Fan. "Let's go over there and take a look." It was a coincidence. There was a gambling stone shop in the direction Wu Fan pointed. Arriving at the entrance of the gambling stone shop, Wang Qiang stopped and asked Wu Fan, "Xiao Wu, what do you think of this shop? Let's go in and take a look." Wu Fan glanced at the price list of the stones in the shop. After seeing the prices clearly, he showed a trace of hesitation on his face and said, "Sister Wang, the stones in this shop are quite expensive. The cheapest one costs 1 spirit stone, which is 6,000 yuan. Oh, I told you to spend it as you like." Wang Qiang shook the small bag like a little rich woman, and showed that she was very rich. But in fact, the girl was a little uneasy at this time. After all, it was all her wealth. However, after thinking about it, she finally dragged Wu Fan into the shop. The area of this gambling stone shop is not large, and there are not many customers in the shop at this time. After all, this kind of business is not uncommon on the earth, and it has a meaning of not opening for 3 years and making a living for 3 years. The shopkeeper of the gambling stone shop was a kind-looking middle-aged man, not tall. When he saw Wu Fan and the others, he didn't care about their non-practitioners' identities. He walked up to them quickly and attentively and asked, "Would you like to try your luck? We have found 3rd-level spiritual materials in the raw stones of our shop. Note, there are 2 more chapters to come, and all 3 chapters will be updated at the same time. Just turn to the previous chapters. I'll give you some simple and well-known things first." Chapter 122 Wang Qiang's Treasure Hunt and the Halo of the Protagonist. After entering the store, facing the shopkeeper's inquiry, Wang Qiang showed a very experienced smile with a sense of distance, waved her hand and said to him, We are just taking a look. When shopping in a store, you can't show too strong a desire to buy. This is a truth that even children know. Then she and Wu Fan walked aside and looked at the raw stones carefully. The project of gambling on stones has a large audience in the local world and the Great Mo world. It is a special game mode with relatively high costs. The stones used for gambling on stones in the local world are called seed stones, while in the Great Mo world, the name of this stone is raw stones. However, compared with a single situation that seed stones only produce jade, the types of things that can be produced by raw stones are much more. The reasons for the formation of many raw stones in the Great Mo world are somewhat similar to the coal mines mentioned earlier. They are all some special stones formed after some rare and precious spiritual materials fell into the ground in ancient times. However, compared with a relatively simple evolution process of coal mines, the conditions for the formation of raw stones are much more complex and special. Generally speaking, the prototype of the original stone is that the treasures that formed the original stone were unexpectedly protected by high concentrations of spiritual energy during the process of sinking to the ground. Under the protection of spiritual energy, these treasures that should have formed coal remained relatively intact and weathered into stone coats on the outside. Due to the different concentrations and qualities of the spiritual energy wrapped inside, after the initial period of time, the treasures left inside each original stone began to differ. The treasures with high preservation integrity can not only be exactly the same as the appearance in ancient times, but can even be infiltrated by spiritual energy for a long time, thus further improving the quality. But for those original stones with poor spiritual energy quality or low concentration, it is not easy to say what is inside. Some treasures may have been wrapped for a short time, and the spiritual energy has not yet begun to dissipate. In addition, the durability of the treasures themselves is high, so the integrity of the items is still good when they are opened. But some other original stones may not be so lucky. Either the internal objects are mostly damaged after being cut, or they simply turn into a pile of flying ashes. Since raw stones require a lot of special spiritual energy to form, raw stones often appear in the form of gatherings at places where rare treasures appear, that is, large-scale raw stone mines. In addition, when raw stones are produced, there will be a companion phenomenon. In addition to some raw stones containing rare treasures, a large number of pseudo-raw stones suspected to be real raw stones will appear in a raw stone mine. This kind of pseudo-raw stone also contains some spiritual energy, so it seems that there is something inside. But after cutting these pseudo-spiritual energy, you will find that the inside is actually as empty as most people's wallets. At the same time, because the outer coat of the raw stone can isolate the divine mind from detection, even high-level monks cannot penetrate into the stone to observe the situation. In the desert world, the profession of looking for such raw stone mines is called the original searcher, and from this, a relatively complete gambling stone system of finding stones, mining, and selling has been derived. There are indeed mysterious pupil identification techniques in those novels, but the probability of this talent appearing is much lower than the black and white spiritual root mutation of Mingnu. Therefore, gambling on stones in the desert world generally depends on luck. Of course. Just like the big V experts that can be seen everywhere in the stock market, there are also some old gamblers and old experts in the gambling stone industry and damoji. Some of these experts are liars, but some experts do have rich experience in the decomposition of raw stones, and they can make preliminary judgments on some internal situations through the external body. However, Wang Qiang and the others at this time are naturally not such experts, so Wang Qiang can only put all her hopes on Wu Fan. Considering her limited wealth. After learning about the price, Wang Qiang didn't even look at the raw stones of hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. With Wu Fan's translation, she came to a more remote area. The size of the raw stones in this area varies a lot, some of which are extremely large, even exceeding the height of a person. Some raw stones are smaller in size, but they look like fists. However, no matter what the size of these raw stones is, their selling price is 4 spirit stones per piece. These sales models are somewhat similar to the local C-Trip blind box, and what is open depends entirely on the buyer's luck. If you are lucky, you can get a Riverview room voucher at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund, which is equivalent to earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a night. But if you are unlucky, you can only get a Hanting hotel in a remote area with a very low rating. It is not impossible to get a 6-person room at a youth hostel for 30 yuan a night. At this moment, Wang Qiang stood in front of the 4 spirit stones area and said to Wu Fan, "Xiao Wu, I have a total of 40 spirit stones. How about this? You pick 4 raw stones and I pick 1 raw stone. Then we will see how our luck is." Wu Fan was silent for a few seconds, with a trace of entanglement on his face. To be honest, he was quite interested in this. After all, he was also an old bookworm, and his reading age was even higher than Wang Qiang. However, he always felt a little uncomfortable spending Wang Qiang's money, and he also felt that the so-called protagonist Halo was a bit mysterious, and it would probably make Wang Qiang lose money in vain. So he said, "Sister Wang, otherwise I'll pay for my part of the money myself." Wang Qiang glanced at him and bluntly exposed his old bottom. "Come on, where do you have the money now? Don't forget, Captain Lin is my mentor, and I know that you are still borrowing hundreds of thousands of yuan from the bank to open a milk tea shop. The subsidy given to you by the base camp is not paid out in one go. Can you take out 10,000 yuan now? Besides, it was me who pulled you out today. I told you that I will pay for this time, so don't worry about it. This is called angel investment, understand? I accept my fate if I lose, and I will never mention the protagonist Halo again in the future. It can be regarded as spending money to fulfill a wish. But if you can open something good, then I will make a lot of money." After saying that, she pushed Wu Fan forward, "So just concentrate on choosing." Seeing this, Wu Fan had no choice but to stop insisting, walked to the pile of raw stones, and looked at them carefully. Wang Qiang stood beside him, choosing her own target. Soon, Wang Qiang locked onto a raw stone with a rather strange shape. This stone is just like its name, quite round, a little bigger than a fist, and all white. There are 2 stone strips on the top that are slanted to the left and right, and from a certain angle it looks a bit like a little rabbit's head. Wang Qiang fell in love with this raw stone almost instantly, so she picked it up without hesitation and said, "I want this one." Compared with Wang Qiang's decisiveness, Wu Fan was more cautious. After all, it was Wang Qiang's money that was spent. If he was too casual, he would not be able to get over it. Although he didn't believe that he had any aura of a protagonist, it was always right to compare a few more models. So after a careful look, Wu Fan spent a full quarter of an hour. Finally, they chose 3 raw stones the size of electric car batteries and a small bonus stone that was a little smaller than a fist. After each of them had chosen their targets, Wang Qiang turned around and said to the shopkeeper who had been standing by and watching them, "Shopkeeper, we want these 5 raw stones. Let's pay." The price of 5 raw stones was exactly 20 lingxi. This amount was not a small business for this gambling stone shop. The profit was about 8 or 9 stones. After all, the customers who usually came to this small shop to gamble on stones were not particularly wealthy people. The more representative type was the family branch that only had 1 lingxi to offer every month. This family branch could get a family quota of about 10 lingxi every year. It was normal for some people who dreamed of getting rich to squeeze out a few lingxi a year to try their luck. Customers with a single amount of 20 lingxi were more or less mid-range customers. So the shopkeeper took the raw stones very attentively and asked Wang Qiang, "There are a total of 20 low-grade spiritual stones. Do you want to cut them now or take them away?" Wang Qiang took out enough spiritual stones and handed them to the shopkeeper, and said decisively, "Take them away." After all, she firmly believed that Wu Fan had the aura of a protagonist. If he really opened something earth-shattering, it would be too easy for this shopkeeper, who is obviously a cultivator, to kill people and rob. The shopkeeper was not surprised at all. People like this who think they can definitely make big news can be seen every once in a while, as if they are about to reach the peak of their lives, chatting and laughing with Yuanying cultivators, and running faster than a monster called Jizz in the west of the Great Mo realm after buying things. Anyway, for him, as long as he can make money, it's all over. These people can hide as they like. So he packed the 5 raw stones fluently and handed them to Wu Fan. The total weight of these 5 raw stones is about 15 kilograms. With Wu Fan's current spiritual awakening physique, it is easy to carry them, and there is no need to call for assistance such as a trailer. After leaving the store, Wang Qiang began to count on her fingers and plan her next step. "I spent 20 spirit stones on 5 pieces of raw stones. Now I have 20 left. What should I buy next? Xiao Wu, can you give me some advice?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan looked around. To be honest, the stalls on Treasure Hunt Street are all the same. Some are gambling stones, while others are personal stalls with some strange things on display. After all, the word strange is what Treasure Hunt Street wants. If you want to buy serious stuff, there are plenty of them in the market. Faced with so many similar stalls, Wu Fan had to point in a direction at random. Let's go over there. Then he bought a new book, This Doctor is Dangerous, written by a super boss. The beginning is amazing, 30,000 orders for the boss's new book, and the quality update is guaranteed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Wang Qiang's Treasure Hunt and the Halo of the Protagonist. The direction Wu Fan pointed to was on the right side of the two people, where there was a small stall covering an area of about 4 or 5 square meters. The stall owner was a girl, dressed simply, with a very pretty face, not very tall. She looked weak and didn't look like a treacherous person. Wang Qiang naturally had no objection to the comparison. The command for today was handed over to Wu Fan anyway, so she followed Wu Fan to the stall. Then it was Wu Fan who spoke again, asking the girl, "Girl, how much do you sell these things on your stall for?" The girl looked up at them, her eyes paused on Wang Qiang's gold-rimmed glasses for a moment, and she pointed at the stall and said, "The part on the left is sold for 3 spirit stones each, and the pile on the right is sold for 4 spirit stones each. The part in the middle is all elixirs. You can exchange them or buy them at 90% of the market price. To be honest with you, these things were just discovered in a secret realm. They are brand new first-hand goods." Seeing this, Wang Qiang quietly poked Wu Fan and whispered, "I don't think this girl looks like a first-level alchemist, and many of the things on her stall are covered in mud. Maybe they were just taken out from some ruins or cultivator's cave. Who knows, there's still something she can pick up." Wu Fan nodded calmly. Wang Qiang's judgment was vaguely similar to his. Then Wang Qiang continued to say to him, "I still have 20 spiritual stones in my hand. We have been out for quite a while. You also chose this one, so let's just settle on this one. In this way, I will pick 1 on the left, and you can pick 2 on the right and 3 on the left. Don't worry about the elixir in the middle." After saying that, she bent down and started to choose. Wu Fan didn't even have time to refuse. Seeing this, he could only sigh and continue to choose the items under the pressure in his heart. The female stall owner seemed to be a little introverted. She didn't say much during the selection process of the two of them. She only said a few words when Wu Fan asked her questions. After 2/4 of an hour, the two of them had chosen their own items. Wang Qiang picked out a jade slip covered with mud. According to the female stall owner, this jade slip could not be opened no matter how much spiritual energy was input. It might contain some unknown shocking secrets. Wang Qiang naturally didn't believe this statement completely. After all, the saying of shocking secrets was almost as common as the terrifying one. Even a child hiding 50 cents could be called this word. But considering that this jade slip felt quite comfortable to touch, and she couldn't figure out the other items, she finally chose this one. As for the things Wu Fan picked, they were very mixed. A broken compass, a half-stained map that was said to be a certain area of the demon world, a short piece of wood that the female stall owner said she picked up in the depths of the secret realm, a black stick-like weapon, and a rusty bronze ancient lamp. The above things added up to exactly 20 spirit stones. After the delivery of the things, Wang Qiang looked at the empty spirit stone bag in her hand with mixed feelings. 40 spirit stones, that's it. But a few seconds later, she thought of some good things hidden in it, and her face was full of spirits again, and a smile could not be suppressed. Then she reached out her hand and dug in her clothes, and finally took out 5 copper coins with great difficulty. She shook the 5 copper coins in her hand a few times, and the copper coins made a crisp clanging sound when they collided. At the same time, she waved her hand, and said with a boldness that was quite like a rich woman driving a blue ribbon in the White Horse Club, Let's go back to the Chamber of Commerce. I'll treat you to a ride in a lizard car." Nearly 2/4 of an hour later, a lizard car stopped at the entrance of the Teosu Chamber of Commerce. Wang Qiang jumped out of the car lightly, paid the money, and rushed into the Chamber of Commerce with a bunch of things. "Deng deng deng, my little girl Teo Bayo is back. Is there anyone who wants to join in the fun of the treasure appraisal session?" Moning was drinking wolfberry tea leisurely in the Chamber of Commerce at this time. Hearing this, he put down his teacup. "Comrades Io Wang, you look very confident." Wang Qiang had reported this matter to several leaders of the trade delegation before leaving, so Man Ying and Lin Ziming and others knew where she went. Hearing Man Ying's words, Wang Qiang made a face at him, turned around and ran to the Wei family chamber of commerce next door to find someone. More than 10 minutes later, except for Gu Zhenming, who was not present because he was leading people to check and replace the monitoring equipment, the other main leaders of the trade group gathered in the chamber of commerce. Of course, Wei Niandong and Wei Qiangsheng were also there. After all, Wei Qiangsheng was the only one in the entire group of merchants who was most suitable to identify items from the Great Mo realm. As the person in charge of the Wei Mansion's commercial industry, Wei Qiangsheng had come into contact with a wide variety of strange objects, and his experience in this area was even higher than that of Wei Fan. After everyone was ready, Wang Qiang first unpacked the packaging of the 5 rough stones and put her own little white rabbit on the table. President Qiangshen, please start with this one. This one looks like a rabbit, which is what I picked. Wei Qiangsheng nodded and took out a special knife for cutting rough stones. He adjusted his breath, introduced spiritual energy, and slowly began to cut. After a while, the rough stone was cut open. Everyone came forward to take a look. In the center of the separated rabbit rough stone, there was a group of red heart-shaped objects. Wang Qiang was about to cheer, but the next second she saw the red heart-shaped object turn black in an instant. Wei Qiangsheng watched the whole process and shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that the 1,000-year-old willow wood heart does not have enough spiritual energy and has weathered into a black solid. Even if sufficient protection measures were taken in advance, it would be useless. Wang Qiang, she felt like she had won a car jackpot, but after redeeming the prize, she found out that it was an electric car starting with a T. Then she gritted her teeth and moved Wu Fan's rough stones one by one to the table by herself, and said angrily, President Qiangshen, continue. Wei Qiangshen, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Lin Ziming, who shrugged at him and gave him a look that said keep cutting. He had no choice but to continue and cut. The first piece was cut and it was still shipped. Weathered monster bones, or the kind that have not entered the rank, are useless. 6 copper coins. Wang Qiang forced a smile. Not bad, not bad. The fair is back, and I earned 1 more. The second piece was cut open, and there was nothing. The third piece was cut open, and there was still nothing. When there was only 1 fist-sized piece left, Wang Qiang's expression was almost autistic at this time. Her head almost fell to the ground, and her heart was twitching. Suddenly, she thought of something, raised her head suddenly, and a glimmer of hope with faith flashed in her eyes. The girl quickly pulled out a mobile phone from her clothes and pressed the play button on Wei Qiangshen. Half a second later, a recording mixed with helplessness was played. I wish you a bad luck in everything you do, and you won't see an SSR. The non-Africans are possessed, and the European emperors stay away. Today's explosion rate is so low. Wei Qiangshen, this is a video that Wang Qiang asked Ming Mao to record a long time ago. The recording time was several days before the business group left. If it weren't for the fact that nothing came out of the rough stone, Wang Qiang might not have remembered that there was such a recording in her phone. Then Wang Qiang put the phone back into her pocket and made a gesture of invitation to Wei Qiangshen. President Qiangshen, please cut it. Wei Qiangshen glanced at Wang Qiang in a strange way, thinking that this little girl would not expect this recording to have any effect, right? Besides, this voice is not a blessing, it is clearly a curse. Expecting such a recording to have any effect? You must be kidding, he hasn't seen such a thing in decades. Then he picked up the knife and slid it gently along the center of the rough stone. While cutting, Wei Qiangshen suddenly felt that the tip of the knife seemed to touch something. At the same time, a strong spiritual energy gushed out from the incision. He was shocked and whispered to everyone, I cut a spiritual protective film, this time there is a way. Then he quickly turned around and carefully began to peel off the outer shell of the rough stone one by one. About a quarter of an hour later, the outer layer of the original stone was completely torn off, leaving only the middle part. Wei Qiangshen continued to work with the knife. 10 minutes later, a thing about the size of an ordinary girl's palm was taken out from the original stone by Wei Qiangshen. This little thing was yellow all over, and looked like a mud ball made of yellow mud, with a hint of deep yellow light on the surface. Everyone immediately gathered around, and Wang Qiang even shouted, President Qiangshen, what is this? At this time, Wei Qiangshen's face was mixed with shock, disbelief, confusion and admiration. After a long while, he carefully put the mud ball down. Then he turned to Wang Qiang and said, Little Miss Wang, I will give you a jade slip when I go back. Please make a copy of the recording for me. 4 updates today, more than 11,000 words. In fact, it is counted as 5.5 updates for other books, but it is still counted as 4 updates for me, so you will make a lot of money by adding more updates. There is no way. My fingers and energy are extremely exhausted, and it is already the limit. I updated 1 chapter in advance last week. I originally had extra chapters, but they were 404 ed, so forget it. So I owe 5 chapters, the leader owes me 3 chapters, and there are some extra chapters for the monthly tickets. I will try my best to pay back the debt next month. Chapter 124, Wang Qiang's treasure hunt and the halo of the protagonist. Go back and make a copy of the recording. Wang Qiang's eyes widened when she heard Wei Qiangsheng's words. Although this girl was a bit careless and heartless, she was a super genius who graduated from the junior class of USTC and Fudan University. She had a good IQ and was even smarter than ordinary people. Whether Wei Qiangsheng was joking or really wanted to copy the voice, his words showed one thing: a treasure was found in the rough stone. In an instant, Wang Qiang's eyes were filled with the light of seeing. The girl rushed to Wei Qiangsheng at a speed faster than the male protagonist in the video of Haika University, and muttered quickly, "President Qiangsheng, what is this? How much is it worth?" Wei Qiangsheng still hadn't recovered from the shock at this time. He looked at her with a complicated expression and said, "This thing is called Zionun Earth Essence. It is an earth-related divine object among the 5 elements. It can only be generated by chance. It is a treasure for cultivators with earth-attributed spiritual roots. It can completely cleanse the mottled impurities of the earth-attributed spiritual roots in the cultivator's body, and increase the speed of practicing earth-related exercises by 1 or more levels out of thin air. In addition, it can also allow the cultivator to have an extra pseudo-inner C, and the amount of spiritual energy stored in the body can be 1/3 more than that of cultivators at the same level. At the same time, because the refining threshold of this Zionun Earth Essence is extremely low, it only requires 4 spiritual roots to refine it. Therefore, in the Dhamma world, the value of Zionun Earth Essence is extremely expensive. A piece of the worst quality Immortal Essence Earth Essence costs more than 30,000 spirit stones, which is almost equivalent to 70% of the value that an 8th level cultivator in the foundation building period can create in his lifetime, because once the Immortal Essence Earth Essence is refined, it basically means that as long as you don't die, you will definitely reach the high level of foundation building in the future. After introducing the above information, Wei Qiangsheng looked at the Immortal Essence Earth Essence on the table again. Like this piece of Immortal Essence Earth Essence opened this time, I roughly estimated that it is worth at least 60,000 spirit stones. 60,000 spirit stones. Hearing the price quoted by Wei Qiangsheng, not to mention Wang Qiang and Wu Fan, even Lin Ziming and Man Ying's eyelids twitched heavily. Wow! This tennis ball-sized Immortal Essence Earth Essence is worth half of the spirit stones that the rabbits earned this time. You know, this time the rabbits went through 3 processes of selling ground vein fire, bargain hunting, and selling happy bars to collect 120,000 spirit stones. Although 120,000 spirit stones are equivalent to more than 700 million Chinese currency, this amount of Chinese currency is just a drop in the bucket for the size of China. But don't forget, this is the Great Mo realm, and the nature of spirit stones cannot be judged by the exchange rate alone. The manpower and material resources that the rabbits have paid for these 120,000 spirit stones are enough to hold a round of trade talks worth tens of billions. And according to Wang Qiang, how much does this raw stone cost? 4 spirit stones. This is no longer the nature of C-Trip's blind box opening a Waldorf Riverview room, but a full set of Kremlin accommodation vouchers. Thinking of this, Wang Qiang suddenly turned around and looked at Wu Fan with an expression of "There is only one truth. Xiao Wu, you still say that you don't have the aura of the protagonist? When I turned around, I saw you picking raw stones. Look, it's shipped, right? The refining threshold of the Immortal Yuan Earth Essence is 4 spirit roots, which is completely prepared for you." Hearing Wang Qiang's words, Wu Fan's face suddenly became a little strange. After a few seconds, he said weakly, "Sister Wang, I have 4 spiritual roots, but I don't have earth spiritual roots." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qiang's expression of solving a case froze on her face. After a while, she asked dryly, Wu Fan spread his hands to her, indicating that he really didn't have earth spiritual roots. Hearing what Comrade Wu Fan said, "I remember it." Lin Ziming, who was standing next to Wang Qiang, suddenly thought of something and took out a form from his briefcase, Scanning the columns one by one with his index finger, Chen Fei Mujie found Wu Fan. The spiritual root attributes are gold, wood, water, and fire. Comrade Wu Fan does not have earth spiritual roots. Wang Qiang, seeing that the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, Ma Ning quickly spoke up to ease the situation. Whether it's a halo or not is another matter. Even if Comrade Wu Fan cannot use this piece of immortal Yuan Earth essence, the organization will never treat you unfairly based on the contributions of you and Comrade Zio Wang. Lin Ziming nodded when he heard it, and said to Wang Qiang, Comrade Zio Wang, Professor Ma is right. This piece of immortal Yuan Earth essence belongs to you personally, and how you want to arrange it is entirely up to you. Of course, the organization certainly hopes to exchange this strange item with you at an equal value. For example, it is fine to use future cultivation resources or simply trade with cash for a higher price. In short, there will be no such thing as 500 yuan plus a banner. Wang Qiang looked at the immortal essence earth essence on the table with some distress, and muttered sullenly, I don't have any idea about this thing. Although I also wear white clothes in the laboratory, I have never expected to become a white-clothed empress or something like that, and rule the world with a single thought. That would be so tiring. It would be better to turn my back on all living beings and hide behind the country and win. If the organization needs this thing, I will hand it over directly without any hesitation. I still have this awareness. Just give me the money I spent on buying the raw stone. I just think it's a bit unreasonable. This is obviously something that can only be opened by the protagonist Halo, but Wu Fan can't use it. Everyone, seeing that the little girl was almost autistic with her muttering, Wei Qiangshen, who didn't know much about the protagonist Halo, came out to end the topic. In fact, he didn't quite understand why Wang Qiang was unhappy when she opened the immortal essence earth essence. Miss Wang, no matter what, it's a good thing to get the immortal essence of earth. Besides, you have other items, how about taking them out for me to identify? Who knows, maybe we can get something good again. Actually, Wang Qiang's mood was very subtle at the moment. It was more like happy distress than frustration. So after hearing Wei Qiangsheng's words, she seemed to think it made sense, and started the next round of treasure appraisal again with hope. She put the items she and Wu Fan had swept on the table, and handed over her jade slip first. President Qiangshen, please take a look at this first. I picked it, and it is said that no matter how much spiritual power is input, it cannot be opened. Wei Qiangsheng's face showed a trace of curiosity visible to the naked eye. Is there a jade slip that cannot be opened by spiritual power? He took the jade slip and looked at it carefully for several times, and fiddled with it for a few times, and then a strange look appeared on his face. This jade slip cannot be opened with spiritual energy because it is not a magic weapon at all. Wei Qiangsheng knew that the little girl must have been cheated, so he explained to her, in the Great Mo realm, only jade that has been soaked in spiritual energy can be made into jade slips that can carry spiritual energy. And the jade slip you found is made of ordinary jade. Ordinary jade cannot directly carry information, and at most it is used as a material for refining jade tablets and talismans. Because of this jade slip naturally cannot be opened with spiritual energy. It's just that the person who made it was very clever. He coated the surface with a layer of special colloid, making it look like a jade slip made of special material. Generally, it is difficult for practitioners below the 3rd level of key training to distinguish its authenticity, because only those at the 4th level of key training will begin to practice divine thoughts. After saying that, Wei Qiangsheng exerted a little force with his left hand, and the jade slip turned into powder. Looking at the powder floating in the wind, Wang Qiang's eyelids twitched. President Qiangshen, what is the approximate cost price of this jade slip? Wei Qiangsheng thought for a few seconds. Considering that telling the truth might irritate the girl, he compared it to the standard price of Zunbao Street and slightly raised the cost. The cost is about a quarter of a spiritual stone, which is about 700 copper coins. Wang Qiang and Wu Fan looked at each other and said in unison. Seeing this, Wei Qiangsheng couldn't help but ask, how much did you spend on this thing? Wang Qiang raised 3 fingers expressionlessly. 3 spiritual stones. Wei Qiangshen, it's better not to tell this girl that the price of Zunbao Street is generally 1 spiritual stone. Wang Qiang, who knew that she was being cheated, sighed quietly, and had a bad premonition in her heart. She pushed the 5 things that Wu Fan bought in front of Wei Qiangshen. President Qiangshen, please take a look at these 2. I can hold on. Wei Qiangsheng also understood Wang Qiang's character a little bit, and knew that he would definitely not be able to refuse this stubborn girl at this time. So he didn't say anything more and started to pray seriously. I went to the Economic Investigation Bureau to report in the afternoon. Can anyone with experience tell me how long it will take for a card that has been stopped from being used for fraudulent transactions to be unfrozen? The money is all in it. My wife is crying. And since I would rather stay in a 35 yuan youth hostel room for 6 people than save dozens of yuan to ride in an internet cafe, can you please give me some monthly tickets? Chapter 125 Wen Kaiyang's Treasure Hunt and the Halo of the Protagonist. This compass has obvious signs of use. The gap seems to have been bitten by a monster called Kingming Wolf. It should be an item picked up by someone who died as a low-level key training idiot. This map is, and this stick. As for this bronze lamp, it's simple. It's a lamp used by mortals that has been made old. Did you see the words behind it? Translated into Chinese, it means Chen's grocery store, and the words on the side are buy 3 get 1 free. Wang Kaiyang looked at Wei Kaiyang with despair as he talked and showed off his skills crazily, while denying the things he and Wu Fan had found one by one like garbage sorting. Although now there is the immortal essence Earth essence at the bottom, she will never lose all her money. After all, she said that she is willing to hand over the immortal essence Earth essence to the organization, so the organization will never treat her badly. In short, this girl is already a reserve-rich woman. But money is one thing, and the feeling of being cheated is another. The main reason is that the truth of these things is too hurtful to one's self-esteem. Except for the compass, they are all mortal tools. The so-called demon world on the map refers to lizard breeding farm outside Zhejiang City. Thinking of the pretty female stall owner, Wang Kaiyang's mouth twitched a few times. Who says that a pretty face is not a liar? People's hearts are sinister JPG. However, just when she was about to take this big loss, Wei Kaiyang suddenly made another surprised sound. Huh? Hearing this surprised sound, everyone subconsciously looked up. At this time, Wei Kaiyang's eyes were staring at the last short piece of wood that had not been identified. The length of this piece of wood is about 5 or 6 centimeters, and the dry body is full of pits and bumps. There is not even a branch or bud, and there is no vitality. If the female stall owner hadn't told them that this short piece of wood was picked up in the depths of a secret realm and was suspected to be some kind of ancient unknown relic, Wang Kaiyang would have almost thought it was just an ordinary piece of broken wood. Of course, with Wei Kaiyang's previous identification, Wang Kaiyang had already confirmed that this item was just a piece of broken wood. The female stall owner's words could not be trusted at all. It was really a scam. But now Wei Kaiyang seemed to have discovered something. Wei Kaiyang frowned and looked at the wood, then said to everyone, "This piece of wood looks like a rotten piece of wood that can be seen everywhere. I have also used my divine sense to explore its interior. There should be no possibility that it is some kind of spiritual material that can emit spiritual energy. But I can vaguely perceive that there is an extremely thin spiritual energy on its surface. Strange, strange. Miss Wang, what is the cultivation level of the person who sold you this piece of wood?" Wang Kaiyang and Wu Fan looked at each other, and Wu Fan said, "She claims to be at the 3rd level of key training." Wei Kaiyang touched his chin and thought, 3rd level of key training? This should not be deceptive, and it is similar to my judgment. After all, if one can reach the 4th level of key training, the cost of the jade slip earlier would not be so unbearable, and it can only be used to deceive ordinary people. Well, if this is true, it makes sense that she cannot use her divine sense to perceive the spiritual energy of the wood block. After speaking, Wei Kaiyang frowned and hesitated for a few breaths. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took out a talisman from his space bag. This is a 2nd level sensing talisman, of very high quality, and one of the materials purchased by the Wei mansion this time. Wei Kaiyang held the talisman in his hand and introduced it to everyone. After this talisman is activated, it can scan and sense a certain area, lock the area with the most spiritual energy, and give priority to targets with life. Therefore, it is generally used to explore rare spiritual materials in ruins or secret realms, and sometimes it is also used as a detection talisman to explore the source of spiritual stone mines in a specific area. During the trading process in these days, everyone in the trade group has already had a rough understanding of the talisman industry in the Great Mo realm. Although the 2nd level superior sensing talisman did not appear in the list provided by Yang Bali, you can tell from the name that its price will definitely not be cheap. It is likely to require hundreds of spiritual stones to purchase it. Lin Ziming was about to persuade them not to waste this kind of talisman here, When he saw Wei Qiangsheng take the lead and activate the talisman, Colonel Lin, this time our caravan can earn so many more spiritual stones, entirely relying on the help of the hometown, otherwise we would never have been able to avoid the last wave of price limits. So this talisman is spent. Compared to the cost of this talisman, our Wei mansion earned much more spiritual stones this time. After saying this, Wei Qiangsheng calmed down and began to check the wooden block in front of him with the search talisman. Seeing this, Lin Ziming didn't say anything. He told Wei Qiangsheng to operate very seriously, and gestured to everyone to step back. Everyone tacitly stepped back a few steps, firstly so as not to block the light, and secondly so as not to put too much pressure on Wei Qiangsheng. After the search talisman was activated, it looked a bit like a laser scanner. A lavender light emanated from the center of the talisman, and then swept finally on the wooden block. Wei Qiangsheng was a very reliable senior with rich experience. His hands deftly swept the purple light from all angles to the wood. Sometimes close, sometimes far, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, gently rubbing, slowly twisting, wiping, and picking. Wang Qiang watched this scene like a melon on the side. Suddenly, she thought of something and whispered to Wu Fan, "Hey, don't you think that what President Qiangsheng is doing now is very similar to a certain profession?" Wu Fan blinked and thought for a while. What profession? Ear picker. Wang Qiang wanted to say that he was a microcarver, idiot, but just as she was about to say it, she suddenly felt that once she accepted this setting, Wei Qiangsheng's technique at this time seemed to be more like that of an experienced ear picker. So the girl from Sichuan province used her little finger to pick her ears and talked to Wu Fan about which ear picker shop in Shanghai was more suitable. After about 10 minutes, Wei Qiangsheng suddenly shouted, "Found it!" Seeing this, everyone immediately became energetic, and each of them took back the topic and gathered together again. Wei Qiangsheng was holding two objects slightly larger than rice grains carefully in his hands. Because they were too small, it was temporarily impossible to see their appearance. The shock on Wei Qiangsheng's face was no less than when he saw the immortal earth essence before. He calmed down and introduced it aloud. "This thing is called Mu Yajing, which is an excellent auxiliary spiritual object for practitioners with wood spiritual roots. After refining it, practitioners can not only cleanse the spiritual root defects like the immortal earth essence, but also greatly improve the speed of cultivation. It can also breed a kind of spiritual pet called Feng Dai from it. This kind of spiritual pet is an excellent helper for optimizing and cultivating spiritual fields, and can even serve as a flying mount and a combat helper. At present, the price of a Mu Yajing on the market requires at least 80,000 spiritual stones, and there is no market for it. I didn't expect that two of them would appear in this small piece of rotten wood now." Wang Qiang didn't care about the price in the second half of Wei Qiangsheng's sentence. This extremely frugal girl was no longer obsessed with money after experiencing a lot of psychological twists and turns, at least in this occasion. She clapped her hands vigorously, and said to Wu Fan with the satisfaction of an old mother seeing her son admitted to university, "Xiao Wu, did you hear that? Wood spiritual root, you can use it this time, right? I said you must have the aura of a protagonist. There are 2 copies, maybe." However, before Wang Qiang finished speaking, Wei Qiangsheng interrupted her. "You said little brother Wu Fan? I'm afraid he can't use it." Wang Qiang paused again, turned her head mechanically, and a series of question marks appeared on her face that only appeared on Yasuo. Wei Qiangsheng shrugged at her innocently, indicating that the following content had nothing to do with him, and said, "Mu Yajing is different from Xianun Earth Essence. It requires at least dual spiritual roots to refine. Otherwise, it can optimize the properties of the spiritual field alone, and the price may be even higher. So, I'm sorry, little brother Wu Fan's 4 spiritual roots may not be able to be used." Wang Qiang, Wu Fan, Lin Ziming. Just when everyone was speechless, Ma Ning's eyes turned and he suddenly thought of something. He picked up the list of Wu Fan's spiritual roots that Lin Ziming had checked earlier, glanced at it, and showed a surprised expression, saying, "An earth attributed immortal essence earth essence and a wood attributed wood elegant crystal, and 2 spiritual roots are required. Earth, wood, isn't this exactly in line with Comrade Xiao Yi's qualifications?" Wang Qiang opened her mouth and was about to speak, when a flash of enlightenment suddenly flashed through her mind. She was silent for a while, and then patted Wu Fan's shoulder with regret. "Xiao Wu, so you are the greedy wolf, and Xiao Yi is the Wang Mazi note." The next 2 chapters 124-125 have some hardcore content. Some readers said they couldn't understand it, so those who don't want to burn their brains can jump to 126 to read, and those who are interested in the setting of the teleportation array can continue to subscribe normally. Well, the well-known in the previous few chapters was actually underestimated? Okay, let's have something hardcore tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.